to be more, she's to be better, she's to evolve, she's to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. And you gon' miss a good thing. Show the whole world. Reinvent. Nobody shows that. It's sure. A good time. 1, 2, 3, ready to try. Don't you watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby!
Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
And watch concerts online!
Woo! Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold. Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please, please.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Mac!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na dito ng Wi-Fi ko.
Focus na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found! Yeah.
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe. Create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Today is the day of destiny, and we find out which of these teams are going to write their names amongst the stars and be one of the last teams standing going into the Masters and fighting off against the rest of the Titans in the region. 7 teams have fallen, make that 6 teams have fallen, and only 2 remain. One will be here at the end of the day with that golden ticket. And to tell you that tale is us, your astronomers. We're not Nostradamus, but I am Illustrado, and joining me on this desk is going to be my amazing co-panelists right here. It's going to be Trix and Viminal. How are you guys feeling on this wonderful day?
Yeah, it's always exciting as per usual, but today's going to be the most intense day because it is going to be the grand finals, my friends.
And I'm wondering how much TFO has prepared with the short amount of time they have to play against a team like ArkAngel.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably have done a lot of homework. Going into this tournament, the last week, I think everybody has thought and looked at ArkAngel as the favorite going into this. I mean, probably having the biggest chances. And now they're here in the grand finals. Thing is, I'm sure that everybody looked at ArkAngel, but I don't know if a team like TFO, thought this far ahead, because I'm sure they prepared for their other games, like for OG and the rest of the bracket. But going up against ArkAngel is an entirely different thing, from just preparing and looking at how they play.
Yeah.
That's true. It's just that, TFO really coming in, ending it strong against OG yesterday. So I feel that there's definitely a lot that they can do against their game with ArkAngel. And this is just about them communicating with each other a lot more, being on the same page with each other, and really prioritizing that refrag. It's really important in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about keeping those fundamentals in check.
Yeah.
Well, before we talk about that series, the grand final itself, let's reel it back in a teensy-weensy bit, because we do have to talk about what happened yesterday. It's the Series 1 recap, and we're going to be taking a quick look at what happened in DR versus Hashira. So DR Esports, one of the teams that were, absolutely one of our favorites to basically take the whole thing, showed us what they can do and how much they've improved with the presence of their coach. And it's shown, just like the players shined themselves in this match against Hashira. Tell us a little bit about this, Viminal. I know you broke this down a lot for us yesterday, but go over this with me. How on earth was DR this strong up against a team like Hashira?
I really do believe that, again, Carter as their coach having a huge impact on the team's fundamentals, on the team's disciplines. Really, they were playing for retake, and that worked out pretty well for them. We saw them time and time again during all their performances yesterday. They're very strong on defense. They had a bit of a hard time on attack, but they were able to bring it home during the defense, playing for retakes and stuff like that. It's just perhaps Hashira was not able to play around that during their post-plant scenarios.
Yeah, you mentioned this yesterday. You were very much surprised at the impact that a coach can have onto a team and how immediate it can be. I feel like it's very much something that we've known, that a coach can have a big impact on a team. But to this extent, it's really rather quite surprising, Trix, wouldn't you say?
I wouldn't actually call it surprising being on the receiving end of this. I would just say that really the best thing a coach can give any team is insight to something that they probably cannot see themselves. So they're able to look at it objectively, and players, I feel, hold less hostility then. Because when your own teammate is telling you what you're doing wrong, sometimes you get a little irritated.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, here's the thing. Coaching for me is, for example, if I were to coach a team, I would have issues because I wouldn't be as skilled as the player playing on the field. But then again, that's not the important thing. It would be the outside perspective, the objective perspective that the coach can provide.
Yeah.
I think so, because when you have a coach on your squad that just has so much impact on your team, sometimes it can be a scary thing because you don't know how it's going to change things, and you don't know how you're going to adapt. But clearly, with a team like DR, a mix of these new bloods and, of course, the more veteran players, it just seems to somehow work. They managed to put the pieces together time and time again, despite the fact that they lost their star player, somewhere along the way, and found their own strength. They found their own voice, and they found their own chemistry, and what a beautiful way that they have done it here. But let's focus a little bit about Hashira right now. Let's go back to them. A team that we all thought had so much enormous potential, and we still think that they have a lot of potential. However, we seem to be unable to tap into that against teams like, DR and ArkAngel that may be more, veterans than they are.
I would say Hashira, real improvement from the last time they played, and amazing that they're able to improve as much as they did. But to also say that they still have some ways to go to be the top, to hit that top 2, top 3 mark of the Philippines, because as nice as it is to have like the slow plays, we've seen them have discipline now because before they kind of just went at it.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see them perform on stage 2. And I hope to see them perform in stage 2 because they so far have had an amazing run.
I mean, I think one of the biggest things and biggest changes we've seen from Hashira is that it looks like they plugged in a lot of their holes in their fundamentals, and that's something that we saw. However, they're still lacking that X factor. Viminal, you have something to say about this?
Yeah, I commented yesterday that during their first game against DR, it looked really, really amazing watching them on defense. The crossfires were perfect. The discipline on not rotating too early and too much early aggression or over peaking like that. But then again, the post plants, I think it's where they need to shape up in certain ways.
Yeah, the crossfires especially, the communication there.
I mean, I think there's a lot more communication. I think there was a lot more teamwork on their side. However, you know, to go up against a team like DR, maybe I don't think they're ready in that stage yet, because I do think they were focusing more about how they were playing rather than how their opponents were playing, and it was really rather clear even from the picks alone. You know, even when they were getting shut down with Hatred's Bucky, they were still going for it. And I think at that point, when you have to realize it's not about you adjusting to how you play, it's adjusting to how the opponent plays. And I think that is where they struggled.
Yes.
But in the meantime, let's not linger too long onto DR and HSR, because we do have another matchup to talk about, and that's OG versus TFO. One of the biggest upsets of the day, the first quarter, who did take on Oasis Gaming, and this entire panel, I think, was going on Oasis. I think, Viminal, you're the only one who went and said TFO were going to take this one.
I was giving them the benefit of the doubt. But, of course, you know, secretly, I was really predicting that, of course, OG would be able to take this series, as everyone here was expecting. It's probably because we've seen so much of OG, and we've seen so much of what we're capable of, but TFO has been, compared to OG, in VCT at least, has been quite unfamiliar. So it's not at all that we're underestimating that. It's just, it was such an unlikely scenario given their past encounters and given how TFO just improved drastically yesterday. This was a different form.
I mean, we're talking about the track record here of TFO versus OG, and almost every single time OG would come out on top.
Exactly.
And if you look at them on paper, OG should be the better roster, but TFO, man, they're just finding form here today. And, well, even though OG has been, it might have just been TFO's day, and it might just be their day today. I mean, I don't think I can safely say that ArkAngel have a 100% chance of winning, simply because every time the TFO steps up to the plate, they have been showing us new stuff.
Yeah. I think at the same time, it felt that OG was uncomfortable with what they were playing. Maybe it was just me that felt this watching their stream, but it just seemed that they are trying something new. They're working on creating this like no duelist setup that they haven't really been playing on Ascent. I've only seen them do it twice really, and this was the second time. So it's also possible that they're learning something new and saying like, this is the meta that we want to bring, and they're having difficulties.
And again, this is a point we were trying to drive home yesterday, that you cannot force yourself to conform just because it's the meta. The meta must serve your playstyle. And I feel like Oasis Gaming, in this particular situation at this point in time, perhaps they're trying to be a bit over-experimental.
I think so. I mean, they were trying a bunch of things, and they were trying to, you know, go with what worked maybe one time. But I feel like in the semifinals, that might have hurt. Oh, this was crazy. This is a really good play. We should talk about Trix. You know, he was so good, and I feel like there's something about Trix that has been unlocked. I'm just glad he's not on the Sentinel so much anymore.
Yes, I agree. I did not enjoy seeing him on that Sentinel, but seeing him, as we saw in Haven, on the Phoenix, we saw him on the Reyna in Ascent. It's just a lot better. It looks a lot more comfortable. His movement is better, and he's able to play around and for his teammates.
Yeah, I just think that Trix yesterday definitely shining. Even though he went up against, you know, the likes of, you know, Godowers and Beats, you know, players like that. Speaking of which, Worship on the Breach, Beats on the Sova, and Sage on the Godowers, I just wasn't feeling it. I just didn't think that that was a composition that suits their playstyle, I think, because OG, especially against TFO, where OG typically just outguns TFO, not really outsmarts them a lot of the time. I just feel like this composition bit them in the back, especially on Ascent.
As I mentioned off camera, I'm not sure about the double Senti pick. Usually double Senti picks, I would recommend like a Cypher and a Killjoy. I'm actually okay with that, especially on a map like Split. But on Ascent, a Killjoy, and a Sage, I almost feel you don't really need it because if you think about it, chances are you're actually going to be playing retake more so than you are actually going to duel them. So I would say, again, questionable picks from me in terms of OG.
Yeah, I mean, I think, in my opinion, it's just stifling their strengths, stifling their main playstyle of being an aggressive team, especially stifling the fact that Gadors can get those early picks and pop off. Can't really do that with the Sage, so I'm like, questionable.
Yeah, I think so too. But, you know, the Sage, maybe the idea was to go a little bit more aggressive with it, maybe to get a few more picks. It just didn't work out that way here, however. As we take a look at the next map, which was split, and this definitely could have went either way at some point. You know, 13-10 was the final score, but, you know, both Sentinels, and we saw it, these were where multiple 4 kills happening for each Sentinel were happening on the rounds. Brain Freeze and Tricks, they were all amazing. But it just wasn't enough to win them the game on the side of TFO.
Yeah.
So despite the fact that Trix was amazing on that Sentinel, do we yet again think he could have done more on a duelist?
I feel like definitely maybe somebody else playing that Sentinel could have given room for Trix to do even more in that game. Possibly playing that Raze or even the Phoenix, the Jet, really whichever Trix is most comfortable with. It just feels like, again, he's holding himself back just a little bit, and I'm not quite sure why OG is making that decision. Why TFO is making that decision.
Yeah, look at it. Straight up here. Jet's Marky and Phoenix's Trix's Phoenix. The difference is night and day. I mean, they're both performing, and you had Killjoy just sitting in the back. They took that victory. With Coco, he's not having a bad performance by any means. It's 2.2 KDA. But at the same time, you still let Trix go off and pop off and make these crazy plays like what we saw. Like those 1v4s and like those flash spray downs. He had those moments because he was not limited to playing the Sentinel role.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it works for Trix. He's able to make it work on offense still, just because on offense it doesn't really matter. But on defense, he does tend to not have the best survivability time on the field. So he's better suited, I feel, to an agent that's not a Sentinel.
Yeah, I think I agree because especially a lot of the time, he does get caught out sometimes.
Yeah.
And having that survivability factor is something that helps him retain that killing power that he has later on into the rounds, which we don't feel he has as a Sentinel. But let's go and put this aside for the meantime because we have one last series to talk about. That's ArkAngel versus DR, and what a series this was. I know, Trix, that you were basically not watching at some point because you couldn't watch. And I know for a fact that I was quaking in my boots as well. This game, especially this first one, just hurt to watch. DR just looked so dominant here, and they were looking primed and ready to just take this whole series.
DR showing like just amazing performance overall so far in VCT. And the fact that they were able to play for the retakes, they knew their opponents, knew what angles their teammates were going to hold. It showed a lot of skill and a lot of teamwork, which I love seeing, especially from teams that we haven't typically seen before.
Yeah, there were a lot of good plays that definitely unlocked, I think, ArkAngel, though, just like this one from Carl. I feel like at some point they were able to bounce back mentally, and this is one of the strengths of ArkAngel that we've seen them time and time again. You can really never count them out. When they're not a team that throws. I'd say they're not a team that ends up choking in the latter stages. They're always going to come back, and I think one of the strengths of any ArkAngel squad that I've seen all throughout different games is their ability to make these clever comebacks.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the clutch factor, the clutch ability, or perhaps them thriving under a heavy pressure situation. So, you know, them coming into the Grand Finals today in the best of 5, you know, that might...
DR on their map pick, man, this was not expected to go this one-sidedly.
Remember the wall? I mean...
Yeah, okay, that was a little bit bizarre for me. So for those of you guys who weren't able to see, there were like 4 or 5 rounds straight that all ArkAngel did was wall sewers in A, and they would waste 1 minute staring at the wall instead of trying to break it. They broke it a couple times,
yeah.
But then most of the and they'd never get anything on top of it. Maybe a kill onto the Sage onto Modski, but for the most part, they would stare at it, burn like a whole minute of the time, and by the time they'd get to go to A, there's nothing they could do.
Yeah, I think that the wall is smart. If you actually watch the way Modski was playing on that stage in Haven with the wall, he'd actually wait for the opponent's raise to boombot, and then he'll put the wall up because he's going to block any intel that the boombot might be able to take. And that's why they break the first one. And we saw the Sova and the Rays just starting to throw things in that area because they're trying to clear it, wondering, is there somebody there? Or
Because
is
there
it
could
just...
be. There could be Modski
Yeah.
just hiding over there in the hard right or hard left.
And the one time he did, they could
The
see
one
his
time he did.
barrel and they
Yeah.
just killed him.
Yeah,
so.
it was sticking out on the right side, and that was really, even though they got the kill, I actually think that kill worked against them because it made them think that they can beat this wall if they played patiently enough, and so they kept waiting on it, hoping that Modski would peek out and die again. But in the end, they just ended up losing too many rounds to it. But DR did win Ascent in a very convincing fashion, and ArkAngel did come back and win itself. Very much a team that shows that constantly they are ready to be in the grand final. We were very concerned about their performance in the first 2 weeks. But now it seems like they have solidified. They have found something to go off of. They found their stride. And now it's the time for them to find excellence against TFO.
Personally, I'm now a much bigger fan of a team like ArkAngel because we've seen so much growth in such a short amount of time. And for me, that's a more interesting sort of journey, seeing that journey and not just the end result, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree because just seeing how they've grown as players gives me hope that the more we grow, the more we can keep up with teams in the SEA region and maybe the world.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a far cry for now, but we can always keep dreaming. And I think we don't exactly know what the power levels of the teams just yet because no one's really ever faced off against other regions. But we will find out that very soon, especially once we get into the Masters itself. But speaking of the tournament, let's go back and zone in on where we are right now. The tournament bracket is coming very, very soon, and I do want to talk about this grand final. So it's TFO. I want to be realistic with you guys here. If you're going to give a percentage of a chance for TFO to be taking this, what would you say it is?
A chance.
Yeah. What is their percentage of winning? If you could give a numerical, empirical value.
I gave this some thought earlier, probably like 38%.
Like
That's a very specific
20,
number.
20%.
20%. Okay, cool. You guys are very generous. I would have said 10. Despite the fact that TFO looked really, really good, I really think there has something to do with ArkAngel and their plot armor.
Yeah, we
They
always
just can't
talk about
lose.
this.
I mean, the only team that it's so interesting. The only team that can beat them is Bren, and they're gone. So
Yeah.
I don't know. They just have some magical stuff going about them right now. But
Ren has their own magic, so you know.
Bren, exactly.
It's
They're
like-
two sorcery teams
Yeah.
that just go head to head and no, we'll cancel your magic out now. But Bren, of course, is already secured in their spot into the Masters. So for those of you who don't know where Bren is right now, they're already waiting for ArkAngel or for TFO in the Masters itself. That's going to be happening a couple of weeks from now, and certainly it is going to be a very exciting experience. We're going to be seeing for the first time which of the teams in SEA will reign supreme, and that's definitely going to be a tough one here. And if we look at the stats real quick, we're going to see that even on a map like Split, the numbers were not even that far apart in terms of damage, in terms of headshot, whatever. It's basically, they were eye to eye, they were head to head on every single level here. And it just shows that I think the wins in ArkAngel were just eked out very, very thinly.
Yeah.
In very, very narrow fashion because of the late round, their late round power, their late round decision making, which was really amazing on the ArkAngel side. But I don't want to linger on that too long. As we go and take a look at the tournament bracket, we do have to show you guys where we are in our story right about now. At the climax, ladies and gentlemen, this is the very, very end of it. It's the final day, TFO versus ArkAngel in a best of 5.
I'm looking forward to this match, and I'm wondering how TFO is going to adjust the way they play against ArkAngel, or if they're really just that good when we saw them against OG.
Again, TFO known to be a team that does a lot of work, but then again, ArkAngel also the same. I, for one, know that, of course, TFO will be preparing as much as they can, or have prepared as much as they can, knowing their coach personally very, very well. He's not going to go down without a fight. So I do believe that it might be an uphill battle for ArkAngel, but eventually it's going to be heavily in their favor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's going to be a little bit tough to predict the exact outcome. So let's take a little bit of a break and think about that for the meantime, because we do want to show you guys something special. The Masters is coming up very soon, and we do have a trailer to show you what the Masters is all about. So for those of you who are still wondering, what the hell is the Masters? Well, then check this out, because we got you. The Masters is nigh and the world will be watching. Which of the teams here in the Philippines will get to represent the country and face off against the rest in the region in SCA and eventually against the world? We'll only find out when the Masters itself come. But in the meantime, we gotta hang on tight and wait for that, because we still have to find out which of these Filipino teams will be making it through. So while we're waiting, let's chill out a little bit and take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. We'd like to thank Acer Predator, our official gaming PC and laptop partner, and of course Globe Virtual Hangouts, because they will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get #OL together now, as Virtual Hangout Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, local and international tournaments as well. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And if you also want to be a winner, maybe not of the Masters for now, but of your own 1,500 plus points, Valorant points, that is, just stitch and duet Azurite's TikTok video casting challengers week 2. I know it's not an easy feat, and he can be a little bit exhausting, but if you put up with it, you might just win 1,500 plus points worth of Valorant points. So all you gotta do is stitch him with you doing that TikTok challenge and use the hashtag PPGL just do it. Now, just use the skins as well and get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass. Recharge your Valorant points now via Coda Shop using Globe Prepaid and TM Load. Also, don't forget to stay tuned through our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/PPGLGG. And of course, do not forget to subscribe to our official YouTube account. That's PPGL-YT on Bitly. And of course, search on YouTube PPGL, because tonight we will be drawing 10 winners of 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. And that's just so easy. All you got to do is maybe test your courage a little bit, because sometimes in life, you just got to be a little bit more brave. Now, we're going to talk about where you can watch all this amazing action, and it's going to be in Filipino and in English. So for you fans who want to watch on English, it's twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. And on Filipino, it's going to be facebook.com/PPGLGG. We're also streaming on TikTok, and that's tiktok.com/@HelloPPGL. All of the panel sessions will be in English, and you're going to be having to deal with our beautiful faces for the entirety of the panel segments. I am so sorry. But let's go ahead, since we already talked about the panel segment. I'm going to bring it back right now with my co-casters already here, my co-panelists, excuse me. So I'm going to ask you guys to make a really quick prediction on how this is going to go. Before we, just initial predictions, initial assumptions about this upcoming matchup that we have. Once again, Vim and Lentrix.
Okay. Yesterday, I made a prediction that went against and defied everyone's expectations. I voted TFO 2-1 against OG. Today, I think the most realistic outcome, given the stats, given the track record, the history, I do believe it's going to be 3-0 in favor of ArkAngel.
Depending on the map pick, I would see ArkAngel winning it 3-1.
Okay, well, I'm going to say 3-0. I'm just not going to linger on that too long. But we will sort of dissect these predictions a little bit longer later, because for now we're going to be taking a short break. And when we do come back, it's going to be the grand final itself. ArkAngel is going head-to-head with the first order. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. The grand finals returns when we do.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad.
Hey, baby!
Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Mac Club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together.
We can do quick nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold. Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
When you want to level up your entertainment, GPay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at download sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
to the unknown we go, and we don't know exactly which of these teams are going to be heading to the Masters, but we're sure as hell going to be finding out. The last representative of the Philippines is about to be qualified into the Masters itself, where they are going to be heading to head against all the other teams in the region. And to tell that story is me, Illustrado, and joining me on the panel, the rest of this amazing panel, Trix and Vimel, going to be joining me here today. So let's go and talk a little bit about these two teams that we have on our hands, and we have the honor and privilege of being joined by the amazing coach of ArkAngel herself. Congratulations on getting to the grand final, Trix, with your team. Tell us how you feel about that. This is the interview portion now, by the way. If you guys
the teams are doing very well. ArkAngel themselves really have made it this far, not through my efforts, but through their own. So if anyone is going to give highlight anywhere, I do hope everyone keeps focusing on the players because they are talented, and I am just lucky enough to be called their coach.
Yeah, well, the credit, let's still give credit where credit is due. It's all a team effort, so congratulations to you guys regardless. So how does it feel? How does it feel to be going up against TFO? I'm going to actually interview you for a quick second here. How does it feel to go up against TFO?
A little concerning. TFO has done very well. I'm very surprised, honestly, at how much they've grown from the short amount of time they have. And the fact that they're playing so much more polished as well. I would like to see Trix a lot more on the duelist if I were to give TFO a better chance of winning, though.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Trix is like the secondary sentinel of the team. That's why he's being forced or relegated to that role. But something tells me that, I just wish Trix would be on the main duelist still. But I guess they don't have a choice.
It doesn't quite make it smooth. It's not as smooth.
It's kind of like that Josh S. Ray's conundrum that we have here. I mean, you have arguably one of the best players around. And
He's such a great duelist,
exactly.
Man.
It just sometimes it is you got to deal, but you adjust to your team, and I don't know, man.
That's more important.
They're still in the grand finals, though, so it's still already a big deal. But to make it past the grand finals, that is going to be the big question here. Let's zone in right here and take a look at the first order, because we want to know and get to know the players that are going to be coming up first on the grand final stage here. And their first appearance in this grand final here in VCT, can they make their mark? Coco, Courtesy, Mark, Zerv, and Trix. Let's talk about this lineup a bit. Vim, I know you got a lot to say about these guys.
Yeah. So, we don't see a lot of the first order, or rather, we haven't seen quite a lot of them here in VCT. But these guys aren't new to the scene. They were formerly CTNX under the OG organization, and this is the second iteration of that former roster. They have a lot of experience. They have been playing since closed beta, of course, and of course other tac shooters in the past. Very high-ranking, high-profile players in other games as well. Looks like Coco and Zer, I believe, were teammates of one of the members of ArkAngel right now.
Yeah.
Of course, we do have younger players on the team, but they do have a lot of experience still.
I definitely think that this little bit of a mix is going to help them, because having younger players, it gives you fresh ideas. You don't always have these exact same ideas on how to hold the default, how to execute a site. That's really one of the advantages of having the young players, and it's showing. Marky was crazy good yesterday, so was Trix. And let's not forget how amazing Zerv was even on that Omen.
I think all of them just really outperformed our expectations, and it was a treat to watch. I always worry that is it enough in the grand finals?
That's the thing. Is it enough? I mean, of course, your form, your performance changes depending on who your opponent is.
Yeah.
Sometimes the sheer psych factor of it changes how you move in the game. Yesterday, go ahead.
Sorry, I agree. I'm just going to say that the play style sometimes of your opponent just doesn't suit yours, and it was one of those teams that have a difficult play style to play against. ArkAngel. Let's take a quick look at ArkAngel right now, and ArkAngel is one of those teams that can be very difficult to deal with when they get into the groove, because they're also so tactical and also so disciplined when they have to be.
Yeah, having Ching and moving him from that Omen position that he used to be before in Bren, putting him on the duelist where he truly does shine, as well as Josh S away from the Sentinel. Finally, after so long, he's finally out of that Sentinel into that race. I think now all of the ArkAngel players are able to shine, and they're malleable enough as well that per map, the players themselves are the ones that make the final decision on who they're going to play. So I think they're capable at all the agents and all the kits that they need. So for them, it's a matter of what do we want to do against these certain teams. And I feel like that's a mentality that we also see when Bren performs.
It does feel like they're coming into their own, don't they? I mean, ArkAngel, they have been maturing as a team here. The question is, will TFO be able to stand up against the giants, the titans that are currently ArkAngel? They're not perfect just yet, ArkAngel, but they're getting very much closer to the ArkAngel that we used to know, the ArkAngel that we loved since way, way, way back. They're finding that identity, they're finding that comfort, and most importantly, they're finding that trust within each other as a team. Now, as to whether TFO can overcome that barrier, that's a very, very difficult question to answer. But in order to do that, let's take a look at the head-to-head and see which of these two players are going to be going head-to-head against each other. Trix and Carl. No surprises here, because Carl, we haven't really talked about him so much previously, but he has been a standout, especially yesterday.
Yeah, the way he is able to gain all the information that his team needs, I believe he was MVP for a couple matches as well. It just shows that even at the Sova, very much similar to Jesse Vash, they're able to perform because of all the intel and the teamwork that they have all together.
I think one sign of whether or not you're a good Sova, or like the advantage of having a good Sova like Carl on your team, is that you are able to get information at any point of the map at any given time. It's as if you were able to pull strings or manipulate the map at any point in time from anywhere. And that is just an absolute amazing value for your team. And then over here, for Trix, we see why we're talking a lot about him as a duelist. It's just, look at that, ACS 258.
Go ahead.
Oh, I think it's actually a little telling when a team's MVP is not a duelist. It's telling of the way that they play and how it's team-oriented rather than being frag-oriented.
Good point.
I think being frag-oriented is something that you need when you're a duelist, and it just seems that Trix has that blood-hungry quality to him, the bloodthirsty. Exactly, just slurping up all those orbs, something that you definitely want to have on your team, and especially with Trix on it. You know, I argue that sometimes maybe they don't even need the duelist, especially when Trix is hitting all the... I mean, a Sentinel, when they're... when Trix is hitting all of their shots, maybe they give it to somebody who's not as good on the Sentinel anyway, just because the ability on Trix is so good. It's one of the questions that the coach of their team has to answer and the players has to answer. But I feel like really the solution here is to let Trix have the spotlight.
Because do you want to put your amazing duelist on that role of being an amazing duelist, or do you want them as just your second best Sentinel?
Yeah, I definitely think we'll only be able to find out the answers to that. Well, I genuinely think we already kind of know as to the performances yesterday what really works. Yeah, I'm hoping we see that later on today in the finals, but we'll find out as we go into the veto itself and see where our battlefield is going to be at today. So, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to be starting off with Ascent. I think, no, sorry, Icebox. It's going to be Icebox first. We're actually starting with an Icebox, followed up by Split, Ascent, Haven, and Bind. What on earth is happening here? I don't think I've ever seen this combination in the Grand Finals before. But okay, I'll take it. Icebox, Split, Ascent, Haven, and Bind. Guys, how do you feel about that?
I personally am very happy that we're starting with Icebox. It's just, Icebox is such a fun map to watch and play in. Next to Ascent is probably my favorite map, and I think it's pretty much the same narrative for a lot of teams in the Philippines. I feel like a way to break out of the current PH meta is for teams to experiment on Icebox, and this is why it's so popular right now. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with this map, map selection.
I'm personally very happy Icebox is being played.
I mean, it's so fun.
It's a really fun map.
Not a lot of teams know how to play it, and I think at the start people were like, Icebox. But now
like,
really they're starting to get the feel of the map. But I want to break it down a tiny bit more for the audience here. Icebox, Split, and Ascent, the first three maps. Before we talk about anything else, do you think this favors ArkAngel, or do you think this favors Split or a team like the First Order? I feel like this really actually favors ArkAngel, because we know that ArkAngel can't play Icebox. They've gone head-to-head with Dreamfire on it. Same thing with Split. They've taken on really good teams on Split. I feel like I'm a little bit worried about Ascent, because I know that Ascent is generally their primary ban. But overall, I think the first three maps are in ArkAngel's favor.
I actually would second that. I'm surprised, though, that the First Order did pick Icebox, because I believe ArkAngel has already played it on VCT and performed, especially on the comeback with it. So I'm wondering maybe TFO has a certain strategy that they're going to bring in, and they must be confident because they've picked it first.
Maybe, they do have some sort of counterplace. Maybe they do know what AA is supposed to bring to the table, given the fact that they played so much during VCT, that maybe they have this set play to counteract that.
Yeah, I definitely think there must have something up their sleeve here. But there's still 2 more maps after this, though. And for me, one of the biggest question marks is actually Ascent here.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like, because of this, I'm going to say 3-1 ArkAngel. Because I'm going to get your predictions now, now that we are more informed about this.
Yeah.
What about you guys? Tell me a little bit about your predictions and why.
Yeah, after seeing ArkAngel's performances on various Ascent games across different teams, yeah, I'm leaning towards that. I'm leaning towards echoing your statement that they might actually lose that one to TFO. And given the fact that how strong TFO was yesterday on Ascent,
I mean, to take down OG on Ascent, that's not an easy feat by any means. Trix, what about you?
I'm actually going to go the other way. I actually think it'll be a 3-0 for ArkAngel. Starting off with Icebox, I'm hoping that their mental fortitude stays strong. And then they move on. Like, I know TFO is really strong, and I know that they mentioned their mental fortitude. They're looking forward to playing against ArkAngel. So a part of me is wondering, are they doing this because they want to see what kind of strategies ArkAngel will do and just possibly learn from it and this opportunity to play against them? Or are they coming in there with, okay, we know exactly how you're going to play and we know how to counter it? Because I have yet to see TFO really perform and shine on Icebox.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one here, but I think they're going to take a game on Ascent. Who knows? So I'm still sticking with my 3-1. What I am certain of is that you viewers at home can be lucky winners of your own Valorant points. 1,500 points up for grabs to 10 lucky winners. So, and all you got to do is stitch Azurai's video casting Challengers week number 2 and use that post. Hashtag PPGL just do it. We're going to be choosing 10 winners tonight of 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. Get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass. Recharge your Valorant points now using Coda Shop and using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. Also, don't forget to stay tuned through our official channels. Like and follow the page on Facebook, facebook.com/ppglgg, and subscribe to our official YouTube account. That's bit.ly/ppglyt-yt, or simply search PPGL on YouTube. And of course, a big thank you to all of our sponsors who have made this happen. It's going to be Acer Predator and our official gaming PC and laptop partner. And of course, Globe Virtual Hangouts, because they will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now, as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. So that's been it. That's been our panel segment for the meantime. But before we let you go, we're going to tell you where you can watch your favorite streams. If you want to watch this on English or Facebook, excuse me, or Filipino, we got you. Take a look at these guys. It's English on Twitch, and Facebook is for Filipino. So, twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH and facebook.com/ppglgg. And also on TikTok, it's tiktok.com/@HelloPPGL. All panel sessions will be in English. Well, that's it for us for the meantime. Again, my name is Illustrado, so for Trix and Viminal, we are your panelists, but we're going to leave you in the very capable, caressing, and very lovely arms of our wonderful casters. So casters, take care of us. We're all yours. I mean, it's all yours.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat at kami ang inyong shoutcasters Ray Ray and I'm with Taylor at kami ay magkakas ngayon sa Grand Finals ng Week 3 ng VALORANT Challengers Tour presented to us by PPGL.
Nako, nakita mo naman kung gaano ka-caring yung ating panelists, no? Wonderful casters daw. Welcome nga sa VCTPH. Sinabi na ni Ray Ray kung ano yung mga pangalan namin. And this time around, Grand Finals na. Grand Finals na, guys. So, malalaman na natin sa araw na ito kung sino ba ang makakasama ng Bren Esports papunta sa ating Masters. Now, nagkaroon ng prediction si mga casters natin. Nakita na natin yung mapa. Unang mapa nga natin is Icebox, no? Kaure, sa TikTok kasi nasabi na natin yung prediction eh. Ako, nasabi ko na rin yung prediction ko. Pero nakita ko yung mga maps. Ngayon pa lang, di ba? So, ano masasabi mo? Nagbago ba?
Actually, hindi pa rin nagbago kasi itong ArkAngel talaga, which is ako 3-1 ako in favor of ArkAngel. Talagang nakita natin kung ano yung mga nalagpasan nilang mga teams, di ba? Napakabigate na teams yung nakalaban nila, especially sa naging laban nila last night against DR Esports. At pinakita nila doon na yung hashtag lipad ArkAngel talaga. And ngayon na nasa grand final sila after yung mga naging loss din nila against Bren Esports. Ito na talaga yung time sa kanila to get that ticket into Masters. Ikaw naman, Taylor.
Ako, nakita ko yung mapa at sinasabi ko na 3-0 talaga, ArkAngel. Para sa akin, opinion lang naman natin yun, guys. Kayo ba sa mga comment section natin, sino sa tingin nyo ang mananalo between these two teams that we have for today? At sinabi ko yon na 3-0 dahil kung sakali, itong Icebox alam naman natin na laging pinipili to ng ArkAngel. Aside from that, may balita lang sa tabi-tabi na kung makukuha or matatalo ang TFO sa first map, I think it's gonna be a 3-0 talaga. So, kung hindi man, feeling ko kaya Close match.
Close match. And at the same time, maraming pinakita si TFO sa atin na mga kakaibang plays. Especially with what happened din sa kahapon against Oasis Gaming. Talagang nakakabilib. Talagang nagkaroon ako ng goosebumps, biruin nyo na napakadikit ng laban nila at the same time, ang laki na naging development ng TFO. So, let's see kung ano ba ang magiging performance nila knowing that they're going against a team na solidify na, marami na naging experience.
Well, guys, kung hindi nyo naman nakita yung mga predictions doon sa PPGL page, ako lang naman yung nakatawa. Ako
Kaya
lang yung
nga
nakatawa. OG versus TFO. Sabi ko, TFO yung mananalo. Tapos, ArkAngel tsaka yung DR Esports. Well, DR Esports natalo from this one, no?
Siya lang
ako lang yung
mag-isa.
nakatama, guys. Nostratator nga pala. Nandito po sa inyong
Ako
harapan.
mali lahat hanggang sa pinakauna kong prediction hanggang sa pinakauli, especially ng quarterfinals. Pare lahat talo.
Mali.
Lahat mali.
Ano ba naman yan? Tapos, yung ano ko doon, pinusuan ko lang yung prediction. Tapos ako lang ito. Pinusuan ko lang actually. Sabi ko, feeling ko ito. Tapos yun, wala na akong
pinusuan.
isip-isip. Di ko na inisip. Basta AATFO, yun. Feeling ko yun. And yun na nga yung nangyari. AA versus TFO. Ano yung na-expect mo with the matches? With the ArkAngel versus TFO. First map, Icebox.
Alam naman natin kung gaano pinagpracticean ng ArkAngel to throughout their loss, yung mga matches nila before. And right now, nakita nga natin naging performance nila against Dreamfire na natalo sila sa pinakaunang Icebox match nila. Pero ngayon, nung naglaban ulit sila, ang laki na naging improvement. We have that no duelist setup. And nakakagulat na si Ching ay actually napaka-workable niya bilang Omen.
Flexible nga siya ngayon. Sabi nga nila, grabe naman, si Coach Trix lang ang nakapagpa-omen ulit kay Jing, no? Aside from that, if you check yung si Josh S. din, finally, napunta na ulit siya sa ating duelist role. Na-try niya na ulit mag-duelist. Maraming changes na ginawa para sa ArkAngel, especially with their Coach Trix coming in and helping them out kung paano ba gagawin or ano ba yung dapat i-form nila as a team. And ArkAngel right now, very strong.
And nasa momentum din sila, diba? So, let's see if ano kaya yung ipapakita ngayon ng TFO sa Icebox. Alam natin, napaka-unpredictable din kasi ng team na to on the other hand. They have good firepower and good strats din. So, sa Icebox, especially na napanood na nila yung naging performance ng ArkAngel, malay mo, someone did their homework.
Mababasa ba? Yun yung tanong Mababasa ba ang ArkAngel ng TFO o ArkAngel will do something different o kaya naman talagang stronghold pa din kung ano man yung gusto nilang gawin or yung usual na ginagawa nila with Icebox, yun pa rin ba ang gagawin nila? Talagang mas malakas lang silang tumutok at lahat-lahat. Sa inyong mga screens, mga kaibigan, TFO, Marky, Zerv, Coco, Trix, at Courtesy. Marky, lakas kahapon
Valong-valo si Marky at syempre si Courtesy naman, nakita natin sa kanya yung sa live stream, diba? Nung in-interview siya ni Ilustrado. And while sa ArkAngel naman, tignan natin very relaxed. Si Ching nga pala, tsaka si Carl, kakagaling lang kanina sa All-Star Show match.
Ay, oo nga! Naglaro sila para sa All-Star. Kamusta yung performance nila doon?
Ang ganda ng performance
Ganun
nila,
pa rin.
pero si Carl talaga yung
Malakas pa
nagpanalo Malakas pa rin talaga. Yan naman na-expect natin
Ganun pa rin.
from ArkAngel. Pero
Sila
si
pa rin
Carl,
to.
si Carl nakakatawa, si puro Odin. Tapos na-clutch niya pa ng Odin nung, sa last round na 2-0 nila actually ang team team bashers. Kaya nakakatuwa silang panoorin na really enjoyed yung All-Star match kanina.
Hindi imposible na mag-Odin ulit si Carl dito. Paborito niya, lalo na pag yung mapa natin, Ascent. Gustong-gusto niya gamitin yung Odin eh. So, aside from that, Icebox sa una nating match, ina-expect ko din na Johan Viper pick. Sa tingin ko, konti-konti, napper-perfect na nila kung paano gamitin yung Viper sa Icebox, especially dahil nga lahat ng mga sites, kunwari, ay gagamitan ng toxic screen. Ang daming sites na corners rather, na natatakpan talaga nung toxic screen na yan. And very usable yan pagdating sa Icebox.
And at the same time naman, sa part naman ng TFO, let's see if will they do a safe pick talaga ng usual lineup nila when it comes to Icebox. At may kita na natin yun. Speaking of, they're going with the agent picking already. Sa mga nagtataka, ba't wala pa po si Astra? Guys, after 2 weeks pa natin siya pwede gamitin sa competitive scene, which is here at the VALORANT Challengers. So, pwede natin sila expect maybe sa Masters, but let's see kung anong magiging rules na i-implement nila sa Masters. But right now, sino kaya ang makakuha ng golden ticket kasama ang Brent Esports? Is it gonna be ArkAngel or TFO?
Magugulat ako kapag may gumamit ng Astra sa Masters. Imaginein mo, sa tagal-tagal na pinractice ng mga teams, sa mga agents na to, biglang merong komportableng player gumamit sa Astra. And guys, if you haven't tried o hindi nyo pa natatry si Astra, complicated Ang daming mga skills, yung mga smokes. Pero, speaking of maraming skills at smokes, usable yun. Magagamit mo yun, especially sa mga high-level play na ginagamit during tournaments. It's just that
Choose your
parang
agent.
feeling ko masyado pang maaga para gamitin ng mga pros na dito sa Masters. Malay natin, magugulat tayo kung yun man yung mangyari. Pero the pick, the selection of the players ay nandyan na. Nakita na rin natin, mukhang they're gonna go for a smoke from Omen. Kasi yung paranoia, very useful yan. Especially kapag defender side ay nandun lang yan sa yellow, for sure. Nakaabang lang yan. Ready sa paranoia niya. Agent selection, ArkAngel, of course, Johan. Alam natin, Viper ang gusto niyang pinipili dito. And they're gonna go for a Battle Sage.
And at the other side naman sa TFO, na-expect natin, syempre, ang one duelist setup nila, and at the same time, dalawang Sentinels, Omen, and Sova. So, very slightly lang naman ang differences nila. It's just that walang duelist ang ArkAngel, pero we've seen that against Dreamfire. Sa first order naman, it's also a good pick for them. Ganda yung lineup nila ng agents. Ang inaabangan ko lang is how will they counter yung mga flashes coming from the breach ng ArkAngel.
Well, yun nga yung, ganito yun eh. Yung sa ArkAngel, parang nakikita ko na yung future. Nanonostra ko na naman. Siyempre, the breach, flashes, and papasok dyan yung ating ibang mga players. Kagaya na lang ng Sage natin. For sure. Sure ako dyan. Sure talaga ako dyan. The next time naman, with first order, meron silang duelist. Though meron silang paranoia from the Omen. Ayun yung way eh. Basically, ang magiging mangyayari talagang support or especially yung sino bang may gamit? Yun yung tanong. Sino yung may gamit ng Killjoy na yan? Sino yung may gamit ng ating Sage? Yun na lang. Kung sino yung may gamit na usual na nagdo-duelist pagdating sa ating Sage at Killjoy, malamang sa malamang Killjoy, Battle Sage yung gagamitin nila. Anyway, this map ay pinili ng first order or the first order rather at mauuna nga maging defense ang posisyon ng ArkAngel dito. Hindi natin pwede i-discount na yes, malakas ang ArkAngel sa Icebox, pero TFO, praktisado din nila ang mapa na to.
And looking at that, may advantage din naman ng TFO. They have the Cloudburst, diba? Pero let's see if ano yung magiging performance ng both of these teams. Kaabang-abang talaga here sa Grand Finals ng Week 3. And sino ang makakuha ng golden ticket papuntang Masters. And now, here it is. Looks like Coco ang nag-battle Sage.
Coco with the Sage. Nakita nyo, kayo yung nag-cast ni Vil actually no match ng TFO tsaka ng OG last time. Coco, is he using duelist yung kanyang ginagamit ba that time? Kasi nakita ko meron siya mga 4K, mga triple kills niya sa mga highlights natin. Depende na lang talaga sa araw, guys. Araw ba ng ArkAngel o araw ng TFO? Comment nyo na lang sa ating Facebook comment section at saka sa YouTube, actually. TikTok nga, online din tayo.
Oh, so guys, maraming platforms kung saan naka-livestream kami. Kayo na lang ang mamimili kung saan kayo manonood. Pero at the same time, sino kaya dito yung masarap ang ulam? Ikaw, Taylor, ano bang kinain mo kanina for lunch?
Wala pa eh.
Wala pa.
Na-excite kasi ako masyado. Kinakabahan ako sa mga matches eh. Kaya hindi na muna. Pagtapos na lang siguro. Baka, pero masarap ang, pare-parehas na tayo ng pagkain. Bakit ko ako tinatanong kung ano
Di ba mamimili ka doon kung
may
beef or...
choices?
Oh, kung pork or chicken.
Parang mga viewers natin may choices kung gusto nila sa YouTube, Facebook, o sa TikTok. So guys, kung hindi nyo rin alam, meron din tayong giveaway para sa ating 1,500 plus Valo points. Puntahan nyo lang yung ating PPGL Facebook page. Actually, kung chinek nyo yung PPGL Facebook page, nandoon nakapin sa Facebook page na yan yung kailangan yung i-duet sa TikTok.
Sino ba yung iduduet natin sa TikTok? Well, it's Azuray. So si Azuray, isa sa mga English casters natin. Duet nyo siya and then nakikita namin, kayo namin pinento si Phil, may nakita siyang napaganda ng pagkakast ng isang girl. And nakita ko nga yun. Ang ganda talaga, ang galingin malay nyo, di ba? We have more shoutcasters para sa Valorant scene.
Next VCT, nandito na yan. Mga ganon. Kahapon din, nakita ko nanalo yung Simp ni Taylor.
Congratulations sa Simp ni Taylor.
Nanalo siya ng 1,500 plus Valo points. Congratulations sa'yo. Maraming salamat
So,
sa
pag pala may mga Simp na pangalan, mananalo. So,
meron pa nga daw sa Shrimp ni Taylor. May gagawa daw ng ganong account.
So, makikita na. Parang ako na lang gagawa ng account na yan. Shrimp ni Taylor.
Trip niyo ako, guys, ha? Sinasabi ko sa inyo, ha? Nung isang araw, Scarlett Johansson, tapos may ewan ko, bahala kayo sa buhay niyo kung ano niyo. Anyway, eto na nga for our first round, best of 5 series, guys. Best of 5 para sa inyong lahat. Defense side ay ang ArkAngel, fault line agad towards B.
And medyo nabawasan si Marky and blinded siya ngayon. What a good lineup coming from Johan. So medyo magiging hesitant sila to go towards B side.
Nasmokan din ang Viper kaya medyo na-delay ng kaunti. Pero that flash mula sa breach natin, Johan, alam niyang may tao dito behind the smoke. Nakita niya na yung jet and a headshot para kay Marky. He's going for another one, a second kill for the third on the pistol round. Hindi nag-connect. Coco gets the kill. 2 versus 3.
And then looking at that, nakapag-responde kagad ang mga members. Good backup coming from ArkAngel. So walang choice si Coco kundi to get out. Alam niyang open ang A site. And now Trix will contest that shot. Pero nga lang Ching takes him out. 1v3 tayo ngayon. At still, iko-contest na ni Coco. At malay niyo mga Coco, panalo yan. Mahilig manalo yan. But then,
to si Coco, nasa ang probinsyano.
Oo. Kaso, magkagiging ang probinsyano. Uy, nakalahati niya ngayon. Actually, low on HP na right now. Si Modsky and Coco still tries to go against the B-side. Pero out na sa
nakapasok sa likod ng yellow natin. Umiikot, konti-konti. Siya na lang naiwan. 3 pa ang kanyang kalaban. 2 ang nag-peak ng sabay. ArkAngel takes the first round. At yung simula ng momentum ay mapupunta sa kanila dahil nga economic advantage kahit papano. Force buy din for this team.
Ito na yung ArkAngel na all out kagad sila during the first few, second round pa lang. Pero magpo-force na sila to get that rounds as much as possible. And looking at that, we have them buying their Spectres. Pero syempre, sa part naman ngayon ng TFO, nag-classic lang. Iba nilang members, iba bumili ng Sheriffs. Then now, Johan starts with a toxic screen din para to delay ang pag-push na naman ng the first order. But right now, Courtesy, together with Marky, titignan if there are any gaps that they can get in. Pero Trix, kuha na siya kagad ni Modsky. And Ching, alam na niya na papasok. And he'll go with a good paranoia. Pero si Courtesy, agad tayo with a shock dart. Alam mo yun, recon bolt na rather. Pero may lineup si Ching dito. And speaking of, he takes out Marky. Will he be able to take out another one? Yes! At siya na lang. Tutulungan ni Carl ngayon ang kanyang teammate. At si Coco na naman ang natitira. At wala na siyang pangilat at all. And Ching takes him down. Good force buy coming from ArkAngel.
Despite Ching na pagiging smoker natin, ay talagang nagsashine siya, no, sa ArkAngel. Nagsashine itong player na ito in a sense na hindi siya duelist, pero Ching with the Omen, napakaganda. It's perfect, kumbaga, para sa team ng ArkAngel. It's good to see him using the Omen. And nakaka-excite yung matches kapag nakikita kong naka-Omen dito si Ching. Aside from that, second round, just a gun dip para sa mga players natin. Toxic screen, always on our B long.
And talagang ang ArkAngel, they go into really deep positioning para talagang meron silang control ng map right now. Pero Trix, gusto niya pangunahan sa tube. Kung meron man magkakross at mid rather. At ngayon, medyo quite hesitant sila dahil alam nilang inuunti-unti na sila ng ArkAngel sa pagiging aggressive sa mga positionings na meron sila. Now, Modski, did he spot someone going to tube? Mukhang wala siyang, di niya ata napansin na may pumasok na kagad sa tube. Pero courtesy, sisimulan niya na ngayon ng kanyang Aldron, kaso wala pa siyang naspatan. Pero makakapag-set na sila right now. At A-main and Trix, good luck, takes out Ching agad.
Rotation mula kay Johan all the way from backside. At the flank is there, pero courtesy, ready agad para sumalo kung meron man siyang makakasalubong. A rotation mula sa ating TFO. Gusto nilang mag-B-site this time. Nanggulo lang sila sa A. Nabawasan ng isa or ng dalawa ang ArkAngel. This time around, baka mas madali ang buhay nila pagdating sa B-site. Alam naman natin, nandiyan din yung Jet towards middle at meron pang Killjoy na nakaabang lang sa gilid ng tatlong players na ito. Trix, seeing one sa kitchen, na blinded nga ng flashpoint natin. Carl getting the kill. Marky on the other hand para sa trade at Carl for the refrag. Ready for battle. ArkAngel, kailangan nila madepensahan. Paano nila i-retake to? 1 versus 3. Carl, hindi na-detect ng recon ball. Siya naman.
Revealing area.
Ako naman, titignan ko kung nasaan kayo. Tatlo na lang ang natitira para sa TFO. Pero isa na lang. That's gonna be Carl. Pero time is ticking para sa kanya. And it just keeps on trying. Pero most likely magsisave na lang ngayon na si Carl. He will be bailing out. TFO, good round coming from them. And at last, nakakuha na rin sila. And speaking of sa weapon din kasi Taylor, they already bought their Vandals. Looking at the weapons, kanina naka-specters lang din kasi ang ArkAngel. Pero hindi nila in-expect si Trix coming from the tube part.
The flank was there nga, ready for action, kumbaga, kung sasabihin man natin. 5-1-1 KDA mula kay Ching. Early advantage agad para sa ArkAngel. It seems na magpe-perform talaga siya with this matchup. 2-1 ang ating score. This is just the 4th round of the action para sa dalawang team na to. And guys, sa mga nanonood dyan, this is the very first game of a best of 5 series.
Pero Josh is good shot. Pero si Sir doon ay out in the open and may dalawang pumipik sa kanya sa bilong. Now Trix, knowing na may isa na sa kanila nakaltas. Johan takes Marky out. Unti-unting nababawasan ang mga miyembro ng TFO. Talagang there's something. Kalat-kalat sila so far eh.
Now the stack. Not a stack really, pero ready lang for the mid si Modski on the Sage. 5 versus 3 na lang. Inaabang na lang nila kung saan papasok yung team ng TFO. And mukhang they are heading towards A site. Merong nakaabang dyan at ready for action. Ching gets one pero hindi prepared. The refrag mula sa ibang mga team members ng TFO. 3 versus 2 situation. Gusto na mag-plant courtesy. And the Sage wall is there. Binato na lang niya. Kayo na bahala. Basta ako, pag-ano lang muna ako. Mag-shockdart lang ako dito. Josh S. ready for the flashpoint. Dalawa pa ang meron siya. Naggamit ng isa. Walang pumasok from ArkAngel right now dahil sa wall na yan. And the revive for Trix.
But then, merong nasa Raptors at Johan. Start na nga na mag-defuse but that won't be possible as he is also low. Now, 2v2 pa rin tayo right now. Pero good flash coming from their bridges. Speaking of Johan, has been taken out by courtesy. Isa na lang natitira si Josh S na lang. Pero the time is ticking na naman para sa Spike. And he'll go for a defuse. Hindi nga lang siya nabutan ngayon ng Nano Swarm. Nag-pick def Pero pinupunta na siya, pagsasabayan na siya, most likely is pick up. Nakuha pa nga niya si Trix. Pero, nagba-buy time na lang ngayon. And then, he doesn't have enough time left. And that's it. Ganda na sana nun. Pero nga lang, wala nang enough time para i-defuse ni Joshes yun.
Kahit nakuha ng ArkAngel yung mga kills na yan, yung disiplina ng TFO na wag sumilip. Crossfire lang tayo towards dito sa may mid ng A site. At mag-abang lang tayo kasi ready naman eh. Nandun yung Recon Bolt, nandun din yung mga Shock Dart. Prepared din yung Nano Swarm ng Killjoy or the Trix dito. So, bakit tayo sisilip? Kahit may fake defuse yan o kahit anong gawin nila, wala nang choice yung ArkAngel kundi mag-push eh. Kundi merong mapatay, merong ma-pick off. Kaso nga lang, Johan, namatay siya with that crossfire. Good discipline mula sa TFO. At 2-2 score, pantay pa so far.
Pero ngayon, mafa-force ang ArkAngel to go for half buys. Pero may iba sa kanila, bumili ng kanilang Marshals and Johan. Nasa yellow, may makitaan siya beyond the smoke. And speaking of, nakuha na nga niya si Parky right now. And Modski also gets serve. Naku po, tatlo na lang ang natitira para sa TFO. At nakastock lang sila ngayon sa bilong dahil nakapag-responde kagad ang mga miyembro ng ArkAngel. Ito heading kung nasaan sila. Then, still kino-contest ngayon ng ArkAngel. Nakakuha nga lang sila ng mga kanilang baril. Courtesy, good recon ball. Pero tandaan nyo, spike drop, courtesy. Kita niya si Ching out in the open. Nakaboost ngayon si Coco at nice! Get some trades para sa teammates niya. 2v2 tayo ngayon pero may advantage ng baril ngayon ang mga taga-TFO. 22 HP na lang si Josh Esh pero nakabantay si Modski sa yellow. But good shot coming from Trix. Tapos Coco, tinapos si Josh S. Leading ang TFO 3-2.
The firepower ng TFO. Nandun na yung spike eh. Nahulog na sa harapan ng ArkAngel. Kahit si Johan, pinipin niya na. Just a quick replay kung ano yung nangyari. Napitas nga ni Coco ang dalawang members ng ArkAngel na naging 2v2 na yung sitwasyon nila. And they keep peeking sa dalawang members na ito behind yellow. Dahil sa suporta na meron ang Killjoy sa Sage na yan, they managed to get the kills. And ArkAngel, yun eh. Round yun eh.
Hindi nila napansin yung boost ni Coco actually. Kaya nakuha pa, nakapitasan pa sila ng dalawa. And full HP pa si Trix and another member coming from TFO. But then Josh S. nakapag-set na kagad ngayon. Pero merong Hunter's Fury na gagamitin para ma-destroy. And speaking of, nakuha kagad ang lockdown. Sumama pa nga si Carl ngayon kay Courtesy. May rolling thunder pa galing kay Josh S. Stunt ngayon at pupuntahan nila. Pero Coco nakapag-responde kagad. Modski at Josh S. bumagsak sa kamay niya. At na-tradean nga lang ni Ching ang kanyang teammate. Pero Courtesy also was able to take out Ching. At Johan na lang ang natitira. Meron naman siyang Viper Speed pero most likely hindi worth ito dahil apat pa ang natitira. At Coco once again tatapusin si Johan. And advantage ng 2 rounds ngayon ang TFO against ArkAngel.
Yung aggression na pinapakita ng TFO na overwhelm kumbaga yung ArkAngel na kahit despite na si Johan gusto niyang mag-flank sana. But it's too late kasi patay na lahat ng members ng ArkAngel towards A side. So wala na siyang magagawa kundi pasukin or wala na siyang basically choice kundi tapatan yung ilang players. Kulang sila ng players towards A. And with this kind of aggression, TFO, kailangan lang nila ipagpatuloy basically.
Ang ganda na ng mga strats nila eh. Kitang-kita naman natin. Na, lalo na sa post-plant, pinapahirapan nila si ArkAngel sa pag-retake and courtesy. Talagang hindi nila sina-shutdown ngayon yung Aldron niya. Pero nice, at least nalaman nila na parating meron behind yan eh. Of Trix! Siya pa nga nakuha ni Johan. Oh no, at 100 HP. Talagang ganda na pag-hold ni Johan that shot. Medyo namadali ata ni Trix. Now, it's like nire-revive na ang kanyang teammate. Pero Johan
Humahabol si Johan. Gusto niya sana ma-headshot. Baka sakaling lumutang yung ulo ng isang player. Pero looks like a rotation mula sa TFO. Gusto na lang nila i-take yung A side. The smoke nga towards the defender's side entrance. Papuntang A is closed off. Paano i-defend ng ArkAngel to. Johan on the flank sana, pero may nakaabang. Anti-flanker is there para sa TFO. And the smokes mula kay Marty, a dash outside too. Para lang makita ang mga players. Carl with a kill, with another one, and Zerv gets the refrag. Hindi pa napaplant ang spike, a 3 versus 3 situation. Revive mula kay Modski. And Zerv sumilip just right in the moment. A triple para sa round na ito. Modski with the Sheriff with 2 bullets remaining. He gets 1 kill. A 1 versus 1. Isang bullet na lang ang meron siya. The spike is being planted. 4 seconds remaining. What is he gonna do? Oh my God!
Last bullet! Modski! What? Napaka-the odds na ay nasa favor ni Coco, pero Modski with a clutch and last bullet pa! What the play?
What a shot mula kay Modski. Just saving ArkAngel on that round. Kahit na-plant niyo yung spike, aabang lang ako. Yung disiplina nandun, just a one tap. Wala akong pakialam. Hindi ako mag-reload dahil hindi niya alam kung saan ako nakaposisyon ngayon. It's just amazing to see. Grand finals na talaga, Ray.
Nakakagulat. Gulat talaga kami dito right now. Nagkakas. Hindi na siya nag-reload para di siya ma-identify na at the same time. Yung arts
Yung
na
tiwala.
mga
Yung tiwala niya sa sarili niya nandun eh. Sabi ko, I'm gonna hit this shot. Makukuha ko to kahit anong mangyari. At yun nga yung nangyari.
Pero ngayon sinimulan ng Viper's Pit ni Johan para di sila makapunta ng B site. So wala silang choice right now. Most likely, kailangan nila mag-commit from mid to A. Pero kung ma-take out nila si Johan, magiging advantage yun. Pero nga lang, problem is vulnerable sila. Marky, good angle! Pero wala ni Ching ng kanyang operator. Hindi ibibigay ngayon ni Ching ang side dahil nakahold lang siya sa mga angles at kitang-kita niya konting inch na lang at makukuha pa yun. Then, with the smokes coming from Ching, di niya papabayang pumunta pero ni-risk out na ngayon ng TFO ang kanilang pagpunta sa A side. Stand ngayon, salo-salong pagtapo ng abilities ang meron si Bridge. Pero wala pa silang nakakuha ang frag. Nahanala mag-plant. And speaking of, si Zerv ay magpa-planta para sa kanyang teammates pero di ba siya ay ma-aftershocks? Okay, Coco, good shot at matitradean nga lang ni Georgia sa kanyang teammate. Salo-salong trades ang pangyayari. Till babagsak na tayo sa dalawang remaining members ng TFO. Pumagsak pa kay Zerv si Card at 1v1 nga lang. Pero nga lang, Johan ay napakalayo. And Zerv nga lang is at 87 HP. Wala siyang idea kung saan manggagaling. Pero kitang-kita na kagad sa open si Johan.
TFO secures another round. 5-3 ang ating score. Ang nangyari doon is talagang nagstay naman si Johan towards B side dahil nga nakaset up na siya doon. So wala talagang choice yung TFO. Maliban na lang kung gusto nilang pasukin yung pit na yon, no? Wala silang choice kundi mag-A side. Kaso nga lang, habang nagka-flashpoint yung breach natin, which is si Josh S, biglang may sumilip. So hindi na na-tradean o hindi na niya natulungan yung isa niyang teammate sa likod. Walang trades na nangyari dahil hawak niya yung flashpoint niya. At basically, doon na isa-isa na napatay ang mga miyembro ng ArkAngel. Nakakita ng isa si Ching being aggressive. Gusto niya sanang makapitas. The Owl drone is not gonna see anyone.
And look at how also responsive ang TFO sa defense na meron ng ArkAngel. Kanina, nabawasan na sila, but then they're still able to get that. Kaso Marky kinuha ang operator kanina from Ching, takes that revenge, takes him out with some Sheriff. Pero tanda natin, naka-eco round lang ngayon ang mga taga-ArkAngel. Masyadong naging magastos talaga yung kaninang earlier round sa kanila. But now, Marky just tries to seize out and gets, most likely, nahala nila mag-set up para makapag-plant na naman sa A. Then, just checking out mga angles kung meron ba siyang makuha pero wala pa rin sumisilip galing sa ArkAngel. Magiging lucky pa kaya kung may makuha pa si Modski? Card blinded sila. Ginantihan nila ngayon ng paranoia. Now, Josh S. Look at that. Wala Nag-aanga lang siya makita. And dalawa na po yung hindi man na natatamaan lang niya sa leeg banda. Nabawasan lang niya si Zerv right now. Pero halata nun, alam na nila kung saan sila magagaling. Most likely sa Rafters. And the spike has been planted. 3-5. May Hunter's Fury pa ngayon ng TFO, which is courtesy. Coco pa rin. Balong-balo.
Johan, nasa likod lang. Kaso may anti-flank. 20 HP para sa kanya. With the Vandal and 8 bullets. The refrag mula kay Zerv and Trix finishing off the round. 6-3 ang ating score. Ray, yung shot kanina ni Josh S, lalo na nung nakakoncuss na yung kalaban, missed opportunity yon para sa kanya. Dalawang players sana yung kaya niya mapatay. Kaso, hindi niya nakuha yung shots. Hindi nag-connect with the Sheriff.
And also, advantage din kasi ng TFO sa kanilang may mga Vandals versus that Sheriff. Pero di ko pa rin talaga makalimutan yung nangyari kay Modski. Talagang pero yung gumastos ng marami ang TFO on that round. But nonetheless, great advantage pa rin ang meron ang TFO against ArkAngel. Now, Recon Bot, alam nila na mayroong Viper. Ching goes with just setting up just in case nagpupunta at his side. Coco. Si Coco talaga, napaka-key player. Pag Coco talaga no? Malalakas eh. Ako din, Ray Coco na yung pangalan ko para lumakas ako lalo sa Valorant or sa mga ibang games.
Coco Martin nga eh. Ilang episodes.
Malapit na
season
matapos.
Hindi pa rin namamatay, diba? Doon sa ang probinsyano, guys. So, kung ako sa inyo, kung mag-Valorant kayo, kaya kung anong mga laro, lagyan nyo ng Coco pangalan nyo.
Oo. Talagang...
Oh no! Modski! Naunahan on that peak of a head. So may kanya-kanya pang spray ng jet spray.
Get out of my way!
Pero right now, looks like gumamit na. That's gonna be Marky using his Blade Storm. Pero Coco, anong tinitingin ba siya?
Hindi ko alam kay Trix kung meron pa siyang nakikita, ha? Na-paranoia na siya, tapos may breach pa. Magkatabi lang sana ang nakatapat ni Ching. Kaso courtesy, nauna siyang napatay. Josh S on the corner. And now, the spike is being initiated. Ipaplant na Johan again on the flank. Nandito na siya sa side.
Hihintayin niya kung meron ba siyang makuha. May unang mag-audition. Yes! Hello sa'yo. Papangalawa pa nga siya. Pero naka-Blade Storm. And yes, si Marky talagang tinatamaan siya. But Coco finishes off Johan once again. A 7-3 TFO. Ito yung sasabi kong mga unexpected plays or strats na napakita ng TFO against ArkAngel. And looking at that, 7-3. Pero kasi ang goal talaga ng TFO dito is to win many rounds as much as possible sa attacking side. Dahil mamaya, pag nag-switch ang sides, looking back sa naging laban ng Dreamfire and ArkAngel, doon nakabawi ang ArkAngel eh.
Mahirap din naman because yung flank sana ni Johan, usually, late na siya makakapasok ng site. Late na siya makakarating ng site. ArkAngel versus TFO, guys, Grand Finals. The first game in the first map ay Icebox. 14-5-1 on that Battle Sage mula kay Coco.
And Coco, talagang, alam nyo, I've seen him, ano siya dito before, Killjoy siya. Ganito din yung same performance niya para sa TFO sa Icebox. Kaya nakakabilib talaga si Coco right now. And hindi man siya yung para nakita mong highlight videos clutches. Ang sinisigurado niya is nakakapag-refrag siya as much as possible. Starting with 2 frags, usually, or kahit ma-trade off na si Marky, yun yung napaka-importante. And
Eco round mula sa ArkAngel. Kailangan lang nila at least kahit papano kung hindi man nila makukuha ang round na ito, makapitas na maraming players mula sa TFO. Just destroy the economy na meron sila. And probably, there's a possibility din na makuha nila still yung round na to.
ngayon, meron tayo nakita yung para to prevent ang mga flanks ni Trix. Harangan ko na ng ice wall ngayong tube. But then, may dalawang, may Johan versus Market tayo ngayon na operator use. Pero ang TFO, gusto nila magpaka-slowly but surely dahil usually talaga parati na silang pumupunta sa A site. Nababasa na sila ng ArkAngel sa mga kailangan nilang gawin. Pero if Trix good flank lang coming from him, ay mababawasan niya ang ArkAngel. Pwede na silang kumuha ng mga sites kung ano ba ang kaya nilang iset. But speaking of Marky, kailangan niya na magpaka-aggressive guys. If meron ba siya makakuha? Wala. Akala niya meron ata behind the greens. Pero Johan, nasa behind lang. Trix! Speaking of, yan yung sinasabi ko na magiging flank coming from Trix. And he actually took out two. Good shot coming from Johan with his frenzy. Nakapag-heal pa siya, pero di na pahayaan ni Zerv na makuha pa siya right now ni Johan. Pero Marky finishes mode off. Isa na lang natitira. That's gonna be Carl. And Carl with a Spectre takes out Trix. Alam na niya kung saan usually pumupunta si Trix. Pero ngayon yun, kukontest niya pa rin with this Vandal in. Pero 45 HP na lang siya at he's still gonna go up against 3 left agents ng TFO.
Pulot lang ng Vandal. This is again an eco round mula sa ArkAngel. So kung makakakuha siya ng exit frags dito, kung makakakuha ng frag si Carl pagkatapos sumabog ng spike natin, at least worth it. Kaso nga lang, nakita siya ni Coco with the flank, umikot na rin. And then rotation. Securing the kill. 8-3 ang ating score in favor
Last
of
round
TFO.
before the switch.
Mukhang may nag-homework, guys. May nag-homework. Isipin mo, Rhea, chill lang si Marky niyan. Chill pa lang si Marky, yung ating duelist dyan.
Talagang alam naman natin, even if there's just sometimes talaga na kahit it's all about 5v5 naman di ba? It's all about teamwork.
Teamwork makes the dream work, guys. Teamwork. Anyway, gusto ko lang din i-mention, no? With ArkAngel, notorious kasi itong team na to na first game First game, hindi nila makukuha. Tapos ka-comeback sila. Kagaya ng ginawa nila with the DR, di ba?
Kagabi. Oo, but Joshes, kitang-kita na ang ponytail ni Jet. Courtesy, sisimulan niya na kayo. Masakit yun. And speaking of mods, bumagsak na sa Hunter's Fury ni Courtesy. Makakapag-plant ngayon. Meron nga lang, rolling
no, pinatalsik.
Okay. Wala nga nakuha right now. Still, di pa sila nakapag-plant ng spike. Pero Carl was able to take good information kung nasaan sila. I-risk pa ba nila to? Nope. Walang lilipat. Nag-fake lang just in case. And speaking of, isa-isang pabagsak. At isa na lang natitira. That's gonna be Josh S. Most likely sa kanya pupunta. Hindi, tatapusin na siya ni Trix. And yun ang magiging score natin. 9-3 sa first half ng game.
Makakapag-retake sana yung ArkAngel or magkakaroon sila ng chance makapag-retake sana on that position. No? Lalo na after makaset up ng Rolling Thunder ng, ni Josh S. Aside from that, nakikita rin naman natin sa mga players natin sa TFO na ang daming nabubulag with the flashpoint. Kaso, yung mga shots hindi sila nagkikitaan, nakakatago yung TFO. At the same time, may isang beses na may umaakyat ng ropes. And alam naman natin na hindi accurate yung mga shots pag nandun ka, umaakyat ka, tapos may makakakita sa'yo. Mas maganda lang talaga yung positioning ng TFO on that round. Sayang yung Rolling Thunder. Despite that, nabasa. Actually, yun talaga yung sagot Nabasa kahit pa paano ng TFO kung paano ba maglaro ang ArkAngel. And sa mga duel na meron sila nakukuha ng TFO, ang mga shots with the refrags, andun din yung mga trades at saka yung suporta ng team members sa isa't isa.
Pero looking at this, great start para naman sa side ng ArkAngel. Took out Marky already. Wala lang duelist ngayon. Pero may mga holds pa rin coming from TFO. And most likely, kukontes na nilang pisa at marinig na makakapag-respond na rin si Servant. Speaking of, may toxic
paranoia
na rin.
Okay. Smoke lang muna. Relax lang muna. Pero paranoia mula sa ating ArkAngel. Plant din on the side of ArkAngel. 5 versus 4.
And looking at Courtesy, talagang kukuha siya ng magandang info. Kung makakaabot ba ay sayang di umabot. Lahat sila halos sa behind ng yellow. And di pa nila kaagad. Ganda ng setup. At almost the same lang ng ginawa nila. Pero nga lang nangangalahati na ang pag-defuse si Coco. Hindi na binibitawan. And it has been defused by Coco himself.
Ang ganda sana ng setup ArkAngel, no? And lahat sila nagsama-sama sa yellow on that time. Ngayon, may wall pa yung Sage ng TFO. May wall pa dito si Coco. Ito yung nangyari, guys. Replay lang. Coco, binasag niya yung kanyang wall. And hindi nila makita. Siyempre, with the toxic screen. Aside from that, nag-flash sila, yung paranoia, nahirapan na sila, busy silang kumuha ng mga shots, mag-fire ng shots. Hindi na nila nabasag yung wall kanina nung sinet up pa lang no Sage.
And kitang-kita naman natin na sabi nga nila, pros don't fake Taylor. And Coco risked that out with the help also from his teammates. Imagine from a 3-4, kahit nga lang naubos pa rin sila, he was able to defuse it. Now, nakabak ngayon si Marty. Nag-half-buy muna na sila. Kailangan nila maging safe. Pero setups lang muna, slowly but surely. Nakuha nga lang si Ching right now with a nano swarm. Sinamahan ni Coco against Modski. Pero Johan was able to trade out until we have come to a 2v2.
Got the spike.
Joshes with the spike. ArkAngel. Nasa loob sila. The plant being initiated. Carl to support kung merong papasok sa entrance. Paranoia comes in. Nakita niya na yung ulo. Gets a kill. And now for the second kill, he got it. Carl secures the round para sa ArkAngel. 10-4 ang ating score. And the spike is also planted. Magkakaroon sila ng mula dito. Mula.
Pero TFO, dahil nag-half-buy sila, pwede pa rin sila mag-half-buy kaso nga lang sobrang expensive sa side nila. And ArkAngel still, nakabili na si Ching together with Yoan ng kanilang mga Vandals. And kahit leading ang TFO dito, kailangan pa rin nilang mag-secure ng mga rounds dahil once ang ArkAngel nagkaroon ng economic advantage and the ult advantage, nahihirapan sila mag-defend.
Oh, aggressive play from Marky para lang makakuha ng kills on that Bucky. The trade from Johan as well, pero aftershock ginamit na rin for serve. Meron pa siyang wala na siyang paranoia dito, pero may smoke pa siya. Harap-harapan with the classic. Tries to kill Josh S, pero kulang ang firepower na yan. Ito na ang Sage, nakaboost pa sa ating green boxes. And the wall of the Sage is here. Modski healing the teammates. Meron pa siyang isang slow on na natitira. Binabasag na rin yung wall.
Pero nga lang, Coco, inabutan na ni Modski out sa open. Pero 2v4, Trix, merong Bucky ngayon. Talagang nirisk niya pa rin bumili, pero planting na ngayon si Johan. Courtesy goes with the recon bolt. Kung sakasakala nakikita niya kung nasaan. Speaking of, courtesy out sa open, sa angulo ni Josh. Lahat sila 4v1 at 20 HP na lang si Trix. And Johan takes him down. ArkAngel.
Kailangan, muntik na mabawasan lahat. Nabawasan niya nga yung tatlong miyembro with the Bucky, pero masyadong malayo. Buy round para sa ating TFO. Kahit na nakuha nila yung pistol round against ArkAngel. On the second naman ay binawi yan ng team ng ArkAngel at sila nga nagkaroon ng economic advantage towards the 3 rounds. Ito yung kailangan ng mga teams. Lahat ng teams actually, pagdating sa mga malalaking gap, especially sa ating score or sa mga rounds na nakuha, yung early rounds talaga, yung way para bumawi. Kunin nyo na yung pistol round, kunin nyo na yung second to third hanggang fourth, kunin nyo na din. Para lang makabawi at pakonti-konti kesa yung late na masyado.
And kapag nagpatuloy to sa kamay ng ArkAngel, most likely makakita tayo ng tie score. Pero Trix, nagkaroon na nga siya ng good flank once again. Nabawasan na nga si Johan. Pero paunti-unti silang pumupunta papuntang B-side. Pero Spike, dali na una nila. Maybe to just get the good information. Nasaan kaya ang iba? Kaso nga lang, hindi pa rin umaalis sa mga site. Look at that defense na meron ang TFO against ArkAngel.
5-10 ang ating score. Kung iisipin natin, Ray, no? Dati yung mga setup ng Viper na once nilabas mo na yung toxic screen, nalalaman mo na kung saan pupunta. The revive mula kay Modski, Carl, para protektahan yung sanang insta-kill, no? Dahil nga busy mag-revive, ginawa niya with this... Oh my God! Seryoso ba to? Trix getting the 4K! Iba-iba ang tinitignan ng ArkAngel. Courtesy to get another one. 10 seconds para makapag-plant ng spike. Andyan yung ating dark hover. Time is ticking. 3 seconds. Makakaabot pa ang ating spike plant. 2 versus 1 situation. Meron pa siyang paranoia na ginamit. And the flank from Zerg.
Pero nga lang, sasabay na siya. And just checking one by one. Pero, looking at that, may hold ng angle si Ching. Pagsasabay ba siya? Hinahanap pa rin
Ray,
siya.
Pusta ko lang
Malilikuran
Mapapatay
ni
niya yung
Ching.
dalawa.
Pwede.
Gusto ko lang naman.
Yan ang
Gusto
speaking
ko lang
of.
naman. Nostra Taylor lang naman eh.
Most likely dahil low na si Zer. Pero, ayun nga lang at 1 HP! No! Kasi mo, take out, Ching! No! Nabati mo, Taylor!
Pasensya na, Ching. Pasensya na. 1 HP na lang, though. Medyo sinapsycho niya rin kasi.
Yeah.
Kasi yung plant, diba? Nung spike natin eh.
Sige.
Psycho lang muna. Pero kung isipin mo kung inaggressive ni Ching yun, tapos pinatay niya na talaga, 2 kills yun, guys. Just sabi ko sa inyo, panoorin niyo yung replay. 2 kills yun.
2 kills yun. Ano lang, namali lang ng namali lang ng pangalan. Joke lang. But still, 11-5. TFO. Napaka ganda ng performance nila. And looking at that, very dedicated talaga sila sa mga refrags and frags nila. And yung lineup kanina sa mid against ArkAngel. Incredible. But going back tayo sa game, Zerf. Kita na siya ngayon with the beacon bolt.
Hunter's Fury, ginamit na ni Carl para hanapin yung isang miyembro sana ng TFO na na-detect ng Aldrone pero hindi nagko-connect yung Hunter's Fury na yan. Meron pa silang dalawang ultimate na pwede nigamit. Nandiyan pa yung Viper Spit natin at saka yung Rolling Thunder. And the Blade Storm up para kay Marky. Inaantay niya lang mawala yung smoke.
Speaking of, maabangan niya kaya right now si Johan na nasa tube. Hinihintay lang niya eh. Pupunta sa kanya. Inulit-ulit ni Johan para makapag-crush siya. Very perfect timing. Pero lalabas siya most likely. Kaso nga lang, oh
my God, the headshot!
Oh.
Na-late lang ng kaunti sa paglipat ng aim niya, no? And ArkAngel is actually looking for picks lang doon sa position na yun. Kaya watak-watak din yung mga players at iniwan lang din nila yung spike sa base. So, naghanap lang sila ng pwedeng mapick from the players of TFO. Kaso nga lang, lalo lang silang nabawasan. And now, 3 players from ArkAngel. Gusto nila pasukin, pero Trix nag-aabang sa kaliwa. He gets 1 kill. He's going for another one, pero hindi. The kill from Josh S. and the trade is there. Marky nabulag ng flashpoint. Relax lang. Meron tayo play storm, kaso hindi nag-connect yung right click niya.
But remember, dalawa pa. May Rolling Thunder pa naman ngayon si Josh S. Pero may revive pa coming from Coco. And speaking of, spotted na sila sa taas ng tube. They're still playing it out. Bumaba na ulit sila ngayon. And Marky gets a good shot against Kyle and Josh S. Takes him down at match point na kagad para sa the first order here at Icebox.
Securing another yet another round para sa TFO. Mukhang maganda future maliwanag kumbaga no? Ang kinabukasan ng TFO dito sa ating Grand Finals. Coco 17-9-2 KDA. Pag-usapan naman natin yan, that Battle Sage just doing the job.
And
trabaho lang.
Trabaho. Dalawa natin Sentinels. No? So para sa part ng TFO, Coco and Trix. Co-Trix, diba? Patalino naman ni Ray doon sa pangalan. But Coco?
Sige na lang, Ray. Sige na lang.
Isugat. Ako na naman.
Saan ka masaya? Masaya na din ako.
Pero courtesy, sisimulan niya muna. Hunter's Fury takes out Carl. Bawasan na ng information right now ang mga taga-ArkAngel.
Pero mukhang papasok na sila on towards A side. Alarm bot. Na-trigger na rin. Andyan yung wall, yung toxic screen. ArkAngel setting up the spike para sa A side. Aray ko po! Tinamaan ang shock dart courtesy. Getting another kill para kay Josh S. 2 versus 4. Andyan pa yung ultimate ng Viper. Gagamitin ba? Yun ang tanong. Never mind. Never mind.
Ching na lang and Marky finishes him out. And the first game goes to the hands ng the first order. at sa map na pinili nila,
Defenders
which is
win.
Icebox.
A GG para sa team na ito. Chill lang. Relax na relax lang, TFO. Medyo malaki yung gap, especially dun sa first half natin kanina. And then towards the end, kumbaga yun yung mga rounds na hindi na pwede magkamali yung team ng ArkAngel. So the first order o TFO gets the first round para sa ating best of 5 series or actually game 1, no? They get it. And few more games. Mali mo, 2 na lang o baka matapos pa natin yung 5 games.
Yes, and napaka-ganda ng performance ng TFO1. At the same time, yung nagbigay talaga ng rounds para sa kanila is during the first half. Napalaking advantage. Nakuha mo talaga yung first 12 rounds ng TFO, and yun yung nagbigay ng malaking advantage, and ArkAngel kaya nila bumawi. They need to make yung good setups, and it's still congratulations sa TFO for the very first match pa rin. Pero huwag kayong mag-alala dahil may second game, may third game, fourth game, and fifth game pa tayo. We are your shoutcasters, Ray. I'm with Taylor, and see you in a bit.
Me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only time I light that I ever hide from. Cause I'm red and blue lights, I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at, yeah, where you come from?
Lost in
Who you wanna become?
You dead.
Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to Gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. What I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you can never
next
break
life.
it. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave back.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
It's a bullseye.
At nagbabalik kayo dito sa Week 3 ng VALORANT Challengers Tour presented to us by PPGL. At kami yan yung shoutcasters. Ako si Ray at kasama ko na naman si Terror.
Na naman, parang galit ka ata sa akin. Parang ayaw mo akong kasama. Na naman. Guys, ang sakit, guys. Pero okay lang. Welcome back nga sa VCT. Gaya ng sabi ni Ray, TFO versus ArkAngel para sa ating Grand Finals. 1-0 na ang ating score in favor of TFO. First map pa lang. Best of 5 to, guys, ha? Best of 5 to. Baka mamaya isipin nyo, last round na yung next. Ganyan. Last game na yung next.
Problema na ata yung
mali
iba
yung
mga
prediction ko
supporters.
agad. Doon ako nalulungkot. Mali yung prediction ko. Pero ayos lang. Maganda yung matches.
Sabi mo 3-0 ako, sabi ko 3-1. So, very... pero mali mo baka 3-1 ng TFO. Di natin alam. Pwedeng ganun ang mangyari. But still, napagandang performance coming from TFO and Taylor. I think may gusto ka nga sabihin tungkol sa naging matches between these two teams.
Yeah, yung first map nga natin, which is yung Icebox, no? Maganda sana yung pag-take ng mga sites ng ArkAngel. Yung Toxic Screen, nandun na yung wall ng Sage. Nakukuha nila yung site actually. Ang nagiging problema lang talaga o nagiging issue is yung pagdating ng post plant. Si Johan, gusto niya sana yung Viper niya, gusto sana niya mag-line up Kaso nahuhuli siya lagi, merong flank talaga lagi yung TFO. The same time, pareho naman teams, merong mga sarili o kanya-kanyang flanks. But pagdating sa mga duel, talagang TFO just gets it.
And at the same time talaga, yung gustong iwasan ng ArkAngel against TFO earlier, yung mga post plants na meron ng TFO. Pagka post plant nila, talagang they have that good angles. Alam nila kung ano yung magiging response nila sa mga abilities na isa-set ng ArkAngel into the retake. And yun yung nagbigay pugay sa kanila to get yung mga rounds during the first half. And it's too late na para sa ArkAngel bumawi nung nag-start ang second half.
Well. Hindi pa naman too late ang lahat, guys. First map pa lang yan, first game pa lang natin, at ang susunod nating game. Alam niyo naman, guys, notorious ang ArkAngel pagdating sa mga first map, natatalo sila, tapos nakaka-comeback talaga sila, di ba? So, malay natin, ganun yung mangyari for this time around. Grand Finals to, guys. So, sa mga kaka-tune in lang, o first time manood ng VCT, kwentuhan natin sila, Ray. Ano na ba yung mga nangyari sa past few weeks? Yung stage 1 natin, ano bang meron?
Yung stage 1, we had yung Bren Esports, nanalo na sila during the first week. Pero syempre, nag-seed lang sila up until second week at sila na yung pinakaunang team na papasok sa Masters. And nakita nyo naman kung kailan yung dates, diba? So it will start on March 11. So nakaka-excite, March 11 kaagad. Talagang wala na patumpik-tumpik pa. Pero at the same time, this week, ang magsasabi sa atin sinong makakuha naman ng second slot going into Masters.
That's right. Tama yung sinabi ni Ray, guys, no, na 2 PH representatives ang meron tayo para sa ating Masters. This time around, itong mga brackets natin, kaya wala kayong nakikitang Bren Esports dahil pasok na po sila. So this time, itong mga other top teams naman ang magpapakitang gilas. Going to our next map, Split. TFO versus ArkAngel. TFO para sa ating defender side at agent picking na tayo. Mukhang gusto nilang ituloy ang ano natin, no? Dalawang duelist. Nandyan din si Coco with the Sage ulit na napakaganda ng pinakita kanina. Tricks on the Killjoy at si Zerv naman with the Omen, Courtesy, and Marquee respectively on the Raze and Jet.
Ito yung usual na lineup na nakikita natin sa TFO and ArkAngel. So ito na yung comfortable lineup sila at the same time best lineup nila na papakita nila sa split match. Na syempre, mag-grand finals na ngayon and looking at that, almost the same talaga ang agent picking ng dalawang teams.
Yung isa nga lang, si ArkAngel, meron silang breach na pinili at balikan ko lang, ArkAngel, si Ching, magji-jet na. Hindi na natin siya makikita as an Omen. Si Johan na ang mag-Omen. At Killjoy and Raze. Sa tingin mo, dyan sa mga agent selection na yan, sino sa dalawang team na to ang sa tingin mo mananalo?
Sa tingin ko, sa part ng ArkAngel, napaka-useful ng breach nila, especially na nasa attacking side sila. We have that good sets, especially napakalaki ng AoE, area of effect ng PPGL ni Brimstone Breach sa mga corners na meron on the sides. And at the same time, ito yung lineup ng ArkAngel na nagpanalo, 'di ba? Against DR Esports.
Papasok pa lang sila doon sa mail, no? blinding. Magsha-shades na lang yung TFO, kumbaga, para sa kanila. Pinili nga ang mapa na ito ng ArkAngel. So, ang defense natin magsisimula sa TFO. Welcome to game number 2, Best of 5 series.
And here it is. Kita-kita mo naman dito. Sa split na to, parang feel ko talaga may Japan vibes to eh. Yeah. Kita mo naman, nagbabatian sila ng have fun, good luck. At sisimulan na kagad ni Ching at ni Josh S. Pero Marky, hindi nila na-expect na nasa ramps kagad. And Josh S. nauna first to kill coming from Marky. Pero nakapasok pa sila ngayon sa site. Planting na kagad si Carl. At mag-retake na lang ngayon ang TFO against them.
Plano for retake nga, 3 towards sa ating speeds. At nagiging aggressive ang TFO. Hinahanap nila ang mga players ng ArkAngel. Tatamaan ng Angel si Cheng dito. Courtesy securing the kill. Updraft mula sa Jen. Nasira na rin yung kanyang turret mode ski. On the other hand, with a headshot, going for the 3rd kill. Is he gonna get it? Nope. 3 players remaining. Magandang retake mula sa TFO and a defuse just to secure the first round of game number 2.
And looking at that, talagang they just waited upon ArkAngel. Talagang nag-open. Pero good thing naman for ArkAngel is nakapag-plant sila na spike. Pero nga lang, ang TFO, they really went in to secure the rounds by just looking at every corner. Alam nila, nakapag-plant, mag-retake na lang sila. Yun yung magiging focus nila.
Spectre buy para sa ating ArkAngel. Isa sa malalaking importanteng factors pagdating sa mga games natin, no? Yung momentum na nakukuha during the first rounds. Hindi lang siya basta-basta na, oh, okay, nakuha niya yung first round pistol, nice. Pero yung economic advantage, yung momentum na nabibuild papunta sa mga rounds natin, going to 2-0, tapos possibility pa na ma-3-0, nadadagdagan agad basically yung rounds. Kasi first to 13 naman talaga to eh. Maliban na lang kung meron tayong overtime.
And ArkAngel, kailangan talaga nila bumawi para ay na ang score natin. And it's like a reset once again pag nagtayang kanilang scores. Pero they wanted to control mid. So that won't be possible with the slow orb tsaka ice wall coming from this age.
Jet, nag-aabang sa ating ramps. Dark cover mula sa Omen.
Pero Marky, 5 HP na lang.
Pahil muna! Pahil! Ayan na, ready naman si Coco eh. Pahil. Pero nandun na nga yung heal, so balik na ulit sa laro yung Jet natin. Traps ng Killjoy for TFO. Yung alarm bot, nandyan lang sa may ramps. And yung ating turret, nandun lang din sa rafters.
And most likely, pupunta sila ng B with them going in towards
30
the
seconds
tower.
left.
28 seconds remaining ha. May flash tayo.
Meron pa tayong smokes. And wala na nga agad siyang na-take out. Pero courtesy at Johan na-tradean na ang kanilang mga teammate. Babalik tayo sa apat at serve. Once again, modes ulit. Trades coming from them. Isa na lang natitira. Josh S. Kaso nalikuran ni Trix. And it goes once again. May ng the first order.
Natagalan magdesisyon ng ArkAngel doon. Kung nakita nyo kanina guys, kung sinisilip nyo yung minimap natin, o tinitignan nyo habang wala pang nangyayari, no, gusto sana nila mag-mid control. Kaso nga lang, ibang players o yung 2 players ng ArkAngel ay nandoon heading towards A. Then nag-decide sila na atras muna tayo, may dark cover ng dito, ng Omen. So siguro punta muna tayong B. Now, pagdating nila sa B site, ang natitirang segundo na lang na meron sila ay nasa 28. So, yun, ganun kabilis na dapat maklear nila yung site, makapag-plant sila ng spike na aabot doon sa ating 4 seconds rather.
Pero nga lang, Marky, expect niya kagad na may manggagaling sa ramps. Nakuha na nila lang kagad si Ching. 4 na lang natitira. Ginamitan pa nila ngayon ng lockdown. Wala nga lang madedetain. But Johan gets out Coco here at Amin na naghihintay sa kanya. At makakapag-plant sila ngayon ng spike. Pero Trix na detain! Pero na-bait yata! Hindi nila in-expect! Check corners every time!
Oh my God!
You need to check corners, my friend. At isa na lang titira. Marky finishes Carl. And 3-0 coming from the first order.
Actually, ArkAngel, nung nag-lockdown sila, merong na-detain na isa, which is si Trix ngayon. Nandun lang siya sa corner ng ating A site. Habang naka-detain siya, busy yung ArkAngel na tumingin sa ibang lugar, maliban na lang doon. Lahat na tinignan nila, maliban sa corner ng A site, no? So, saktong-sakto na natapos yung lockdown, yung actually yung pagkakuha sa kanya, biglang naging online yung kanyang Spectre and then gets a double kill, tapos dumating pa yung paranoia, nasaktuhan pa. Then meron na ring trade na nangyari or actually a support mula sa kanyang ka-teammate. Securing the kill. Ayun yung nangyari basically that round. Going to our next round naman, the fourth. 3-0 in favor of TFO. Coco gets a kill on Ching with that Phantom.
Dahil parati na lang ine-expect na merong isa at least coming from ArkAngel na gustong mag-control ng mid. Kaya kailangan nilang mag-take out siguro ng 1 or 2, especially with the duelist na meron ngayon ng ArkAngel. But now then, contest pa rin nila itong mid-mail. As we go, may naka-booster na flash out by their bridge. Josh S gets courtesy, kaso din na kagad sa angulo ni Marky ngayon si Carl. At tayo na lang ay 3 sa 4. Hindi pa nila napaplat ang spike, pero may isa pang mag-audition ngayon kay Marky. At 2 na lang sila ngayon natitira. Makukuha pa kaya ni Marky ngayon. Si Johan, yes! At
last player, Motzki.
Nakash pa ni Motzki! What? With only 15 HP, open na open si Coco sa kanyang angulo. And ArkAngel was able to take that round against TFO.
Alam natin yung capabilities ni Motzki pagdating doon sa Sheriff o paghawak niya yung Sheriff, no? Just a quick replay, Marky getting 1 kill. Hindi nag-connect yung 2 shots niya actually dito. But with the pistol, nakuha niya pa rin si Johan. Kaso nga lang, Motzki is just on point with the Sheriff. Look at that.
Yung boxes talaga is naging cover niya din at the same time eh. Alam mo, nakakadalawang clutch na ngayon si Motzki sa kanyang mga Sheriff plays. So, it's really unexpected coming from him. Pero ngayon, Marky, naka-Bladestorm. Pero Motzki, unahan kaagad siya sa pagkuha ng angulo. At bawas na ngayon ang TFO. At Johan succeeds sa pagpa-flank ni Trix. Hindi na sila madadali ng mga naging pagkakamali nila.
Bakit nagpo-push ang TFO? Defender side! Pinupush nila, nagiging aggressive sila towards ArkAngel. Alam naman nila na nandun na si Motzki, pero isa-isa nilang pinapasok. Kung gusto nyo pasukan si Motzki, bakit hindi sabay-sabay? Tapatan nyo ng sabay-sabay kung gusto nyo ng duel, guys. So anyway, getting that round, ArkAngel, hindi na nila kailangan lumabas ng base para lang makuha yung round na yan. Isa-isang lumapit na sa kanila yung TFO.
And kitang-kita naman natin, Taylor, na ang gusto maging advantage ng ArkAngel against TFO, knowing napalitan ng map na to at kailangan nila mag-secure ng good sets, is yung map control. Kita mo naman, di ba? Sa mga angles na meron ng TFO, talagang zone out nila eh, para makuha nila kagad yung, para mapitas nila, rather.
3 tao ang nasa mid for ArkAngel. Ready ang flashpoint para pasukin yung ating mid-mailan. At kitas na nga si Courtesy at Coco with the wall. Para lang madili kahit papano.
You should run. Observe, blinded nga lang siya. Ching takes him out. Napaka-aggressive plays coming from ArkAngel. Look at that utilization nila ngayon ng mga kanilang abilities and skills. Nakapag-lockdown na kagad. But still, walang madedetain. Trix is just waiting sa kanila sa alley. Let's go back kay Coco. Just waiting for them to come in. Pero makakapag-itig pa nga TFO, knowing na may 5 pang natitira. At out na sa open right now si Coco. That trade lang siya ni Carl. Trix was able to take out Johan. And may lockdown na ngayon na naikib si Trix with that kill.
Still, ang tanong, is it worth it na mag-lockdown siya sa map na to? Especially Marky, nakuha na rin ng ArkAngel. Ngayon pa lang magpa-plant.
Spike planted.
Ang team na ito, 30 HP remaining, meron siyang turret na pwedeng magamit para lang makakuha ng impormasyon o kaya naman pwede niya rin gawing shield. Depende na lang sa kanya anong gusto niya gawin with this. Pero sa tingin ko, isa-save niya na lang yung operator na meron siya. Magagamit ito ni Marky. And nakita naman natin si Marky kanina with the operator. shots connect.
Pero right now, most likely, alam ng ArkAngel na may sinesave na lang si Trix. So,
Modski,
naka-knife
RIP,
out ka.
Modski.
RIP! Paalam sa'yo, Modski.
Parang ngumiti pa siya eh. Ngumiti pa siya pagkasilip ng operator. Naka-smile, guys. O, susunod naman, next. Carl, mula sa Marikina. Sisilip. Ay, nakuha niya yung kill. Okay, anyway.
Sa
Isa
iba
from
nakatingin.
Marikina, hinulaan ko lang yun, guys. Baka mamaya sinasabi yung data privacy eh.
Sa ibang facing nakatingin si Trix eh. Hindi niya na-expect na meron namang gagaling from heaven, and that is Carl himself. 3-all na right now ang teams natin, and seems like the ults are ready. Ang magiging strat na lang ng mga teams ngayon is to use it properly sa pag-set nila.
Labanan ng utilities, labanan ng ultimates. This is the 7th round. Zerv on top. Para lang makapag-dark cover towards mid. Gusto pa rin mag-mid control or actually looking for picks ang ArkAngel as of the moment. Hahanap lang kung merong mapipitas.
But remember si Trix, nasa vents na. They might get him, lalo na pag lumabas siya. Pero knowing na nasa close range lang siya, pwede niyang i-risk. Pero most likely, with the advantage ng Vandals and Phantoms in from ArkAngel, may hirapan siya lumabas.
Yung info ng Raze na yan, especially with the boombot, alam niya na merong mga tao sa mid, pero nasa malayong parte pa yan. So, ang gagawin niya na lang dito, basically, mag-aantay sa sulok, may hawak na Bucky. Hindi siya makakapag-push, pero the flashpoint just to secure the kill!
Great advantage talaga ng ArkAngel kanina flash, pero hindi papayag si Marky. Into Yohan going to his hands. Ching takes out serve. And now, speaking of Coco, out
30 seconds
sa
left.
angle ni Modski at nakakapasok sila kagad ng VCT.
Last player standing.
Yung angles na piniplay dito ng ArkAngel, mini-make sure nila na nasa malayo sila, no? Nakita na nga nila yung Bucky na hawak, and obviously, na-foresee nila yung future na guys, magbabaki tong mga to pag nag-eco kahit papano. Dahil nga yung mga corners pagdating sa mapa na to is actually nice for a Bucky. Pero Joshes finally getting the last blow on Team TFO. 3-4 ang ating scores. Tingin mo matatapos ng dikit to, Ray?
Sa tingin ko, hindi. Bakit? Tingin ko, mag-lead na talaga ang ArkAngel ngayon. Especially, they have a good eco. At the same time naman, bumili naman ng TFO. Pero, yung control talaga nila sa mid going into either A or B kung saan man sila magkakaroon ng advantage. Doon nila nahuli ang TFO. Hinayaan nila si TFO ang lumapit. Hindi ko alam kung bakit, pero na-excite masyado yung TFO eh. Para hulihin sila eh. Kaya sila na-outsmart parate ng ArkAngel.
Kung paano maglaro ang TFO is actually kind of parehas silang aggressive. With ArkAngel, aggressive din yung mga plays nila. And that's how TFO plays as well from time to time. Lalo na kapag hindi sila nakabucky. Pero with Marky, na may operator na ulit, maraming possibilities ang mangyayari.
Makakapag-hold lang siya ngayon eh. Iiwasan most likely ng ArkAngel mapunta sa kamay ni Marky sa isang kanilang mga miyembro. Pero Trix, dito pa rin sila sa ramps waiting. Most likely, nakikita nila si Johan. Ngayon, sisimulan na. Meron na kagad showstopper. Magagamit niya ba ito? Yep pa. Pero
magagamit niya, pero ang tanong, magkoconnect ba?
Nasaan? Wala siyang nakita. Akala niya may nagsistay pa rin sa B-main. At isa-isa na nga silang babagsak kay Marky. Nope, di papayagan ni Ching na mapupunta pa si Marky.
Walang tinamaan si Josh S with the showstopper and the killjoy lockdown. Wala rin mahuhuli. Pero ready na! Sa ating screens, Trix sa harap ng kanyang alarm bot. Actually, sa harap ng alarm bot ng kalaban. What? What a shot mula kay Trix. Just a little bit of shoulder peek.
Last player standing.
Josh S tries to go for a flank, pero nag-check kagad ng corners ang TFO. At si Modski na lang natitira, going up against 4 and Trix. Pababag sa kanya si Modski. Tayo na naman.
Galit yung Jet. Galit na galit yung Jet. Ano lang naman, nagde-defuse lang naman ng spike.
Ba't nasungit pa, Jet?
Pero kung iisipin nyo guys, gaya ng sabi ko, once na nahawakan ni Marky yung operator, ang daming open possibilities na mangyayari. Especially kapag nakakuha siya ng pick, which is nangyari nga sa round na yun kanina. And once na nakakuha kasi siya alam mo yun, dash out ako. Tapos kayo muna guys, bahala kayo. Supportahan nyo lang ako. Tapos magre-reposition ako para makakuha ulit ng isa pang pick. And ArkAngel, despite the efforts, nandun yung lockdown, yung showstopper, walang tinamaan or wala ring napitas. TFOs just basically has the discipline para dun sa retake niyan.
And then, at the same time, they're actually very careful. But then, Marky, sis, Josh S, kaso nga nagkasalsihan sila. Pinangunahan nila, makakaiwas siya with a dash out. Pero Ching, uunahan na niya ngayon si Marky. Paganda ng ginawa ni Ching doon. Hayaan na lang niya.
Maganda rin naman sana yung gagawin ng TFO yung plano Nandun na yung aftershock, ang bilis mag-react ni Coco with the wall para makapag-dash. Kaso nga lang, prepared talaga ang ArkAngel at ina-expect nila yon. Deserve na pitas ni Josh as ArkAngel has 5 people, 2-man advantage kesa sa TFO.
Pero, lights, madadown nga lang si Josh S. May courtesy, but Mosky was able to take trades for his teammate. Meron pa naman ngayong lockdown si Trix, pero most likely di nila i-risk that. At Scarl sees him out at B Tower.
Init ang laban. Finals na nga talaga. Finals na nga talaga, guys. Pero Mosky doing some kills para sa ArkAngel. 11-5 to KDA. Not bad. Aside from that, yung flashpoint ni Carl, sobrang importante actually. Ang daming pick-off na nakukuha ng ArkAngel dahil sa flashpoint na yan. Pag ginamit sa vents, pag ginamit doon sa mid-mail, parang sure na sure lagi Pati na rin yung concuss na ginagamit niya, yung flashpoint, nandoon din yung aftershock. Pasok lahat
And doon nila pinapaiwas ang TFO to get them sa mga angles. Speaking of that, nakita na nila kung saan courtesy. So makakapag-set na sila going into B, pero iiwasan nila most likely dahil naka-Bucky. But looking at that, bawas na naman si Johan sa kamay ni Marky with his Blade Storm na nakabang lang ngayon sa corner ng attacking side.
Hindi ko alam sa dalawang to guys, pero nakikita ko yung future na mamamatay si Carl. Harap-harapan with a Blade Storm. Mukhang hindi ata na-inform na namatay yung isang player ng ArkAngel kanina with a Blade Storm as well. Trix. Aabangan niya na lang talaga na merong lumapit sa Spike. Wala namang choice Yung ArkAngel kung di polluted to Maliban na lang kung uubusin nila. Sabay-sabay nilang papasukin si Marky. Ito na. Dark cover. A double kill! Oh my God! 4K on this round. Si Marky lang ang umubos dahil iniwan nila yung spike sa base.
And naka-line up sila doon actually sa angle ni Marky. And napagandang advantage na to. Pero still, open naman ang A para mag-plan si Josh as but numbers game is ticking. We still have 3 TFO members coming at his side. Pero makakapag...
Ano ko po? Sumabog sa mukha. 14 HP remaining. Bucky ang katapat of... Now, the peak from courtesy secures the kill. Lapit naman kasi. Kahit ako matatakot sa kilip Wala ka ng choice kaso dahil kabilaan na yung mga players from TFO na nagpo-push towards him. Nakakalungkot lang isipin na si Marky na nandun lang sa base all this time ang isa-isang nakaubos sa kanila. 5-5 ang ating score. Very close one. Very close match.
Just the same lang as Icebox almost earlier na nagka-tie pero nga lang nag-lead na kagad ng sunod-sunod ng TFO. Pero ngayon, looking at to, nihintay lang niya. Okay, gets one. And hinihintay niya pa rin. Nasa kanya ngayon ang odds Pero this lineup, tignan mo, saktong-sakto.
Nagtagu-taguan sila, guys. Nagtagu-taguan. The dark cover, hindi ko alam kung sino yung tinulungan Si Marky ba o yung ArkAngel?
Right now, Marky holds ulit sa mid. Saka-sakaling may kuha, pero maganda to. Blue Pots together with the ice wall. Na-expect na niya na may manggagaling most likely accurate hit. Pero nispray siya. So, kailangan niya lumayo bago pa siya mabiktima ng Phantom Spray na yan.
Rolling Thunder towards B. Papasukin na to ng ArkAngel ng isang mabilis. Paranoia in. Josh S looking for someone to tag. Hindi nag-connect yung shot ni Marky dito. Coco goes down in the hands of Motsky. Josh S dahan-dahan na po-forward pero dalawang players ang nakaabang sa kanya. Flashpoint in! Napulag yung dalawa! Now the paint shells magko-connect pa! Atras dito si Marky. Meron pang lockdown na natitira. He gets one kill. Is he gonna go for another one? Nag-connect yung shot! 2 versus 2 situation! Trix doesn't get the kill, but without the scope! Oh my God, Marky! Operator God.
Remember, 52 HP pa siya. He still have a chance.
Oh,
Nagdashin,
no!
pero alam mo, nalilikuran nila Carl, and Carl finishes out Marky. Oh,
Pero hindi ako makapaniwala sa mga nangyari, guys. That is a highlight. Aantayin ko yung replay natin. Ito yung replay. Sige, anong nangyari? Isa, pitas, lahat, sisilip ulit. Oh, gets the second one. Oh, syempre, hindi na ako magzo-zoom in, hindi na ako mag-aim pa. Ho! The third one. Grabe.
Pero ang sad thing about is that wala kasi siyang information kung nasaan si Bridge. And sayang nalikuran siya.
Kinabahan siguro nung malala yung ArkAngel, no?
Muntik tayo dito.
Ninervyos.
Good set of lockdowns.
My
Kaso
God.
unahan na nila kagad. Ang pag-push ng ArkAngel.
Marky is on fire. Walang nakuha sa lockdown. Dalawang players sa sumilip. Kay Modsky, the support mula kay Courtesy. Showstopper. Oh! Surprise! Kaso, nabalik din. Johan natamaan ng Showstopper. 6-6. Gusto ko lang i-comment kung gaano kaganda ang performance ni Marky sa match na to. 19-10-0 KDA. The kills mula dun sa operator na halos mukhang imposible na pero nagawa niya pa din. Grabe, ang ganda.
And kamuntikan pa na ma-ace actually, di ba? Kamuntikan lang pero that could have been a good clutch din. At the same time, Taylor, kitang-kita natin sa split. 6-all ang parehas na teams. Pero ang magiging sagot na lang dito is, malaki ba yung magiging advantage ng TFO sa attacking side? Yun yung kailangan natin abangan kasi may advantage ng flashes ang ArkAngel against them. So, mape-prevent at makakapag-hold pa sila ng time para hindi makapush ang TFO going into the sides.
Speaking of push, sinecure na ng ArkAngel na nakuha nila yung orb sa Garage B. Mukhang the 3 players from TFO nasa loob ng ramps. May alarm bot lang sa gilid.
Dahil alam na nila, they will be coming from ramps. Kuha na kagad sabi ni Ching, back up, back up!
Atras muna.
Atras.
Ready muna sa retake, pero mukhang they're gonna jump onto the ropes at may nakakita. Josh S. nakuha ang kill na yan against Courtesy. Marky, kailangan mo umakyat! 69 HP. Nice.
Healing. And going back, naubo ko lang.
Na-choke ka ata, Rhea.
Na-choke ako doon. Marky. At 100 HP, push pa rin siya right now sa B. Ay, sa A-ramps rather. Pero, ang mulang pa sila. At time is ticking naman sa pressure ng ArkAngel. Kita-kita na kayo si Josh. Na-burst pa nga niya. At pero behind the smoke.
Onting kanan lang, nakita pa nga. Carl, umuupo lang sa tabi, tumatambay, pero nahuli pa.
At dalawa na lang ang natitira at spotted na. Alam na nila na magagaling sila ngayon sa B-Rafters. Pero Ching, isa-isa. Serve, bumagsak sa kanya. 1v2. Remember, it's Ching, pero Marky finishes up. Ching, and this round goes to TFO's hands.
Grabe si Marky. Parang nakasampung kape to
And looking at that, si Marky pa lang yung kaisa-isang player na meron ng 20 plus frags. 23 frags.
Galit na galit eh. Every round, minimum kills 2K. 2 kills yung kanyang minimum. Pero si Carl doon parang na-checkpoint kumbaga eh. Kumbaga sa mga tambay, guys, this pandemic, alam mo yon, nahuli ng barangay.
Bawal. Lagpas na kayo sa curfew. Bakit kayo nasa labas ng
curfew si Carl. Flashpoint, hindi na bulag si Courtesy. Mabubumbot sana, pero yung fake shells. Oh my God, the one flick.
Coming from Ching, it's quite unexpected advantage na to ng TFO. They need to use this against ArkAngel. Pero kailangan mo mag-check talaga ng corners dahil pag ikay pumalya sa Sheriff na hawak-hawak na
Di pa clear yung site, ha? Paboritong pwesto to ni Modski, lalo na kapag defenders. At ayun na nga, the headshot para kay Marky versus the Vandal. Classic game!
But then Modski gets again! Nakakuha na siya ngayon ng Vandal! At thrifty round pa nga galing sa ArkAngel! Yan ang kailangan gawin talaga ng every player sa VALORANT, Taylor. Check corners, lalo na at behind the screen, the site mismo sa default.
Economy? Anong economy? Walang bibili, wala nang bili-bili. Classic lang, okay na. Nakapulot pa nga sila ng mga kanya-kanyang barel. That's crazy. ArkAngel. Ayaw nilang makuha ng TFO itong second round natin. Knowing na sila pa yung pumili ng mapa na to.
And kahit second half, walang magbibigayan sa bawat na teams. Tayo pa rin na score, walang may advantage, pero Modski sinimulan na takes out tricks. Marky nalikuran si Ching, nakakuha na siya right now, pero it really hurts ang sentry gun na yan. Nakapasok na siya ngayon sa loob ng site, pwede na sila makapag-plant. Pero nga lang, nagiging cautious na sila ngayon.
Matakot na eh. Get out of my way! Mapapasabi ka na lang ng ano eh. Lapre, classic na classic tayo. Diba? Na thrifty round. 4 versus 4.
Courtesy gets 2! Naka-burst! What? 20 HP left! Nakuha pa nga ng dalawang pumila sa kanya, which is a classic ginantian ang pangyayari kanina sa previous round. 1v3. And Serve takes out Carl. A thrifty round. Also, will be getting by a TFO 8-7.
Ray, feeling ko wag na silang bumili ng baril eh. Feeling ko classic na lang silang lahat eh. Crazy, grabe. Pero ito, seryosong usapan muna. Marky, ang taas ng confidence na yun. Kung sasabihin natin na ang isang tao kaya niya maging 100% confident, Marky is at 110. Kung pwede pang gawing 200%, yun yung gagawin. Nakita mo ba? Parang naglalaro lang siya ng Spike Rush eh. Dire-diretso lang siya kahit sinong kalaban. Alam niya na nandun yung Jet, nandun si Cheng. Sinusundan niya talaga.
And he's sure din kasi na matatradean siya kahit sa ganitong gagawin niya, nagpapaka-aggressive siya. Confident siya na mayroong mga teammates siya na nasa likod niya. Like, here, kitang-kita mo naman, diba? They will just be spraying sa mid, pero si Marky wala siyang makakuha, so most likely, they will be coming. At A, like sa ramps, may mga trap set in here by Modski. Ching, babalik na ngayon sa A tower kung saan niya pwede ma-meet ang kanyang mga kalaban. Pero blocking na with the smokes in. Oy, mabiktima na naman kayo pag di kayo nag-check ng corners, and Marky natuto na sa kanyang pagkakamali. Takes out Modski. 4 na lang ang natitira para sa ArkAngel. May showstopper naman sila dito na pwede na lang magamit. Courtesy takes out someone at ramps, but Ching out sa open si Courtesy sa kanyang angle here at screens. And speaking of, Josh S was able to take out Coco with his showstopper. 3 sa 4, pero planted ng Spike. May advantage pa rin naman
si
sila
Marky.
dito.
Nakaparanoia na yan pero nakakita ng ulo. Going for the second kill, and now TFO securing yet another round. Kung sasabihin natin yung usual na sinasabi natin na ano ba yun? Yung ano nyo, pagod na. Hindi, iba dito. Marky nyo, galit na guys! Look at this quick replay lang kung ano man nangyari. Paranoia na siya. Naramdaman niya na at narinig niya na yung players at ready for action. Marky getting a 3K on that round. Grabe naman, Marky!
Every time up until now, Taylor, kailangan ng ArkAngel to be careful sa post-trans. Ever since nung unang match, yun din ang naging problem nila against TFO. Up until now, yun pa rin.
Maliban dun, isa sa problema nila ng ArkAngel is hindi lang yung strategy eh. Hindi lang yung mga post-plant eh. Si Marky talaga isang malaking issue para sa ArkAngel. On point lahat. Pagdating sa tutok, walang whiff! Walang ganun! Ching, dash out with the Blade Storm.
Pero, careful lang ang TFO. Yoan out kay Courtesy. Makakapag-line up pa nga. Speaking of, yes, nakabaka pa si Coco Modski. Nakuha na naman ng pistol shot. Takes out Tricks at least ngayon meron siyang lockdown. Pero nga lang may advantage check now ng TFO pagdating sa mga baril. And it's gonna be hard for them, pero may Blade Storm right now si Ching. Kita na nila na nasa corner siya. Gagamitin ng
Fire in the hole na. Sinalo yung paranoia. Yung showstopper din. Courtesy getting yet another kill. Blade Storm mula kay Ching or Marky. Oh my God. Spike planted para sa TFO.
And we only have one left. And naka-pistol lang right now si Modski. Going up against 4. Pero nakapulot na siya. Kaso magbabot na ng pain shot si Courtesy. Magsisave na lang ngayon si Modski most likely. Napakagastos ng round na to para sa kanila.
Exit frags ang hanap. Exit frags ang nais ni Modski. Wala siyang magagawa. Kailangan niya lang basically mag-save. 9-7. Actually going 10-7 na yung score natin.
And double-digit score ng TFO. Kanina, salit-salit lang ng rounds. Pero Taylor, it gets really intense as TFO takes the lead 10-7. At nothing can stop Marky right now. 28-11.
Marky nyo, galit na guys. Chat nyo, hashtag Marky nyo, galit na. It's time. TFO is really doing it. Nagliligpit. Nagtatrabaho lang. Well, seriously speaking though, Ray, no? Pagdating kasi sa mga duel ng TFO at saka ng ArkAngel, doon talaga pag sa mga picks, nauunahan sila ng TFO na makakuha. Nakukuha agad yung kills, nandun agad yung trades. Kapag nabawasan ng konti, yung isang player, umaatras siya, tapos iba yung tatapat, o kaya sa ibang corner manggagaling yung isang kalaban, naku-caught off guard yung ArkAngel. Kita mo? The fix is there. The revive agad-agad. Mula kay Coco, alagang Coco muna. And napasok na sila dito sa B-side.
Alagang Coco Melon. Pero balik muna tayo ngayon sa pag-lockdown ng team ArkAngel. Baka sakaling may ma-detain. Pero they just planted it out sa open.
No way! Hindi
Pero nasa
nakatingin si Ching! Hindi nakatingin si Ching!
Naka-default hindi si Ching nakatingin! Ibang nakatingin at detain ngayon si Zerv!
Oh my God! Nagets ko na! Si Zerv nahuli ng lockdown! Bakit hindi sila nagkakakitaan? Anong nangyayari? Ching securing the last kill on Zerv! Hindi nakabaril si Zerv dahil nahuli siya ng lockdown. Sinasadya niya ba to o hindi siya naka-TP? Hindi ko sure. Pero nandun na siya sa corner na yon.
Ginaya lang niya si Modski, pero nga lang mas naging successful si Modski.
Sabi ko, bakit walang bumabaril? Bakit hindi binabaril? Yung ArkAngel, dumaan na, nandun na siya sa corner. Yung pala, pagtingin ko sa kanya, nahuli pala siya ng lockdown.
And napaka-perfect ng timing ng ArkAngel to set that lockdown actually. And knowing na yung plant ng Spike ay nasa default, di nila may kita at all if naghihintay lang sila from B main.
Aggressive plays mula sa TFO. Grabe yung confidence nila pagdating sa mga sites na pinapasok nila, pagdating sa mga sinisilip nilang mga angles. They just get it.
Then, courtesy, Josh S takes him out. Bawas na ngayon ang TFO. At may mga traps in lang sa A-site, may mga nano-swarm. Mas may ganda yung possibility if magbibi sila. Pero nga lang, bawas na sila ngayon ng isang duelist na pwedeng makakuha na magandang information. Now, Marky, talagang i-contest niya. Hahanapin niya si Ching ngayon. Remember, may Blade Storm siya, may Vandal din siya. Kapasok na sila paunti-unti. Pero may alarm bot na kayang na magsasabi na they will be going upon A.
Si Marky, kala mo K9 unit no? Nangangamoy lang. sumisilip sa mga corners, naghahanap kung nasan yung kalaban. Alarm bot, mat-trigger na to konti lang, pero nahuli niya na agad kung nasaan.
30 seconds left. They're just waiting. Pero the time is ticking. Trades ang pangyayari. Dalawa na lang sila. Coco, meron pa rin nasa corner ng side behind pillars na naghihintay sa kanila at baka mayari na naman sila ni Modeski here. Taylor as what like happened earlier. Johan, Nix, and Josh S. Tinapos si Coco. And from the 10 to 7, bumawi ang ArkAngel. Talagang gusto nilang itay ang scores. Dikit ng laban. Alam mo, Taylor, nag-expect na ako ngayon ng overtime between these two teams eh.
Ito yung nangyayari once na makapitas ng tama ang ArkAngel towards TFO. Nababawasan sila, especially kapag walang nangyaring trade na nakakuha o nakapick off yung ArkAngel sa TFO, mahirapan sila pumasok ng sides. Yun yung kailangan ng ArkAngel ngayon. Ang nangyayari kasi kanina, yung kinukwento ko kanina sa inyo guys, is pagdating sa mga duel, pagdating sa mga trades, yung TFO yung nangunguna eh.
And speaking of, inabulan ni Marky agad si Ching. But at least Yohan was able to take out 2. Trix also follows up with that kill. Takes Yohan in. Now we're down to a 3-3. Pero nga lang nakapasok na sila right now at B-side. Pero may dalawang nagbabantay ngayon sa B-side. Nasa ilalim ngayon si Carl. At kitang-kita niya si Trix.
No way! Nagre-ready lang sana para sa flashpoint. 2 versus 1 situation. Si Sage na lang. Si Coco na lang ang natitira. Meron pa siyang wall, meron pa siyang slow orb, at meron pa siyang heal.
Ito nga lang, most likely, hahayaan siyang pumunta. And speaking of Modeski, malilikuran na si Coco at Hell. And tie ang scores natin between these two teams. Dito talaga sa split map, usually sa mga napapanood nating mga laban ng mga teams, parating dikit.
10-10 na ang ating score. ArkAngel versus TFO. Tactical pause muna. Usap muna tayo. Tsikahan muna tayo kung ano bang plano natin para sa gagawin natin next round. Dikit na yung laban eh. Pero looking at the buys ng mga teams, TFO mukhang medyo taghirap, no? Yung isang player, broken by basically para sa team ng TFO. ArkAngel on the other hand. Tama ba yung nakita ko? May operator ba sila?
Actually, di ko napansin.
Nawala agad.
Nawala bigla. Pumunta muna dito na while meron tayong tactical pause.
Muna tayo? Tour guide muna tayo, Ray, no? So, akit na tayo. Ano ba ang tawag dito? Mukha bang train station ba to?
Hindi pa. Parang, ginisip ko nga parang highway, pero...
highway? Isang sasakyan lang yan eh.
One way na highway. Kasi walang relays. Sorry. Inisip ko, tignan mo, di ba? May kita bang ganyan sa train, sa taas. Di ba di mo naman mababasa yan?
Sige na nga.
Ito highway talaga.
Oo, sige na lang. Pero, seriously speaking, TFO versus ArkAngel, currently, sa nakikita mo, kung paano sila maglaro, kung paano nakakakuha ng picks, ano sa tingin mo ang kailangan ng bawat team para sila yung manalo? Pusahan natin siguro sa TFO.
Siguro kung I'll start muna siguro sa advantage na meron ngayon ng ArkAngel. Looking at that, merong rolling thunder si bridge na pwede niyang gamitin against the pag-take sa mga sites and pwede maging good setup para makapasok ang or rather, yun yung magiging sagot na pag-push na ang TFO going into the site. Pero at the same time naman, meron din tayong pwedeng gamitin ni Johan para makakuha rin ng information. But Ching, ang kailangan niya dito is to step up with his Blade Storm sa mid. Ba makuha niya si Mark kasi usually sila yung nagkakita.
Isa sa mga kailangan pitasin talaga ng ArkAngel is si Marky, no? Kasi nga siya yung duelist natin. Aside from that, on point lang talaga siya eh. Tignan mo kung gano'ng ka-aggressive itong tao na to. Alam niya nandun yung paranoia. Johan, on the other hand, nakuha niya yung trade which is nice. And gusto nilang i-push yung ating mid-mail. 4 versus 4 agad. Nandoon yung revive ng Sage. Pwede niya pang mabuhay si Marky dito. Kailangan lang niya na makabuelo at makapwesto. Debated ba? Sisilipin. Nandiyan na yung Rolling Thunder. Patay na naman si Marky. Ayan ang kailangan ng ArkAngel. 3 versus 2. Paano makakapag-plan? Paano papasok with Jing on the Blade Storm and the operator na nag-aabang lang sa tabi?
And that hold, and saktong-sakto rather ang rolling top sa pag-revive pick up. Carl will be aggressive already as he sees out trick sa mail at isa na lang natitira si Zerv. Ano ang gagawin mo knowing na hinihintay ka na lang pumasok? Masaktuhan siya? Nope, not yet. Kailangan na magpaka-sneaky dito to get into the sights.
Meron pa siyang smoke at meron pa siyang teleport. Sinilip niya si Carl. Alam na ni Carl. Nandiyan na ang impormasyon. Meron pa siyang aftershock. Pero the operator onto Ching. Hindi siya nakuha. On to the next one. Na-secure na pa yung kill. There's a chance na makuha pa ng TFO ang round na ito. Pwede pa siya mag-TP sa kung gusto niya. Pero hindi. Itutuloy niya na yung plant ng spike. Saan? Okay. Open plant. Garage take on this.
Gonna be hard. Wala din siyang lockdown. Alarm ba't akala niya magagaling sa Ali? Pero out sa angulo niya, Melisat only at 30 HP! Zerv was able to take that clutch against Motsky! 11 to 10 ang score natin! TFO leading! Isa na lang! At match point na sila against ArkAngel.
Oh my God! Motsky! Hindi ko alam, no? He was able to get a clear shot naman, sana. Kaso nga lang, nang-jejebate lang talaga eh. Nag-aantay lang talaga eh. Si Zerv, well, obviously, kasi siya yung nag-plant ng spike, no? So, whatever it is, kailangan lang naman niya gawin is i-cancel yung defuse. Huwag makalahat, i-cancel yung defuse. Wala nang mga skills o wala nang mga utilities na naiwan para kay Motsky. And the frag from Ching! Napitas na si Coco! Problema to para sa TFO. Pero Marky on the lead. The dash is there. Sinalo ang Nano Swarm. 68 HP. Ching getting frags after frags. Marky being aggressive. Kinuha na ang kill. Flashpoint is there. Meron pa.
Natuto na. Makikita pa si Motsky and he's all by himself.
Hindi natuto. Hindi natuto ang TFO. Motsky, lagi niyang pwesto yan eh. Yan yung angle niya parate. Every freaking round. And TFO, isa-isa silang lumalabas. A quick replay lang sa mga nangyari kanina. Motsky on this angle. Nakita na natin yan every round. Ngayon, isa-isa silang sumisilip and walang bumabaril dyan sa lugar na yan. Motsky with a triple nang ganun lang kadali. Di man lang siya nahirapan. Parang di man lang siya pinagpawisan eh.
And every time, actually, mga 4 hanggang 5 rounds na nakikita natin si Motsky on that place itself. Open na open ang mga membro ng TFO sa kanyang angulo. Now, Taylor, once again, we're 11 all between these two teams.
Finals na finals.
Pinapiyak ka pa nga.
Pumiyok pa ako. Ganun ka-intense, guys. Finals na finals na. Online, yung ating Bladestorm from Marky. Ang kailangan na lang niya makapitas. Kaya naman, magiging aggressive siya onto ating vets. Akala ko pupunta sa mail eh. Okay, akala ko dumiretso siya.
Kaya tayo na, tayo na smoke? Na blind tayo na smoke.
Guys, 5 games pa ako, guys. Parang kinabahan ako dun sa piyak ka. Okay, 11 to 11. Parang mas nagiging careful na yung players natin dito, especially with ArkAngel. Nagsisimula pa lang na makabawi sila.
Pero tatakbo dahil si Courtesy ngayon ay naka-showstopper. Takes out Motsky. Natuto na din sa lad. He also took up the lockdown na meron. And looking at him, goes with the boombots checks. If meron man sa screens, baka mabiktima ulit kami. Coco will be planting. Just waiting for that retake galing sa ArkAngel. So Joshers, kita ka Marky na lumilipad. Saktong-sakto.
A crucial moment para kay Courtesy doon. Kaso napitas siya ni Ching with the classic. A 1 versus 2. Attacker Killjoy Tricks gets a kill. 1v1. Andyan yung lockdown natin. And the defuse from ArkAngel. Wala akong pakialam kung anong gawin mo. Maglagay ka ba ng lockdown dyan? I have enough time.
Josh is hindi pinabayaan, hindi binitawan ng spike. At ngayon, match point na ang mga anghel na ArkAngel against TFO. Ito na ang gante ng ape. At magiging 1-all na ba to, Taylor? Or baka makahabol pa ang TFO?
I just wanna say, Marky, 31 kills para sa game na to. Grabe. Pero Ching, Jet versus Jet? Yun yung labanan eh. Jet versus Jeff. Siya yung blind shot, walang tinamaan. Hindi nag-connect sa kahit kanino. And now, playing for picks din ang TFO na usual nakikita natin with TFO Marky being aggressive this time around. Umaatras siya. Napitasan na sila ng isa, which is yung Killjoy natin. Walang revive on this team. Sobrang crucial ng round na nakikita natin kung gaano sila kabagal gumalaw. A slow push. Carefully taking mid. Nag-check na sila towards sewers or rather yung ating vents. At going to mid a male. Nakapita si Marky. Boombot just to check for information but the rotation agad papunta sa ating vents onto ropes. Paakyat ng A-site. Nakaabang yung alarm bot ng Killjoy. Alam na nila na nag-rotate. Rotations mula sa ArkAngel. Mabilisan lang. Dalawang players nila ay papunta na.
Marky, magkakasalisiyan and natuto na sa kanyang pagkakamali. Modeski bumagsak sa kanyang kamay. 4 na lang.
Ito. Rhea. Ching! Blade Storm. Tapos Operator. Ano ang capabilities? Ang daming posibleng mangyari. A dash in, a smoke, a dash in, smoke. The right click, hindi nag-connect. Yun na lang. With that Operator, mahirapan na siya this time. Pero posible pa siya makakuha kung makakakuha man siya. Pero nakaabang na rin. Marky gets the kill. Is this gonna go to a 12-12?
Pero kailangan na tapusin to ng ArkAngel. And speaking of, nag-flights na! And blinded ngayon! Joshes! Just stays happening and 1v1! But courtesy finishes up Joshes! And we're having an overtime between these two teams! Napaka-intense!
Switching sides.
What?
Overtime.
I cannot see something dahil sobrang insane! TFO and ArkAngel! I'm getting goosebumps all over! What?
Guys, feeling ko nagdadasal na yung mga tao. Lahat sila napapahawak na sa kamay. Alam mo yung nag-aantay ka kung sino yung PBB big winner? Ganun yung feeling nun eh. Botohan, alam mo yun? Bumoto na ba? Tama na ba? Naubos na yung 10 piso kong load? Para lang botohin kung sino yung mananalo pero sobrang close match. Parang lagi na lang napupunta sa akin.
Wala ako. Yung sinabi ko yung overtime eh.
Oo. Guys, paalala ko, 5 games pa ako guys.
Taylor, bakit ganito? Sa tuwing tayo nagkakas, parating may overtime. Hindi na tayo iniwan ng overtime yan.
Feeling ko, huwag na kami pagsamahin ni Ray. Okay, eto na.
Speaking of Coco, gets with the barriers. Ayaw na niya ulit mahuli sa mail. Pero Ching checks out. Kaso nga lang, trades just happened between Courtesy and Ching. 4-4 tayo right now. Pero hindi nila ngayon. Hindi sila makakapasok ngayon sa mail dahil nakaharang lang, nakabantay si Coco. But Marky, good shot coming from him. Takes out Johan. Pero di pa sila nakakapasok ngayon sa site at kailangan nilang i-take out si Zerv here at back.
ArkAngel. 3 pa sila na natitira. Andyan yung spike, nakuha na rin. But the dark cover mula sa Omen, wala silang makikita information. Nagpaplano na sila kung paano nila papasukin yung site.
And looking at that, kailangan na isang eye-opener lang, which is si Zerv na kailangan na lang kunin. At makakapasok na sila kagad. Pero nagparanoia siya. TP out na din siya. Ayaw kong makita niyo ako. And
30 seconds left.
No info pa din ha.
Wala pa rin silang idea. But on that gap, Zerv takes out 2! Isa na lang natitira si Carl. And they know where he is now. And Trix finishes him out. 13-12. Match point na ang the first order.
Switching sides.
Na-debate ng
Match
Omen,
point.
guys. Masyado silang worried na mayroong tao sa backside. Nung saktong pagparanoia, the big brain move is to TP out. TP out, palit tayong pwesto, lipat tayo sa kabila. Para pag pumasok sila, nakita mo na parang mga, parang may 3 bibe. May 3 bibe. Akong nakita. Literal, ganon yung nangyari kay Zerv.
Pila-pila lang ang usual trade. But then, remember, ito na ang match point ng TFO against ArkAngel. Looking in, naging careful ulit sila, Marky. Hindi niya dapat i-thirstone ng mga nasa mid dahil nakabantay. 3 na ang nakabantay sa kanya. We have Josh S right now here at Pets.
Now we wait. Literally, now we wait and see kung ano ang plano ng mga teams. TFO, play for picks. Baka umaasa sila na maging aggressive yung ArkAngel. Baka sakali na maging aggressive sila at makakuha sila ng mga kills dito. Pero hindi. The dark cover is there.
Okay.
Josh S. prepared din sa boom bot na yan. Nakongkas pa si Marky. Paint shells, hindi nag-connect. Skill to skill. Nilalapag na ng mga teams natin.
Kailangan nila kaso Ching. Kitang-kita nila sa market corner. Now, Josh S. will take another one. Speaking of, makakuha niya si Courtesy. Tatlo na lang para sa TFO. Pero ang problema dito, Taylor, magkakaroon ulit tayo ng overtime pag nakuha pa to ng ArkAngel.
I mean, ito yung mapa nila eh. Mapa nila to. Sila yung pumili na to. Possible na makuha nga nila yung susunod na ating rounds. Maliban na lang kung meron tayong magawa from TFO. Pero mukhang isa-isa na silang namamatay. And si Johan securing the kill. Another overtime para sa ating lahat. Sana ay masaya kayo at nag-enjoy kayong nanonood sa inyong mga bahay. Napakainit ang matches natin. Seryosong labanan na to kasi Masters dito eh. Yung nakasalalay dito, Masters eh.
And at the same time, if panalo pa to ng TFO Taylor, isa na lang at sila na ang magpro-proceed sa Masters kasama ang Bren Esports. Napaka-init. Maggagabi na Taylor pero ang init-init pa rin ang laban between TFO and ArkAngel as they go sa second overtime na second match pa lang ng best of 5 series natin ngayon.
Mukhang a push from ArkAngel mula sa ating A-side. Trix nakaabang pero Ching on heaven. Securing that kill. Nag-TP sa mukha pero ready for trade or ready para sumuporta ang ibang miyembro ng ArkAngel dito. Meron pang tao na natitira sa screens. Andiyan na yung plant natin. Coco nasa heaven. And smokes.
Remember, lima pa sa tatlo. Kailangan na mag-make ng move ang nasa screens pero nakaabang ay dalawa. Nandyan si Ching kasama si Carl.
Unti-unti gumagapang si Josh S. Akit sa ropes. May tao sa heaven. Bumaba na sa ramps actually pero courtesy sumilip. And Zerv getting a kill pero Josh S securing that round para sa side ng ArkAngel. 14-13. Isa na lang ang kailangan ng ArkAngel para makakuha ng isang puntos at maging 1-1 ang ating score. Habang may buhay, may pag-asa pa. Habang may buhay, may pag-asa pa.
And tama nga naman yun, Taylor. At syempre, may hashtag lipad, ArkAngel. Ito na ba ang oras sa kanila para makuha na ang 15-13 against TFO after endless na overtime at napakadikit na laban between these two teams? Or mag-overtime na naman tayo?
Well, let's see kung paano may lalaruin or paano pupuntahan, lalaruin ng TFO itong round na to. Very crucial one. And ArkAngel being disciplined para sa round na to. Usually nakikita natin aggressive plays from them. This time around, hindi. Hayaan natin yung mga traps. Sige, nandiyan na yan. At hayaan na nila na pumasok ng mga teams.
And kita naman natin Josh S. Slowly lang. Just in case pa si Marky na naman makaharap niya sa ramps. But going back naman, here we have TFO. Gusto na lang pumunta sa B-side. Pero mayroon ng smokes coming from Omen para hindi siya makita out sa open. But then slowly, kapag napag-set na sila ng walls, most likely, or maybe at Carl, picking out as to where they are. Speaking of, ito na ang magiging oras sa kanila.
Push in mula kay Marky pero hindi nagko-connect yung shots. Carl gets a kill on courtesy and a flash point. Bulag dito si Marky. Johan Ben, bulag na bulag. Waiting and seeing kung meron pa papasok. Pero umatras yung TFO. Alis tayo dito, mabaw tayo dito. Hayaan nyo na lang yung wall ko. Rotations mula sa kanila. Pero ready. Oh my God.
Unti-unti na silang bagsakat. Isa na lang natitira. Si Zerv na lang. And 13 seconds na lang para makuha ng ArkAngel to. Ang inaabangan na lang siya in Carl finishing Zerv out. And after 2 overtimes, we have ArkAngel winning 1-1 already against the First Order.
Maganda sana yung plano nila, no? Maganda sana yung plano na isipin mo, dash in si Marky, andun na. Tapos nandun na rin naman yung smoke, no? Yung paranoia, tsaka yung patience sana para makapasok sila ng sabay-sabay na doon yung dark cover, tapos meron din tayong wall. Kaso nga lang, nung may napitas, parang, tutuloy pa ba natin to? Atras na muna tayo, tapos pinili nilang umatras. Merong nakaabang sa mid natin, so, ayun yung nangyari basically, no? Kahit nag-expect tayo na on the last or final round na maganda yung laban, kaso yun nga lang, parang, sayang. Ganon. Parang ganon yung feeling. Sayang. Pero grabe. Basically, napakaganda ng laro, napakaganda ng laban na nakita natin para sa ating game number 2. Mainit na mainit, kumbaga. And ArkAngel just doing great on that map. Aside from that, TFO, Marky. Yun lang masasabi ko, Marky.
And gusto ko lang mag-add, nung nag-start na overtimes, merong one word na gusto kong i-describe ang ArkAngel.
Ano yan?
Discipline. Kitang-kita nyo.
Especially on the defenders.
Especially yung nag-switch na sila ng side, nasa defending na sila. And hinihintay lang nila eh. Diba usually nakita natin na i-excite na sila masyado, they will be pushing. But right now, napaka-solid nila in a way that we'll just wait and let's see if what we can do kapag pumunta na sila sa mga sites. But nonetheless, a great match coming from TFO and ArkAngel, and we are still expecting a lot of things will be happening as the next matches goes on. And si Vil na, si Taylor ang magkakast. So, very thankful ako na nakapagkast ako ngayon. And we are your shoutcasters, Ray Ray and I'm Taylor. And we'll be right back.
Enemy spotted.
Rest.
At kami ay nagbabalik dito sa VALORANT Challengers Tour, ladies and gentlemen. TFO versus ArkAngel. The score is 1-1 already. Ako nga pala si Phil.
At ako naman si Taylor.
At kami ang inyong shoutcaster. It's time!
And dito na naman
ladies and gentlemen, magkasama na naman kami. Isang maingay at tawanan. Meron ako nabasa sa comments, mga kaibigan.
Ano sabi?
Sabi daw niya, maingay daw yung shoutcaster.
Maingay ka?
Hindi ko alam kung paano yun. Like, kunwari, paano kaya ang itsura ng tahimik na caster?
Pakita nga.
So, ayun po, mga kaibigan. So, nandito na tayo ngayon.
Oh my God.
Oh, di ba medyo mahirap, di ba?
Mahirap, guys.
So, eto na, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Let's gonna go back muna dun sa match kanina. Nakita ko kung paano nagwala si Marky.
Nakita ko din yun.
Nakita ko rin yun.
Nandito ako.
Nandito ka nun. Si Serve, ladies and gentlemen, that 3Ks, those clutches na ginagawa ng TFO is really outstanding. Knowing na itong split kasi, mapa to ng ArkAngel, mga kaibigan. Pero, next map, it's gonna be Ascent. Apparently, mapa to ng TFO.
Alam mo, Vil, yung expectations natin, yung expectations natin, na-exceed ng TFO eh. Yung expectations natin with TFO kasi parang, sa tingin ko mahirapan sila with ArkAngel. Pero hindi eh. Parang sila yung nagpapahirap sa ArkAngel.
Actually, I really can feel the intensity part sa totoo lang kasi nakita ko na parang nanginginig yung
malamig kasi
nanginginig
dito,
yung labi na promise.
Dito.
Napakalamig. Pero itong match na to is napakainit, mga kaibigan. Once again, the winner of this, syempre, is mapupunta sa ating Masters, mga kaibigan. So, I really can't wait for that though. And makakasama nila ang Bren Esports for sure, yes?
Tama ka dyan.
Indeed. And coming in hot, ladies and gentlemen, is Ascent. And what can you say about this map dito sa dalawang team na to?
Feeling ko maganda yung view sa Ascent eh.
It's gonna be...
Seriously speaking, sabi mo nga, sino yung pumili ng mapa na to?
TFO? Yeah.
TFO ang pumili ng mapa na to. Nakita ko na rin sila maglaro. Nakita ko kayo mag-cast ni Ray ng mga laro ng TFO. And I think, feeling ko makukuha ng TFO.
Makukuha to ng TFO. Well, that's gonna be a 2-1 for sure. And ito kasi...
For sure. Wala namang ibang magiging score eh. 1-1 na eh. So 2-1 talaga.
So if ever talaga magkakaroon tayo ng game number 4 sa dalawang game tayo magkasama dito. So I can't wait for that. Pwedeng tatlo, pwedeng dalawa. Depende na lang yon sa mga scores na pupunta and depende din sa mga players if ever paano naman nila gagawin yon. Sa lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon, this is the grand finals. At talaga pinapakitaan nila tayo kung gaano ba sila kagagaling na players sa team nila. Everything is here already. Number one, the coordination, the composure, the teamwork, the strategy. This is the time na ilalabas na nila to.
Kumbaga, ang tanong na lang eh, sino yung pinakamainit na player ngayon? Parang ganun yung mangyayari. Sino yung pinakamainit na team para sa araw na ito? Sa next map natin, nakita nga natin, nakwento mo na Marky popping off during split. Grabe.
Marky is literally like a monster.
Sabi ko nga eh, yung confidence.
Unbelievable, man.
Di ba yung confidence ng tao parang nasa, sige, 100% sagad-sagad na yun. Pero kanina kung paano maglaro si Marky, parang nasa 200%, Vil.
That's like, Marky is a man of few words apparently. He's a man of few words. Pero lahat yun, kino-convert niya sa gawa at saka sa pagputok ng baril niya. And now... Here in Ascent, mga kaibigan, TFO going to the attacker side, ArkAngel for the defenders. And syempre partner, this is the third match already. Super comfy picks na naman na makikita natin. Serve still getting that Omen tricks on that Reyna. Marky still getting that Jet. Courtesy with that Sova and Coco on that Killjoy. Dito naman sa kabila.
Para naman sa ating ArkAngel, on the defender side, Josh S. Para sa ating Raze, Ching. On the Jet again, Johan para
Select
sa Omen,
your
Carl
agent.
on Sova at Modski on Killjoy. Parang ito rin yung mga ginamit nilang agents kanina. Maliban na lang kay Carl na naka-breach.
Yes, that's true. Pero tulad nga sinasabi ko, breach is a huge can give a huge impact lalo na dito sa mga compositions nila. Pero it's actually depends on them if ever gagamitin ba nila or what. We really love the utilities na binibigay ni Breach apparently. Everything is really helpful lalo na sa pagpupush and sa pagbaback or anything with all those flashes, with all those fault lines and aftershocks can really mess up the possessions of your enemies. Pero yun nga, we are seeing now ArkAngel and the First Order. We can say, partner, na konti nila magkaka-mirror match na naman tayo.
Kumbaga, yung sinasabi mo, gusto ko lang din idagdag na hindi tayo makakita ng breach sa map na to mula sa ArkAngel dahil mas importante yung Sova. Yun yung priority para sa mapa ng Ascent, the Sova pick. And now, we are on to our game number 3. Pinili itong mapa ng Ascent by first order or the first order rather. At unang didepensa nga ay ang ArkAngel.
The first order, ladies and gentlemen, picked this map. They're really confident in playing this map though. Alam nila yung ins and outs of this map. Alam nila, marami na silang alam na strategies dito. It's really up to ArkAngel on how will they stop. First order in Ascent, mga kaibigan. Without further ado, third round in this map. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it. Marky being aggressive na naman. Johan gets a kill on Trix. Support sana. Kaso nagre-reload si Marky dito. Trying to get another kill. Ching goes down in the hands of Coco. Our Killjoy. 4 versus 4. The
4v4. Really early pickups dito lang nangyari sa map to mga kaibigan. Morky, however, dito lang sa market finding someone to kill here. Trying to rush inside the site but he needs to know yung mga information if ever meron ba tao sa B-side mga kaibigan. Coco just setting up all the lanes that he needs just to block off and to delay the possible push of ArkAngel right now. Morky, however, is inside already. Nakakita siya ng isang mga kaibigan dito sa may Gedli. Pero Joss S with a kill. Carl as well. Joss S with a 3.
Oh my God!
Hey! Taking down. That is literally a really clean kill coming in from Joss S.
So na si Josh S, guys, with the raise. Kahapon na nakita, or kanina rather, yung role niya is hindi siya nakaduelist. This time around, ilagay mo na ako sa raise. Ako nang bahala.
Tama yun. Kasi dito, uulitin ko lang, si Modski, this is a huge switch sa kanya mga kaibigan. Week 1, week 2, he is actually super playing talaga yun. A duelist role, pero ngayon nag-switch na sila. So pwede nating sabihin na sobrang ganda nung pag-switch ni Modski.
It works!
Yeah, it really worked talaga.
Hindi nakukuha yung headshot ni Ching. Naunahan pa nga siya ni Trix. And now in that Reyna, wala na siyang Lear. Isa na lang din yung kanyang orb na pwede.
Johan there with that paranoia but not gonna be able to take down someone here dito sa may catwalk mga kaibigan, but Trix there with a frag taking Josh S down. This is gonna be a 5v3 situation. Uulitin namin mga kaibigan, kahit kayo nanalo ng first round, you still have a huge chance na matalo dito sa second round. It really depends on your strategy on how will you stop your enemies kahit nakaiko dito. Johan with an answer on that paranoia as well, and they're already know with a 2K! Yeoman rather!
Yeoman!
Kung may Sovash, may Yeoman mga kaibigan. Johan trying to go with a 4K! Johan doing the job done! And where is the final guy? Coco with the Sheriff! Let's see if kaya na patayin dito si Carl mga kaibigan. Si Carl na walang ginawa kung hindi ilabas lagi ang Odin niya.
Ares muna ngayon.
Pero Ares na ngayon.
Ares na ngayon. Naghahanap tagu-taguan yung mga players natin. The first order, Coco for the ace. Clearing up the whole map. Johan, mga kaibigan.
Yeoman, 5K. An ace, ubos. Pati pantubos. 6-0 on the scoreboard.
May magko-comment na naman.
Oo, may magko-comment na naman. Pareho-pareho at sabay-sabay tayo nagsasalita. Look at that clean headshots mga kaibigan.
Saktong-sakto pa yung bala eh.
Oh, yun nga, saktong-sakto. 30 lang ang kailangan para maubos ang mga kuya mo. And plus, dito pa si Servo. I mean,
sumama sa hukay.
Sumama talaga sa hukay. Pero isipin mo, alam na ni Serve na namatay yung 3 teammates niya dito sa may A. Pero kung ako sana chinek ni Serve yung wine.
Wala kasi siyang alam sa posisyon eh. Kasi kung iisipin mo parang nakapatay ng 3, saan kaya pupunta? Feeling ko, matras na eh.
I mean, nakapasok na ang TFO dito, pero yun nga lang, hindi sila nakapag-react ng maayos because of Yeoman na nagulat talaga, pero Joseph being that aggressive though, sees the head of Morky. Now the main duelist, pero dito that's the leer up, pero Trix denying the push of Joseph here. 4v4 on the scoreboard right now, a minute left in the clock. Coco still on the hunt together with Serve. Paranoia is still up. Meron pang dalawang smoke dito, but the question is, when nila gagamitin yung mga utilities nila bago sila makapasok?
Mid-control ang nais ng the first order na detect dito si Trix. And now, Carl, nakaabang lang on towards B main.
Carl, nag-aantay. Just waiting patiently, but Yeoman again from behind, taking Coco down. The problem dito ng TFO mga kaibigan, is just literally, Yeoman is all over the place. Ayaw tigilan ni Yeoman mga kaibigan. Well, apparently, yes, he got the upper hand, he has the armor, he has everything inside his pocket for him to take down TFO. It's just sobrang likot ni Johan.
Mas maligalig pa sa yung
Kiti-kiti.
bulating nilagyan ng asin.
Oo nga, oo. Alam mo yung bulating nilagyan ng asin? Di ba pagiling-giling lang yun? Ganon si Yeoman mga kaibigan. But courtesy with a refrag. Carl, mag-isa lang siya dito. Serve, let's see if he can clutch this. But Johan again and again, just making a statement dito sa match na to. Kahit pinili niyo tong Ascent, kayang-kaya namin kayo.
Anong duelist namin si Ching? Anong si Ching na lang lahat nung pinag-uusapan nyo dyan? Ako din!
Look at that! That is 8-0-0 KDA mga kaibigan. Wala pa siyang death. Wala pa siyang assist, syempre. Pero, wala eh. Buhat na buhat ni Johan.
Kumbaga, pipili ako ng kakampi sa rank game. Si Johan, pipiliin ko, mga ganun.
Same.
Pipili ka pa, no? Ikaw pa yung may choice eh. Ikaw na lang kaya maglaro.
Anak, itabi mo. Ako na. Pero Joss is dito. Trying to be aggressive here. Just checking if someone meron pa siya mababawasan dito sa may B. Sa may bilik mga kaibigan. Flex again. Just using that clear off just to flash off the players na pwede rin mag-pick dito sa may mid, pero at least hindi na siya nabawasan. Yun yung pinaka-importante dito. At least wala rin siya nakitang mga enemies. Pero Cheng, let's see. Trying to be aggressive here. Trying to be really cheeky though. He saw the head pero won't gonna be able to take down Reyna dito. Sobrang sayang na hindi tumama dun sa ulo. But still, really slow push and moves here para sa TFO. Alam nila na medyo sila ang lugi ngayon because of everything they have. They have the economic advantage, they have the round advantage, everything. Nasa ArkAngel ngayon ang momentum pero they will push out A. But the problem is Johan and syempre si Reyes nag-aantay lang dito sa short and they were gonna push in. That paranoia will mess things up. Pero mga kaibigan, Johan is inside already. Spray and pray. Won't gonna catch someone. 3 from TFO. Very, very low on HP. Ano ang gagawin nila dito? Ching, low on HP as well. Where are the recons? Where are the shock darts though? Ching sees one. Surf with a follow-up there. Ching with a 2K already. Marky taking the head of Ching. Johan and Carl taking down the 3 players of TFO. Well, it's fine. Eco round?
Eco round kaso massacre pa din eh.
Para massacre pa rin eh. Alam mo yung kahit eco round sila, kahit puro mga sheriff lang yung mga dala nila, they can still do it.
Ando na sana, no? Kaso nga lang, di nila ina-expect yung si Johan tsaka yung Reyes natin, which is si Josh S. Hindi nila ina-expect na biglang magpaparanoia sa kanila.
9-0.
Dark cover pa. So, hindi nila agad napatay. At the same time, yung nakasilip sa heaven, hindi rin nahuli kung sino man yung tumatalon para tumawid.
Oo nga. Johan is the man. Napaka-immortal ng kuya mo. Hindi pa rin siya namamatay dito.
9-0-1 KDA.
What is happening to TFO? Back then sa split, sobrang dominating nila.
Hindi pa sila nakakakuha ng momentum sa totoo lang. Especially sa mga bahay na meron sila.
Look at that. Joseph really aggressive though, but not gonna take down any players off because of that tailwind. Sakto lang yung pagka-dodge ni Mark dito nung showstopper rin. But Johan again and again seeing the head of Marky, but now the first death of Johan is right there already. But Carl won't gonna be killing serve dito, but check all the way from Market. Coco from behind. 1v4 situation. This is the time na baka makakuha na rin ng score ang TFO. Mga kaibigan, spike has been planted. It's gonna be so hard for Modski in order for him to defuse that spike. Kailangan na tignan yung kaliwa at kanan niya mga kaibigan.
Paano yung harap at likod?
Harap at likod, matik na yan kasi doon naman siya nakaharap. Doon naman siya nakatingin. Doon naman siya nakatingin. Pumipik siya, kitang-kita naman.
Nanggugulo pa eh, no?
Pero Modski, he has no idea at all. There's someone right there on his close right. Pero this is like the perfect decision from him. Hindi ka na lang mag-engage. The best thing for you to do is just...
Papalapit na si Trix,
Oh,
though.
it's
The
just-
swing!
Oh nga, the swing is really intense here. Pero Modski, ito nga, tulad sa sabi ko, ito yung pinakatamang decision dito. 2-5 ang pera mo, save mo na lang, save your armor na 50 pa.
Bili ka na lang para sa
Exit frags.
mo.
Oh, exit frags.
frags. Bili ka ng baril para sa kakampi mo.
Mm.
'Di ba? Para maganda ekonomiya natin.
Diba?
Kaya tayo muunlad eh.
Oh, ba't ikaw na magpresidente?
Oo nga eh. Ba't hindi na lang ikaw?
Hindi na lang ikaw. Ekonomiya pala, di ba?
Pero namatay na si Johan ah. 10-1-1 na.
10-1-1 na, hindi ka immortal, Johan. Actually, nakapatay sa akin si Trix.
Luluhod at luluhod ka din.
Iba na yun. Iba na yun. Iba na yung luhod na yun, Bes.
Huwag ka nga lang. Mamamatay at mamamatay ka din.
Luluhod at luluhod. Bes, iba na yun.
Baguhin ko na lang.
Oh, pero dito, look at that.
Kinakabahan ako sa'yo eh.
Triple push here dito sa may top mid, mga kaibigan. Pero si Ching getting tagged. 40 HP left, but Marky on ahead, taking Johan down. Pero si Johan mukhang nag-iiba ata performance dito. Marky gonna see one, but look at that crazy Blade Storm taking Joss S down. Serve there with a follow-up though, and that is the retake na para sa ArkAngel, mga kaibigan. This is gonna be a 5v2 situation. This is gonna be so hard for
Another one
ArkAngel
bites
for
the dust, but kalapit.
Look at Marky though, missing those Blade Storm.
And looking for the last one. Dahan-dahan, pakonti-konti. Modski gets the headshot. Sana naman at ang ating Carl with a Sova ang natitira. Nilabas na yung Odin.
Nilabas
Phil,
na naman yung
finally.
Odin ni Carl. Diyos ko, ilang araw na nilalabas ni Carl yung Odin niya. At talagang medyo itatago mo na yung Odin niya. Itatago mo na sa isang madilim na lugar dito sa boathouse, mga kaibigan. He will just gonna save that gun para sa next round, and hopefully he can deal a lot of damage with that gun now. Pero ito, a partner for TFO, slowly and surely, they're really trying to get back in this game. That is a 4-0 deficit though, coming in to a 4-2 na. Tutu na.
Yan na naman sa tutuna. 4-2 nga. Gaya na sabi mo, Vil. ArkAngel, they got 4 rounds on this map, and ito yung momentum na ina-explain ko din kanina, Vil, para sa the first order. Nagtatanong ka kanina parang, bakit ganito? Bakit nakakailang rounds na yung ArkAngel pero hindi pa rin nakakahabol? Well, it's just about the buy. Tsaka yung pagbasa nila sa ArkAngel na ano ba ginagawa ng mga ano na to? Ano ba ginagawa ng team ng ArkAngel? Saan ba sila pumapwesto? Asan yung turret? Kapaan pa lang basically sa first few rounds.
Parang hindi mo naman kailangan paka-rush and go like super YOLO and stuff. Siyempre, you need to know the positions of your enemy's first tricks there. Starting off with that Lear.
Hunter's Fury.
Hunter's Fury para dito kay Courtesy. Let's see if he's gonna catch someone. Wala!
Shock Dart!
Shock Dart. Oh,
bumabounce pa.
Nag-bounce. Is he gonna catch someone with a Shock Dart? No, wala rin. Marky needs to be very cautious right there. That is ArkAngel slowly going inside. B-side already, pero meron ka bang napapansin, partner? Merong taong nasa likod, which is Joss S taking Trix down with that Sheriff! Look at that dirty headshot by Joss S, mga kaibigan. One tap on the face, trying to go for the third one, but serve there says no. Ching with a follow-up. 4v2 situation, mga kaibigan. Guard, nilapas ang Odin, sinampal kay Coco. Johan, pinatay pa si Marky, and will secure this round. 5-2. Momentum-wise, ArkAngel is really doing it.
5-2 pa lang naman, no? Hindi pa masyadong, alam naman natin na defender side yung map din. And at the same time, TFO pumili ng mapa na to eh. I am expecting that they would come back at some point, o kaya naman hindi to yung landslide matches na nakikita natin from the past few days. But Johan from ArkAngel, talaga nagpa-pop off siya. 11-2-1 na ang kanyang score, or ang kanyang KDA rather. And Carl with the Sova, nakita na natin yan.
Oh, Joss is trying to be really aggressive at this point of the map right now. Courtesy, just go check out again all the angles though. Pero grabe talaga yung pinapakita dito ni Carlo on that Odin though. Sa lahat ng players dito sa liga natin sa VCT, it's only Carl who is using that Odin super effectively, mga kaibigan. Nilabas! Oh my god, Carl with that Odin. 2K already though. Trix na whiff, pero he's gonna catch that kill on Joss S. 3v2 now. 2 ultis now up for ArkAngel. Empress now up too. But they need that lockdown para dito sa ArkAngel. Medyo matagal-tagal pa. Trix waiting patiently at this point of the map right now. Let's see if he can take down Johan, and he will. Empress will be activated. 2-on-2 on the scoreboard. Carl just killing Coco down with that Hunter's Fury though. Let's see, 1v2 Ching all the way from A main, mga kaibigan. 9 HP. Trix napatay pa. Carl. Let's see, nilabas ang Odin. Odin versus Vandal, mga kaibigan. Trix versus Carl. Who's gonna win this? Carl, tinatapat na ang Odin na. Pinaparinig na kay Trix, mga kaibigan. Pero ayaw pa rin niya magpakita. Trix with a 4K on a clutch.
Imagine na nakuha na siya with a headshot. 9 HP na lang yung natitira sa kanya. Pero si Ching, hindi niya pa rin natuluyan. And that was supposed to be it. And then, binigyan ng problema si Carl with the Empress na ang pilis-pilis ng fire rate. And then, with regard sa kanyang barrel na actually, Odin is actually really good, no? But at the same time, heavy, so ano to eh, heavy machine gun to eh, di ba? So, ang bagal din.
Heavy machine gun. Heavy machine gun.
So, basically, mahirap din makabuelo.
Ano yung kay Raze? Rocket launch. May point ako, di ba?
May point ka naman, pero next na lang.
Next na lang. Sige. Hindi ko alam ba't may kaibigan pa tayo eh. Salamat sa pagtanggap, partner.
Walang problema. Tinanggap ko na lang kung ano binibigay ng Diyos sa akin.
Ito na yun, best!
Okay.
Bakit? Again, sa game natin, Johan, tamang pre-fire lang. Ito yung maganda rin talaga sa mga players natin. Kailangan nilang iparinig kung nasan ba sila in order for them na magkaroon ng doubts if ever papasok ba sila doon sa entry point na yun or not. Ikaw, what can you say about that pre-fires?
Well, usually nakikita naman talaga natin yan sa lahat ng tournaments, no? Importante nga, gaya ng sabi mo, na kailangan, when it comes to corners, especially yung mga angles na yan, kung hindi naman sila nagsuslow push, na hindi yung nagtatago sila ng tunog nila, why not, di ba?
Indeed. Oh, showstopper there by Jones is, mga kaibigan, 6 HP.
Inalay!
Pero makakita ng isa, inalay niya sarili niya, though. 3v2, mga kaibigan, Sir will be hit by that paranoia. Medyo, he's in a very, very scary place, but will be able to take down 2 players pa, partner.
What a shot mula kay Zerv, and now the spike is right in front of him. Motzki on the other hand, 3-5 pre-fire lang. Kailangan makapag-plant si Zerv dito. 7 seconds remaining. Manggugulo lang si Motzki. May lockdown pa siya. Oh no! Gets the kill, secures the round, 6-3 para sa ArkAngel.
This third map is actually super action-packed. They're not that
parang
team,
ano lang binibentang laro sa mga stores, no? Action-packed tong laro to.
But wait, there's more.
more.
O, diba? Pero isipin mo, they're not the teams na sobrang matagal mag-push or anything. They really want to catch each other off guard. They really want to rush inside all the sites apparently.
Ang bilis nga ng mga rounds natin
Ang bilis nga
Kung isipin mo, malapit na tayo sa halfway nung game na to, yung game number 3 natin. And may bearing tong game na to, guys, Kasi, syempre, grand final na to. Magulat ka pag walang bearing, di ba?
Guys, practice lang
Hindi kasi magiging match point na afterwards. Trip mo ako, Bila. Pangit na trip mo,
Friendly fire ka. Friendly fire ka.
Yung pag magsusumbong ka na sa nanay.
Alam mo, nanginginig-ginig pa yung labi mo. Napaiyak ka na.
Hinampas ka ng kapatid mo.
Pinatay
ka ni Johan.
Ayaw kay Carl. Nananampal ng Odin yan eh. Pangit ka laro ni Carl.
Hindi maganda trip ni Carl.
Pangit ang trip ni Carl. Nananampal ng Odin yan.
6-3! Mukhang naka-pause tayo, guys, no? So, teka lang, i-sure ko lang, Naka-pause ba? Oo,
16 pa lang din naman hanggang ngayon. Sana nag-enjoy kayo. Pinapagkaan lang namin yung mga loob nyo, mga kaibigan. Kasi alam kong sobrang,
kanina may nag-comment eh.
Ano?
Sabi niya sa sobrang init daw nung laro, hindi na daw siyang nakakahinga. Boy, pa kaya?
Ipagdasal po natin.
Boy, pa kaya yun?
Boy!
Oh. Papagalitan na naman tayo na itong Papatawag na naman tayo sa meeting.
Oo, makapatawag naman sabi. Ano naman yung mga pinagkasabi-sabi niyo doon? Diyos ko. Gusto ko lang naman sumandok ng kanin na nakangiti. Yun naman.
Napaka-specific naman.
Yung piling na sasandok pa ng kanin, tapos nakangiti ka kasi may naalala ko. Gusto ko lang naman ng ganun. Ayun.
Ayun guys.
Ano kinain mo kanina? Ano kinain mo kanina?
Wala pa nga eh.
Oh?
Kasi medyo natitense ako eh. Muntik na din ako di makahinga. Boy pa naman ako. Malina pa rin naman.
Sige, mali mo, pag sumubo ka ng kanin mamaya, baka nakangiti ka kasi may naalala ka.
Pagsandok.
Oo, pagsandok. Oo.
Anyway, it's time. Umaandar na ang oras natin. And 6-3 ang ating score. Ganun pa rin. On the defending side, ArkAngel. And on the attackers, I am TFO. Trix going for the mid control. Isa na lang yung kanyang gear. Alarm bot na trigger na rin. Courtesy, walang nakita with the owl drone. Sinira na nila yung doors. And Ching, nakapitas. Marky is out of this round. Modeski on the other hand, sinalo yung paranoia. Meron pang shock dart. Meron pang recon bolt. Lahat na nandoon. ArkAngel.
Inalay na lahat! Inalay na lahat, mga kaibigan. Pero hindi lang nag-work.
Wala eh.
Top tier analyzation, ladies and gentlemen.
Analyst na kami.
Analyst kayo, di po. Ano nangyari doon, Taylor?
Wala eh.
Inalay na lahat, pero wala naman nangyari.
Nahirapan talaga pumasok yung totoo lang. Ito yung totoong nangyari talaga. Nahirapan pumasok yung TFO. Kasi naman, yung lahat ng utilization ng skills ng mga players natin mula sa ArkAngel, halos lahat nag-connect. So, yung Recon Bolt nandoon, and then yung Paranoia, sinalo nga nila lahat. Totoo yun, sinalo nila lahat, diba? So, hindi nila nakuha yung round na yun. Napitas sila isa-isa ng ArkAngel, and now, nasa 7-3 score na tayo. An eco round para sa ating TFO. Hakbay lang.
Pero ito kasi yung nangyari kanina, medyo, kasi di ba galing sa show match tong dalawang players ng ArkAngel, di ba? So, nakapagpainit na sila dito.
Warm up na to, may warm up na.
Nakapag-warm. Look at that, Ching. Ooh, delikado si Coco dito, mga kaibigan. Seeing Coco trying to go with a second one, and yes!
And yes!
We're gonna be able to take down the two players there in short. 8-3, ArkAngel is doing it.
Mayroon pang pag-upo
Last round before the switch.
This is the last round bago tayo mag-second half. Sa tingin mo, Vil, on the second half natin, pag nasa defender side na yung TFO, makakabawi sila?
Actually, depends on their gameplay though. But looking... But, nakita mo ba yung ginawa niya? Nakita mo ba yung ginawa niya? Binaba ni Carl yung Odin niya if ever meron lang siyang, if ever pang wallbang lang niya dito sa short. Then, pag wala siya napatay doon, yung Phantom na lang, yung Phantom na lang.
Wow, big brain play!
Big brain
last
play,
round
diba? Last round na marami kang pera, diba? Hashtag payaman ng kuya mo, diba? What is money? Paper only! Diba?
Mid catwalk, kinukuha ng the first order na detect si Trix ng Recon Bolt. Ching with the operator, nagpupush dahan-dahan pero anti-flank is there. Nakakuha ng isang kill, hindi niya na nakita si Zerv. Ready para sa refrag natin na 3 versus 4. Nagiging aggressive ang ArkAngel dito sa ating huling round bago matapos ang half na ito.
Marky just waiting patiently here in this point of the map right now. Marky needs to pull off those Blade Storm para meron siyang makita dito para at least magkaroon sila ng upper hand. Ladies and gentlemen, 3v4 situation here. Merong lockdown si ArkAngel, mga kaibigan. And let's see if he can use this effectively. Again, Raze trying to be really sneaky, trying to flank out the players of TFO. But si Marky, delikado ngayon si Marky. One wrong peek lang. And yes, look at that flick. Taking Josh S down. Just gonna use that Blaze Storm again to pick off all the remaining players of ArkAngel, mga kaibigan. Lockdown is now set. And it's all up to courtesy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if kaya pa niya maubos to. Hindi nila alam na meron na dalawang tao dito sa boathouse, mga kaibigan. And Johan with that paranoia sees one. Trying to go with the second one. Carl! Odin play!
Retake was good. Sakto.
Abot.
Oh my God!
Oh,
Sumabog
no,
yung
hindi ka.
spike.
Sayang
Anyway,
hindi umabot.
sayang hindi umabot. Napunta yung round na yan sa TFO.
Switching sides.
Nakuha nila yung kills, though. Nakita mo, sakto-sakto yung paranoia sa mukha eh. Nakita yung... Nagkaroon ng ano eh. Bakit?
Oo nga.
Nagkaroon ng black hole, di ba? Ano ba yung tsura? Parang black hole, di ba? Sa ano eh. Kaya
Parang dumilim ang paningin.
Oo, nagdilim yung paningin.
Nagdilim yung paningin ng kuya mo.
Tapos hindi naman sumilip yung isa na. Nagdilim din kaya yung paningin niya. Hindi ko sure eh. Hindi ko nakita kung na-blind din siya ng moment.
Kapag di ka tumigil, baka magdilim ang paningin ka sa'yo.
Pag mo akong ginagana, nagdilim yung paningin ko.
Magdilim paningin ka sa'yo.
8-4. Pwede po mahabol to. Ito yung mga times na, kunwari pag 8-4 yung first half natin, doable talaga.
Oo. Huwag lang mga 9-3, medyo masakit yun.
Masakit yun.
Pero
Pag
pag
10,
8-4,
mahirap.
Yun ang isa sa pinaka-safe.
Lalo na pag nakuha mo po yung mga pistol rounds natin.
Yeah, exactly. Josh S starting off with that Roomba. Coco, however, just waiting patiently inside that smoke. Pero yun nga lang, grabe yung pag-entry. Mga kaibigan ni Ching with a 2K already. 5-3 on the scoreboard. 2 from ArkAngel. Really low courtesy. Let's see if meron bang maratamaan yung shock dart na yan. Let's actually wait, and I think wala, mga kaibigan. Josh S with that frenzy. There's someone there in market, which is a Trix. He can do one top if ever. Pero Joss S, tinan mo si Joss S, really patient! Look at that! Uy!
Yun lang.
Yun lang.
Sayang. Grabe naman yun. Wala nang tumingin eh, no? Yung mga trades eh, mabagal na dumating. And 9-4 na nga ang ating score. Pistol round, napunta pa rin sa ating ArkAngel. Ano sa tingin mo kailangan gawin ng the first order?
Pick-offs. Pick-offs na talaga, pero...
Ganun din yung problema sa ano eh, sa ibang mga mapa na meron. Kasi itong dalawang teams na to, yung playstyle nila is aggressive talaga.
Yun nga talaga. I mean, these two teams are super aggressive, mga kaibigan. It's really unstoppable. Pero this bulky play can possibly stop ArkAngel right now. Pag sobrang pasok na pasok yung mga kills nila, pero Cheng, look at that tailwind papasok up na kapaputang heaven, mga kaibigan. Won't gonna see someone though. Trix, tamang spray lang. Tamang fire at will. Ayun.
Fire at will.
Tamang fire at will with that Bucky the Moldsky waiting patiently. Still 4-3. Sova, Riro on HP, which is si courtesy though. Trix, fire at will through that smoke, mga kaibigan.
3 versus 3, dalawang players ng TFO, mababa na ang HP, pero wala na ring soul orb pala. Wala nang orb na pwedeng makuha si Trix dito. So, kailangan niya mag-deal with sa 50 HP na yan. Courtesy goes down in the hands of Card, pero Trix lumalaban pa. 3 KO this round, Ching for the refrag, and ArkAngel takes this round. 10-4, tatlo na lang ang rounds na kailangan nila. May update ako, Bill.
Ano yung update mo?
Meron akong update. Yung kaninang kinakamusta natin, yung nag-chat na hindi daw siya makahinga sa laro. Buhay pa naman daw.
Buhay pa?
Oo, nagko-comment pa. Buhay pa naman. Good to know.
Nice.
Panote na lang, sir.
Panote na lang, ha? Panote na lang na buhay siya. Panote na lang, Eliza.
Panote, Bill.
Eliza, panote.
Bill, panote. Ay, nasabi ko na rin. Panote pala.
Panote lang. Panote, di panote. Pero look at that courtesy. Uy, siya naman may hawak ng Odin, mga kaibigan. Sampalan ng Odin na mangyayari. Hoy! Anong ginagawa mo dyan? Kanina mo pa nilalapas yung Odin mo. Ako naman mag-Odin sa'yo. Pero hindi nga lang naubos, mga kaibigan. Courtesy, tamang ADS ng Easy dahil para ko with the second one. But Johan with just a Spectre taking courtesy down. 3v3 on the scoreboard. Let's see if kaya pa to ng ArkAngel TFO. Waiting patiently. Meron pang dalawang Lear si Trix dito, hindi pa nagagamit.
Pati na rin yung orb.
Johan, wala nang paranoia. They need to play really close and really safe here for ArkAngel.
What's the P? Paano magre-retake ang TFO? Zerv, napitas na nga, pero Trix nandyan para sa trade. Nandyan na rin ang mga smokes towards the... Oh my God. The backside. Kanya-kanyang silid. Marky goes down and Trix ready para sa trade pero aabot pa para sa defuse. Abot ba to, Phil? Abot ba to?
Ay, hindi.
Naku, hindi ata umabot. Patay tayo dyan. Sayang.
Konti na lang, ladies and gentlemen.
Ganyan din yung nangyari sa ArkAngel kanina. Napatay na nila lahat, kaso nga lang, not enough time para makapag-defuse ng spike.
Indeed.
Feeling ko kailangan ng TFO si Marky mag-pop off ulit. Kagaya ng nangyari kanina.
I mean, that is the thing. If we're gonna compare this game din sa game kanina sa split, hindi nagagawa ni Marky yung mga dapat niyang gawin dito. He needs to pop off again and again. To be honest, Johan, siya ang nagpa-pop off dito for ArkAngel right now. We really thought that Ching will pop off, that Justice will pop off. But no, Johan is doing the job. Dito naman sa TFO, Trix is actually doing it as well. But it's really not enough for him to take down all the players of ArkAngel. Kailangan niya ng support din dun sa apat. Pero hindi nga lang talaga nagiging successful yung mga trade-offs. In terms of trade-offs as well, sobrang daming misplays. Tulad na nakita mo kanina, dun sa A, yung miscommunications. Pero hopefully, makayanan talaga ng TFO itong match ito. Score is 11-4 though. Well, pwede natin sabihin na momentum-wise, nasa ArkAngel talaga.
Hopefully, with the tactical pause, ma-clear ng TFO yung kanilang mindset pagdating sa match na ito. No? Especially with how the retake goes. Kasi obviously, this team, ang lakas nila. Ang lakas din ng the first order. It's just that, nahihirapan sila sa mga retakes dahil nga sa mga trade-offs na nangyayari. And ArkAngel is just very, very aggressive. Kailangan tapatan nila yung aggression na yan just at the right moment.
Look at that, Ching, mga kaibigan. Long-range judge.
11-4 ang ating score. Dalawa na lang. Actually, yung kailangan ng ArkAngel at isa na lang para sa match point. And nakita ko na to, Vil yung mga ganitong score, tas nakakabawi pa. Nakita ko na yan, hindi imposible. Walang imposible hanggang hindi pa nakakaabot ng 13 rounds o kaya naman kung nag-overtime, basta panalo.
It's not over till it's over. Trix trying. Doing his best, nabawasan si Chuching, mga kaibigan. Big shoutout nga pala kay Kulin. Pero Ching here with that Blade Storm. But Marky, sobrang ganda na posisyon ni Marky. Maganda posisyon ni Marky dito. He sees one! A perfect kill here by Marky, ladies and gentlemen. Pero nabawasan dito. He is a very, very low in HP. Not gonna be damaged there. On that patience ni Reyes, mga kaibigan. Serve! What a perfect kill as well. With a wall bang, mga kaibigan. Pero at least, Joss S nasa loob na. Para na yung not gonna connect onto Joss S. Carl will take down Serve dito. Pero ang problema, that this is 2v3. Congo and Curtis silang natitira. A perfect placement onto that turret though, just to know the location of ArkAngel dito. Shockdown will not connect as well. 2 from ArkAngel, really low. 1 from Hell, 2 from Jenny. Modski, maganda ang position dito. Makikita lahat na pwede pumasok dito sa may heaven, mga kaibigan. Curly just getting that Bucky though. Tamang recon lang to get some information. But Carl!
Hindi niya na inantay yung recon na mag-detect muna ng isang player, no? Hindi niya na inantay yung isang pass ng recon bolt. So, hindi na niya basically nakita yung ibang players. At saka at the same time, nung time na nag-recon naman yung ArkAngel towards heaven, binaril nilang dalawa. So, obviously, dalawa na lang yung natitira sa kanilang buhay. Then, dalawa na lang ang kailangan patayin ng ArkAngel. Alam nila yung pwesto. Keep it cool. Abangan na lang nila. Parang ganun lang.
Yeah, all they have to do is wait for ArkAngel. Pero yun nga lang, Coco has the Bucky. 2 more orbs on that lockdown though. It's still not over. Kayang-kaya pa tong ng TFO, but it's gonna be so hard for them to do so. Pero Joss S just trying to start everything off. Coco, look at that Bucky on your face! Ang sinabi niya kay Joss S was that perfect placement onto that Nano Swarm Grenade, mga kaibigan. Coco with a 2K plus got the lockdown as well. Let's see, mga kaibigan, if ano ang gagawin dito. Marky, look at that. A really sneaky move by Marky.
Oh, no, yes!
Sees one, trying to go with the
Next!
second one, but nga lang, Johan gets the trade-off. 3v1 partner. Tulad na sinabi natin, kaya pa ng TFO to. Mahirap pero kakayanin.
Isa sa pinakamagandang nangyari doon is yung pwesto ni Coco. Saktong-sakto lang talaga with the Bucky shot na pwede niya kunin. Nakakuha siya ng 2 kills doon. And after that, nilapag niya yung lockdown. At the same time, yung pag-rotate ni Marky towards mid o towards the pizza para lang makita habang naka-blade storm siya yung ibang mga kalaban. Carl goes down in the hands of Courtesy. 12-4. The first order gets this round.
What a game, man. Really, really interesting play na ginagawa dito ng TFO. Really proving talagang this is the top 2 ngayon sa ating
deserving parehas.
Sobrang deserving na pareho to. But still, ArkAngel getting that match point already. For TFO, no more mistakes. Tama na. Itigil na natin ang mga kamalian natin dito. All out na tayo lahat-lahat. Wala nang lockdown though ang TFO. Pero meron pang Hunter's Fury si Courtesy. Kayang-kayang pigilan. Pero ang problema, partner, ng ArkAngel, kompletos recados ang kanilang mga ultimates, mga kaibigan. Look at that.
Isang mabilis, isang
si Ching lang ang wala.
You should run.
Oh. Starting off with that lockdown though. Pero yan ang sagot, mga kaibigan, ni Serve. Just taking down that lockdown para at least magkaroon sila ng opening to take down ArkAngel, mga kaibigan. Marky kills one. And now the rotation of ArkAngel is here. Ching taking down Coco though. A minute left in the clock. And that is the spike being planted, mga kaibigan, ni Carl without Aldrod as well. Modski from behind. Let's see if kaya ba niya patayin si Serve. And I think he's not gonna catch that guy na rin. Pero that is the Hunter's Fury from Carl! Sees one! Trying to go for the second. And I think hindi na matatamaan yung isa. This is gonna be so hard for TFO. 2v3 situation. Marky, wala na smoke dito. Meron pa siya isang tailwind to go away. Pero yun nga lang, can he do this? Can he do the impossible? Courtesy, dito sa kanan. He kills one. 7 HP left. It's all up to Marky. Pero yun nga lang, Carl, nakabawi pa ng isa. Ching is right there. Marky with the tailwind, but Ching with the deny. And the winner is ArkAngel. 2-1 match point for AA.
For this grand finals, alam mo, Villa, sa nakikita ko, with the first order, they are a really good team. It's just that ArkAngel on this map, yung aggressiveness nila na-overwhelm yung TFO. Nakukuha yung picks, nakukuha yung mga unang kills, yung opening kills, very important yan para sa isang team. At ArkAngel yung nakakakuha nun. On the other hand naman, TFO had missed some chances, kagaya nung isang defuse na sayang. Isang round pa sana para sa kanila. And parehas na team, merong mga mistakes. Kung sino na lang ang unang makapag-capitalize.
Indeed. I'll ask you right now. You've casted the second game as a split. I mean, isa bang factor ang pagiging medyo napagod sila and medyo maging nalungkot sila, parang bumaba yung moral dun sa second game, kung bakit ganito yung performance sila sa third game? What do you think? That is actually can be a factor, to be honest.
Fatigue, oo. May factor talaga yung fatigue para sa lahat ng mga pro players. Kahit nga normal na player, napapagod din maglaro, di ba? But at the same time, as a pro player, kailangan mo talaga i-reset yung mindset ng reset the mindset, di ba? Rhyme. Bars. Reset the mindset of the players. Kaya nga tayo minsan yung mga coaches natin nandiyan para i-reset, tulungan makabalik yung mga teams natin. Kasi on a best of 5 series, hindi mo expect na laging 3-0 lang, di ba? So, with this, kailangan lang talaga ng reset para sa mindset ng ating the first order. Nakuha nila yung first map. Yung second map, muntik na. This is, I think we're gonna have 5 games.
We're gonna have 5 games indeed.
Feeling ko lang kahit 2-1 na.
There's a huge chance na magkaroon tayo ng 5 games dito. Pero yun nga lang, ArkAngel, isa na lang ang kailangan nila for them to be the champion this week. Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen that third game, and after the break, it's gonna be the fourth one. We are casters, Vil and the Terror. See you after the break.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
More than 100 teams ang sumubok. Now, we're down to 2, but there can only be one. Game number 4 ng ArkAngel versus the First Order, mga kaibigan. Ano nakakatawa?
Hindi ko ina-expect yung intro mo. mo na gano'n. Ang ganda. Okay, sige, tuloy mo.
Sinira mo.
Ito na, seryoso na tayo, guys.
Seryoso na tayo mga kaibigan. And this is the game number 4 ng ArkAngel versus the First Order. Manalo na kaya ang ArkAngel or mababawi pa ng the First Order? Abangan sa mga susunod na minuto.
Abangan nyo next week.
Kaya ba today?
Kaya ba today, guys?
Feeling ko sana kaya ba today?
Kami ang inyong mga casters. Ako nga pala si Taylor at kasama ko si Vil. At gaya ng sabi niya kanina, match point na para sa ArkAngel. At sa the First Order naman, tong next map natin.
I love their name, man.
The First
Order, it's so powerful. Like,
parang alpha na alpha,
yeah,
no?
the
Yun
first,
dating.
we are the First Order.
Tapos ArkAngel parang,
Paano?
aray! Sakit. Anyway, guys. Friendly fire nga, no? Pag-usapan natin, the next map is the time na itong ArkAngel from their last match, na ano nila dito yung DR Esports?
Yeah.
Na landslide.
Landslide.
Yung DR Esports sa mapa na to. Sa Haven. And now,
Haven. Maraming angels dyan.
Di, ArkAngel, ganun. Baka, sige, bahala ka sa
Hindi sinasabi ko.
Chat na naman tayo, bias tayo.
Hindi kami bias mga kaibigan. Parang...
Isipin mo yun, 5 days mong inaral yung mga teams tapos bias tayo.
Ang sakit nga.
Sakit,
Alam mo yun? Alam mo yun? Ilang araw ko nag-aral, ilang araw mo inaral yung mga teams, nanood, nagpuyat. Tapos in the end, sasabihan ka ng bias. Yun na! Kayo na lang dito. Casters, itabi nyo. Ako na.
Speaking of, meron tayong giveaway kay Asoray, di ba yung sa TikTok? Hindi si Asoray yung magpapag-giveaway, pero PPGL yung magpapag-giveaway, guys. 1,500 plus Valo points. Ang pwede nyo mapanalunan and ang kailangan nyo lang gawin ay i-do it o i-stitch. Tawag ata. Para doon sa TikTok ni Asoray. Yeah. Silipin nyo lang yan. Ito, actually. Take on the Challenger and cast VCT with Asoray with the hashtag PPGL Just Do It.
I've actually watched a few videos sa PPGL Just Do
Kamusta
It.
Naman?
Sobrang...
Bakit ka natatawa?
Okay lang.
Okay.
I mean, all of them are really amazing. Some of them are nakakatawa kasi talagang sinaluan talaga nilang comedy at talagang nag-enjoy ako. And ikaw na lang ang inaantay para gawin to. Oo, ikaw yun.
Lang.
Oo, tama, ikaw yun.
Kaya gawin mo na.
Kaya gawin mo na. Ito na yung senyales, best. Ito na yung sign.
Hashtag oras.
Hashtag oras na mga kaibigan.
Just Stitch and Do It, Azuray's TikTok Video Casting Challengers Week 2. Posted yan sa ating PPGL page. Tapos, i-post nyo yan, video na yan, either sa ating Facebook o kaya naman sa TikTok account nyo. Tapos, gamitin nyo yung hashtag na hashtag PPGL Just Do It. Make sure na naka-public. Alam naman, ikaw lang yung nakakanood, di ba? Expect mo mananalo ka, no? Ikaw lang yung naka-private yung video mo. Di ba?
So, gusto nyo rin kaming i-follow, follow
nyo na rin kami. Bakit hindi?
Bakit hindi? Wala namang problema doon. And look at that, Haven. This map is selected by ArkAngel Esports, mga kaibigan. Let's see what's gonna happen in this. Is this gonna be the last map or magkakaroon pa tayo ng isa pa, mga kaibigan? ArkAngel ang mga anghel laban sa the First Order, ang mga nangunguna
sa order. Pag nag-fast food, nauna silang mga order. Curveball at nire-ready na towards double doors ng garage. Josh S. umatras lang muna sa galit. Pero the First Order, gusto nilang pasukin ito ating seaside updraft mula kay Marky and the dash as well. Wala na siyang nakikita. Josh S. getting some kills. Isa na lang natitira para sa TFO. Ang killjoy nila goes down in the hands of Ching. Bilis naman dun. Ang bilis na nga pangyayari.
Bilis.
Moving forward, agad-agad, second round na tayo. Guys, this is a best of 5 match. Baka merong mga taong kaka-tune in lang dyan. I-share nyo na yung stream natin para makita naman nila na talagang sinusuportahan nyo yung mga teams na meron tayo sa ating Valorant community sa Pilipinas. Diba? Siyempre, yung mga events, meron kami sikreto ibibigay sa inyo, guys. Sa mga events, tapos may mga shoutcaster, may live stream. Yung mga big boss, natutuwa yan. Maraming viewers. Diba? So, sasabihin nila, ay, gawa pa tayo ng isa pang tournament sa Pilipinas kasi maraming sumusuporta. Kaya i-share nyo na yung stream natin. Okay. Anyway, back to the game.
Share mo lang.
Share ko lang.
Share mo lang. Okay.
Back to the game, Josh S.
Oh!
The third kill!
Na third kill, pero Johan once more here. Tricks will be down, so it's all up to Courtesy. At saka si Coco. They need to play close here, mga kaibigan. Ang problema, this is gonna be a super hard thing to do. That spike is dropped here sa kalagitnaan ng B, mga kaibigan.
Ang problema kasi nangyari sa B kanina, gusto pa sana pumulot ng baril ni Phoenix. Kaso nasa harap niya na yung kalaban eh. So, nangyari, namatay siya ng walang kalaban-laban, Bill. Josh is getting the third kill para sa round na ito. Last one and last man standing na lang ang ating Sova. Courtesy goes down in the hands of Modski. 2-0.
Going back to this game, TFO needs to rethink everything that they need to do. They, hindi na sila, ito na yung mga panahon talaga, hindi na sila talaga pwedeng, kaya menching, kaya ba today?
Kaya ba today, guys?
Isa pa. Ayun. So, alright, mga kaibigan, syempre, alam naman natin kung galit kayo sa amin.
Kung ayaw nyo kami panoorin.
Scanning ahead.
Meron din naman tayo kasi live din kami sa Twitch, tsaka sa YouTube, tsaka sa TikTok.
Wow, dami naman. Pero eto, wait lang ha, bago natin i-promote yan, panoorin muna natin yung gagawin dito dahil nandiyan na naman yung wall ng Sage towards A short. Yung nakakainis na wall, yung Modski. Hindi ko na masabing Modski, pero Modski po siya, guys.
Oo, tama. Puntik na. Pero Marky, however, andito lang sa may short, mga kaibigan.
Dadalawang isip.
Oo nga,
yung
isip.
TFO.
Sobrang ganda ng pwesto nila dito. Alam mo, parang talaga mga army. Tignan mo, isa nakatingin sa
parang
taas.
SWAT.
Oo nga, parang SWAT eh. Parang ano.
Baka may umakyat. Baka may mag-boost.
Actually, nag-aantay lang siya. Ang inaantay na doon is yung recon ball. Pero long attack. Back in the ball game right now. Marky with the up-draft though, but Mosky with the 2K already. So it's all up to Coco. Coco kills Scarn. 1v2 situation right here. Coco, let's see if kaya naman siya, mga kaibigan. 40 seconds left in the clock. 6 takes on that HP. That spike is not being planted. Alarm bot, alam na ngayon ni Coco nasan yung isa, pero he needs malaman kung nasan si Johan dito. Ching and Johan ang natitira for ArkAngel. He needs to play close. He needs to be cautious dito, mga kaibigan, in order for him to get this round. Nakakuha pa ng isa dito.
Alam niya na nasa malayo pa si Johan, no? And the thing is, hindi niya tinuloy yung plant. Lalabas siya instead at pupunta sana sa kabilang side. Tinakbo na lang niya. Partner, 9 seconds remaining pero nakabang na si Johan. Do you think na dapat ay pinlant niya na lang yung spike towards A?
Pwede naman eh. I mean, pwede naman niyang i-plant na lang though. Pero, I think, pwede natin ano yun eh. 2v1 yun. Medyo mahirap din talaga kasi one wrong move lang, baka bigla kang magilidan or something like that.
Na big brain actually ni Johan eh. Kasi pina-trigger niya yung alarm bot, tapos ang ginawa niya, nag-back siya, umatras siya, tapos pumunta siya towards B para salubungin dun sa link.
Mas mabilis pa sa fast ang mga nangyayari, mga kaibigan. Parang katsaw. Malakatsaw yung ano eh. Sino ulit na sasabi ng katsaw?
Si McQueen.
Si Lightning McQueen ang nangyayari. But Carly here, just gonna tag someone with that outro. Though Joss is trying to be really aggressive. Let's see, pwede mo mapatay si Coco dito. Andun lang nag-aantay si Courtesy outside garage doors, but Joss is with a head, taking Coco down. Pre-fire lang just to prevent any players na makapasok dito sa B, but Joss is went inside without any damage at all. Modski, dito nagsimula si Modski, mga kaibigan.
Nakita yung tagiliran ni Trix.
Oo nga eh. Sayang.
Saan nagsimula si Modski, partner?
Nagsimula si Modski as Sage. Naglaro siya sa mga iba't ibang teams. Saan naglaro si Modski? Naglaro siya sa third chapter esports dyan using Sage, at ngayon nagbabalik na naman ang Sage ni Modski. At saka, ito yung partner, ito yun eh. Alam mo yung ginagawa nila Modski dito? Laging tawag din, win a wall. Use your words, di ba?
Nakakainis na wall yun actually.
Oo. Which is, ang ginagawa nila, nagkakaskas tuloy ng yelo. Ang
players ng TFO.
Hindi TFO.
Yung last time.
Yung players ng DR. Oo.
Nagkakaskas ng yelo. Ang
Which is
matindi pa dun.
super annoying talaga. Sobrang annoying yung wall na yun.
Tsaka may may angle na nakikita dun sa upper A short.
Yeah. Pero dito, I mean there's a chance na baka na-drain din talaga ang TFO dun sa split. Pero as a pro player, you need to focus sa mga pwede mangyayari dito. And that is the thing na kinakapitalize ng ArkAngel, mga kaibigan. Two of them, Johan and Ching, really low on HP here. And the TFO needs to capitalize this though. Ching, 24 HP left sa kanya, mga kaibigan. Wala siyang smoke dito. Johan, may paranoia. Courtesy, look at that dirty shock dart taking Ching down. Plus dahil dito kay Johan,
Na no choice siya eh. Binatuhan na siya ng shock dart, tapos meron pang nano swarm. So wala na siya mapuntahan, hindi niya alam kung saan siya lulugar, basically. No? So na-pick off na nga si Ching, pero still, a 4 versus 3. Mukhang gusto nilang puntahan yung silong, pero 3 players ang nakastack. Walang tao actually sa A-side.
That crazy recon bot will be denied by TFO, mga kaibigan. Lockdown just to deny and to delay Carl with an answer onto that shock dart, taking one down, plus the Hunter's Fury. Courtesy will be down. Modski with a 2K, 5-0. ArkAngel, ladies and gentlemen, the momentum is real.
Isipin mo, inirita lang eh. Nairita lang sa ating Hunter's Fury, yung TFO. Tapos sasabayan ng peak ni Modski. Ganyan yung connection ng mga players na ito. Aside from that, Josh S is really actually doing a great job in this map. 5-0 na ang ating score. Alam ko na kaya o malaki ang possibility for this round, especially na nakikita ko na yung players from TFO, yung kanilang Jet, yung kanilang Phoenix, may run it back na at saka may Blade Storm na din.
Online ngayon ang mga ultis dito. That run it back though, that run it back should be worth it from them. He needs to use that. Kailangan niya makapatay dito ng mga more than, siguro, 2 okay yung 2. That is the run it back by Trix, mga kaibigan. Let's see if he's gonna catch one though. And just using that run it back just to get some information kung nasan ba yung mga iba't ibang players ng ArkAngel. Ladies and gentlemen, Marky there with that Blade Storm. Won't gonna catch someone here, but Ching from up top from heaven. He's gonna be smoked out, and now this is the time. Look at that!
Nakita ni Marky yung future!
He came for the future! Gusto ba tumatlo ni Marky, mga kaibigan? Pero hindi makagalaw. Carl there with that retaliation. Trix with the follow-up. So, it's all up to Carl, mga kaibigan. 1v4 situation. Recon is up. 69 HP left. Very nice. Coco. I mean, Marky, this is the thing na inaantay natin kay Marky. Kailangan niyang mag-pop off and it's happening right now.
Nakapagkape na?
Nakapagkape na.
Nakapagsantok na ng kanin ng nakangiti, guys!
Oo nga, tama. Nakapagsantok na nakangiti. Masaya na siya. Naalala na niya yung mga magagandang nangyari sa buhay niya. Kaya binabawi na ngayon yung round na to. Look at that. Walang nagawa si Ching doon. Plus that smoke. Makakuha pa ng dalawa. Try to be really aggressive right there.
5-1. TFO finally gets around. Worth it. Yung run it back, worth it. Yung Blade Storm, nagamit nila ng maayos. Pero Ching, nakapitas na ng isa. The dash out para sa Hunter's Fury ng ng TFO rather. Dark cover. Nandiyan para sa silong natin. Pero mabilis na rotation mula sa TFO. Gusto nilang pumunta ng long A. Kaso nakita sila nung ating Aldron. Modski on the other hand, nakaabang na din dun sa nakakainis niyang wall towards sewers natin.
Oo nga, 5-1 now. TFO slowly but surely nakakabalik na dito sa game natin. Look at Johan, really aggressive there. Ching just waiting patiently dito sa may silong. Very slow move from TFO right now. The problem is Trix is now down for wala na isang flash ngayon ang TFO. Yun ang pinakakailangan nila. They only have that paranoia to save them from trouble.
Courtesy pushing towards A-Long kasama ang kanyang Omen. Mayroon pa bang paranoia? Yon ang katanungan. Mukhang ready ang Omen nila
30
dito.
seconds left.
mag-smoke?
Right here.
Yup.
Or they gonna
Nag-smoke
smoke
na nga.
yes, they're gonna smoke out
Para
here.
sa Heaven natin, may Shock Dart. Andiyan na rin yung Recon Bolt ng Sova from ArkAngel. Walang na-detect. Ho-ho.
TFO setting up already. Car there with a shock dart. No Modski being aggressive. Sees one trying to go with the second one. With that retakes. Okay.
Ang hirap eh. Ang hirap makapasok ng TFO. Una is dahil napitas na si Trix ni Ching kanina pa. So, 4 na lang yung players na natitira. Tapos, nagdesisyon sila, punta tayong silong. Sige, hindi sila makapasok. Sige, decide tayo na mabilis. Tara na lang, mag-A tayo. Tapos, nasaktuhan ng Aldron.
Yung nga, nasaktuhan pa ng Aldron. Isipin mo yung Aldron na yun ang nagpa-compromise sa mga posisyon ng mga kuya nyo. I mean, that's why you need to use your utilities na talaga. It's all about utilities, but Marky, sobrang sayang, hindi na nabawas yung Ching dito. Zerv there, taking Johan down, but Marky doesn't want to stop. He just wants to destroy Joses right now. Ching there with a follow-up on that operator. Zerv, really aggressive, pero tumilim ang paninginig to Ching mo. Pero yun nga lang, with that updraft, Coco says no to Ching. 2v4 situation, online ang revive, pero Trix galing sa likod. Carl na naman, hindi naka-OD ng kuya mo.
Spike planted.
He goes down in the hands of Sova. Ni Courtesy rather. TFO securing yet another round. 6-2 ang ating score. TFO Marky, nahawakan na ang operator finally. Nakaluwag-luwag na.
Nakaluwag-luwag na. Nag-init na.
Nag-init na.
Nag-init na. Sumayaw na.
Gumiling na.
Gumiling na ang kuya mo.
Side step pa.
Oo nga eh.
Speaking of Johan, no, kanina ang likot-likot niya maglaro.
Likot lang, likot-likot. Sobra na yun.
Sobra na yun. Tama. Kaya pa ba today?
Kayang-kaya today.
Kaya pa po ba today, guys? Ching, nakasilip with the operator.
Nagkasilipahan ng mga kuya mo, pero si Ching ang unang nakasilip. Ching dito.
Gabaw pa rin. Kung meron pang lalabas o meron pang gustong sumunod sa yapak ng ating jet mula sa TFO. Aldro, nakita na meron pang tao sa A-long, no?
Oh, Ching dito pag sumilip dito ang Phoenix natin, nagpaparinig lang with that spray. Tabang, tss lang, halika rito.
Kinuha ata nila yung operator.
Oh! Huli ka!
Balbon.
Bakit mo sinap?
Wala lang, para matapos lang.
Diba?
Ayos yun. 5 versus 3. Pinasok na nga with the paranoia. Kaso the Nano Swarm ay nandyan para sa ating silong. Hindi agad sila makakapasok dito. The push mula sa TFO. Johan securing 1 kill. Josh on the other hand, nakaabang pero courtesy na una.
Paranoia mga kaibigan. Hindi antay na lumabas. The spike is being planted already. Modski binuhay ni Jos S dito, but Coco is right there with a kill. So it's all up to courtesy, but Jos S again with the deny. 7-2.
Bilis ng retake ng ArkAngel. ArkAngel pa rin nasa defending side natin, no? ArkAngel just does retake really well pagdating sa mapa ng Haven. No? Kung napanood nyo nga yung match nila last time for DR Esports, sabi ko na parang DR Esports yung isa sa mga malilinis na teams maglaro ngayon. Pero, ArkAngel, landslide yung score nila with the DR Esports. This time around, mapa ng ArkAngel ang Haven, and they're just trying to prove na kaya ulit nilang gawin yung mga nagawa nila from the previous days. TFO on the other hand, our dark horse.
Our dark horse indeed, courtesy checking this point of the map right now. Sees one though, Marky andito lang. Let's see if mag-short ba siya o maglo-long. Andun si Modski mga kaibigan, nagkakatansyahan sila dito, and Marky nakita niya yung hair follicles ng buhok. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo eh. Ito yung ginagawa ni Modski dito. Yung pinaka-nakakairita.
Ching na naman, nakakuha na naman ng isang kill. Yung smoke nandyan, pero susubukan niya pa ulit. Baka isa, tumaan ng kaunti. O, nagpipik lang. Another one, bites the dust.
Ching, oh my God, grabe. Chuching!
Oh my God!
With the 3K already.
Oh, next. Vandal naman.
Oh, let's
Parang
see.
taga-abot lang ng baril yung Sage eh.
Oo nga, pero dito, nagpakita ng konti si Johan dito, pero it's all up to the two men of TFO, mga kaibigan.
Meron pang ultimate yung ating Omen, courtesy as well. Meron din siyang Hunter's Fury na ready.
30 seconds left.
Ano ang gagawin ng TFO? 2v5. Kailangan nilang makakuha ng picks. Pero yung disiplina ng ArkAngel, alam nilang 2 tao na lang yung natitira. Siguro, isa pwede pang mag-lurk, pero hindi. Ayaw talaga nilang lumabas.
Oo nga. Pero kung nakikita mo.
10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds
Mag-ulti kaya?
Pero actually, they have their rounds dito para Uy, alam na ata ni Johan, mga kaibigan, naghahanap to, pwede mapatay dito. Hoy! Courtesy, taking Johan down. Uy, oh my God, naubos pa ni Carlito.
8-2. And almost. Malapit na tayo mag-halftime, guys. And dapat makakuha sila ng 8-4 score. 2 more rounds para kahit pa paano mahahabol
Kaya pa to. Tulad nga sinabi natin kanina, partner, 8-4, winnable pa yun. Medyo kampante pa tayo din. Makakahinga pa tayo doon.
May konting space pa.
Oo, may konting space pa. Alam mo naman, pag medyo malayo na yung space, di na talaga, mahirap na yun no?
Oo, basta, sige, kung saan ka masaya, Bill. Kung saan ka masaya, Bill.
Sino nagsabing masaya ako?
Tactical pause.
Kalma lang muna.
Ito yung sinasabi ko nga na kailangan mag-reset talaga yung TFO, no? Especially, 2 rounds na lang ang meron bago tayo mag-halftime. Kailangan makuha nila yung last 2 rounds para yung pressure kahit papano ma-lift off towards the second half of this game. Match point na ang ArkAngel. Papatunayan ba nila na sila ang isa sa top team dito sa Pilipinas o may bagong magre-representa kagaya ng TFO? Bye face. Nakita, hindi natin masilip kasi pero mukhang half-buy yung natin, TFO natin. Yung mga baril nila is yung Spectre.
Ito, TFO, kayang-kaya pa nila to. For sure, they can still do this though. Isipin mo, after that split map na win, medyo malaki lang talaga ang nabuhos ng TFO doon. Pero kaya pa, puso lang.
Puso lang talaga. And with the tactical pause, makakatulong ng malaki yan para sa team ng TFO or ArkAngel kung sila man yung nag-tactical pause kasi wala tayong paraan para malaman.
Yeah.
Ching, naghahanap lang kung saan pwede mag-boost.
Dito.
Ganda ng skin.
Milipad na naman ng
isip ko.
Milipad na naman ng isip ko.
Kahapon, check yung temperature natin.
Oo nga
Ngayon ko lang natignan ng maayos yung operator dahil matagal yung tactical pause. Yung Elder Flame.
Hindi kasi kami nag-o-operator
Nakuha agad yung orb rather dito sa long A, no? Pero gusto atang magbabilis ang push ng TFO towards A site. Wala na yung nakakainis na wall ng Sage dahil nilipat niya na yan sa ating mid. Pero yung turret natin, gumagana. Ibig sabihin, may na-detect na. Andito na ang TFO to plant. Hunter's Fury, nilabas na rin. Natamaan pa ng slide si Marky. Nilagyan ng hot hands yung ating Heaven. And the lockdown will be initiated.
Yes, indeed. Lockdown is online already, but that shuttle will connect onto the side. Pero yun nga lang, double lockdown plus that Hunter's Fury. Walang mapapatay dito. Just gonna destroy that lockdown, ladies and gentlemen. Services 1, 4v2 with a great one. Si Ching na lang ang natitira. 1v4 and for sure he's just gonna save that operator. Pero actually, kaya pa naman niya bumili ng isa pang operator kahit natalo siya dito. Look at that, go. Taking down Ching and finally, TFO is back in the game.
Last round in the half.
8-3 score. 12-4-0 KDA para kay Ching. With that operator, maraming possibilities ang kayang gawin ng ArkAngel. pick-offs. Pati naman si Marky, naka-off din eh.
Naka-off na ito mga kaibigan. Ching versus Marky dito sa A-Long mga kaibigan. Sino ang makakapitas? Sino ang mas angat?
Sino ang
mas sikat?
Mas sikat.
Face off.
There they are.
Wala si Ching on A-Long. Nag-decision siya na sa C siya pupunta.
Marky though, really aggressive with that blaze from nilabas ang kanyang operator mga kaibigan. But Karl will surely see that run it back for sure. Inahanap dito si Karl pero yun nga lang, hindi napatay. Sobrang sayang lang. Kung napatay lang si Karl, sobrang solid sila makakapasok dito sa A. Pero Marky from up top! Look at that crazy blaze storm taking down Motsky though. Pero si Karl, the great wall of Karl, nandito lang siya. Hindi makapasok ang TFO dun sa AZ Big all because of Karl. Sobrang sayang lang talaga, hindi siya na-pick off ni Trix.
Well, that Blade Storm was denied by Karl in the first place. Kung hindi niya na-deny yun, mapapasok ng ating TFO itong site A. But this time around, kung sisilipin natin, si Coco nagpa-flank, nakapitas na siya towards C, and the rotations mula sa mga players natin sa the first order, papunta na silang Silong.
Yes, indeed. Silong here. Oh, look at that crazy kills. 4v1 TFO. Nakakabawi na dito. Karl from Garage, though. It's gonna be so hard for Karl para mabawi nito mga kaibigan. Oh, look at that! Oh no! 3k by Karl. 2v1. 11 HP on for Karl, ladies and gentlemen. He sees one. Look at that! Oh no! An ace is actually possible though. Pero full HP pa si Trix dito. But Trix denying that possible ace and that defuse. 8-4. This is like a deja vu of what happened doon sa game kanina, partner.
Parang ganun na nga. 8-4. Sinabi ko na kailangan nilang makuha yung dalawang rounds and they actually did. A quick replay kung ano yung nangyari kanina. Karl getting a 4K pero si Phoenix, si Trix, nasa long C. Mula A yun bumalik siya papuntang Silong. Pero a good one mula sa the first order dahil una sa lahat, si Karl na-deny na. Na-deny na si Marky Na-deny na, tapos nag-decision sila na huwag na tayo dito, pumunta na lang. May flank sila sa C, tapos nakapatay yung flank nila sa C, kaya it's time, lipat tayo.
It's time. Let's see. Hopefully makabawi dito ang TFO mga kaibigan. They're really being that aggressive though. I mean, let's see if they can catch someone off guard. Pero yun ang alam ko! Sinaksak harap-harapan.
Nagulat na lang siguro siya eh.
Nagulat na lang. Alam mo, bigla mo napatay yung mouse mo. Ay, yung mga tipong ganon.
Click na lang. I-click mo na lang dahil naka-knives out si Josh S. doon.
Pero ang problema mga kaibigan, yung isang player ng ArkAngel, si Karl, nasa mid. Bigyan mo ng tubig ang kuya mo. Pero Trix trying to destroy that wall just to go inside C-side. Karl with that perfect kill onto Marky, though, onto that head. No damage at all. Pero dito babawi. Diyos ko, tinalikuran si Trix mga kaibigan. Let's see. Trix are pushing in with that curveball. Is he gonna spot out the players? Motsky says no, pero Motsky with a 2K. Ching with a 2K as well.
Just a good post plant. Ito yung problema kanina ng ArkAngel sa ibang mapa. Pero this time around, nakukuha nila yung post plant, especially sa mapa ng Haven.
Yeah.
Maganda yung post plant ng ArkAngel sa Haven.
Haven knows.
Sige na lang, Vil.
What to say?
Half buy or actually forced buy para sa ilang mga players ng TFO.
Kaya pa.
Yung iba merong Baki, yung iba...
Hindi, promise. Kaya ng TFO yan. Promise. Pinupusuan ko TFO. Game 5 tayo. Kayang-kaya yan. It's not over till it's over. Bilog ang bola.
Bilog ang bola. Indeed.
Indeed. Pero Ching here, just trying to block off the players na pwedeng sumilip sa kanila dito sa sewers though.
The smoke mula sa TFO para harangan yung ating Silong. Very slow push mula sa ArkAngel. Despite na nag-force yung ibang mga players nila. Trix, hot hands para makapag-heal. Josh S, nakapitas ng isa. Nano Swarm, sinalo ni Trix dito. Motsky getting the kill and Marky on towards A side.
So Joseph dito. Let's see. This is gonna be a 3-versus-4 situation. Multi planted the spike already. Marky needs to do something there with that Bucky though. Car from up top. Makikita na si Surf pero won't gonna see Marky dito lang sa may city. Johan. Tamang magkakamihami wave na.
Marky with a very low HP sa pang shock dart. Tama ba? Hindi na nag-connect. Pero sobrang baba na ng HP ni Marky dito. Ano pa ang pwede niyang gawin? Nag-aantay lang ang TFO habang ang mga players naman ng ArkAngel ay nakabang na din. Motski getting a kill on that Bulldog. Johan para naman kay Marky. At ang susunod ay si Coco finishing off and now the score is 10-4.
Complete domination na pinapakita ng AA ever since yung nangyari dun sa split. Medyo hindi ata nakabangon ng TFO. That is actually a very, very huge factor. Pero but still, hindi pa naman tapos. Coco, hindi makakabili ng Vandal din dito. At as you can see mga kaibigan, kung nakikita nyo this is actually a very desperate buy for TFO. Just using all the money that they have para sa AR. If ever matalo pa sila dito, wala silang pera next round. Wala na to, out of desperation na to.
So, ibig sabihin,
Vandals,
kailangan talaga makuha nila to.
Kailangan talaga nilang makuha to. Look at that buy. Walang wall, isa lang ang curveball. They really need to get this though. And hopefully makuha nila.
Hopefully. Para mas matagal yung laban natin. Gusto mo makakita pa ng isa pang game eh. Waiting lang si Serve kung merong dadaan o merong magpupush ng silog. Nakita niya na merong mga skills na pumasok, hindi siya natamaan ng paranoia o kahit ano man, nabulag niya si Ching dito and the TP out para sa kanya. Hindi alam ng ibang players pero Carl secures the kill! Johan gets that Vandal tapos revive lang para kay Ching.
TFO, though we still have courtesy. Look at that, taking Josh S down 3-versus-4 situation. Johan really aggressive though. Let's see if, look at one tap there onto Trix. 2v4. Post plant is on. Carl there. Crispy headshot. Taking down Coco. Courtesy. Yun ang pagbawi ng api.
Ito, crispy headshot din. Para sa kanya, meron mukhang nagre-ready para sa shock
dart! Shock dart sa mukha ni Carl, mga kaibigan. Puro ka Odin.
Dalawa. Nakasilip para sa garage. Johan at yung Sage natin. Courtesy, nakaikot na sa malayo. Isisave niya na yung baril na to. 11-4 ang ating score. Hindi nag-work out yung gustong gawin sana ng TFO. No? Pinilit nila, finorce nila, pero it is what it is. Kaya ang kanilang mga pera ngayon ay, syempre, 2-9, 3K. Half armor, tapos di ka pa makakabili ng Vandal.
Bulldogs.
Pwede.
Bulldogs. Pero they
Sheriff?
really,
last round na lang
pwede,
talaga?
Hindi pwede ang Sheriff dito. It's Bulldogs and half armors or Spectre and
scanning ahead.
Full armor. Yan na lang ang pinakakaya ngayon ng TFO, mga kaibigan. 2 more rounds for ArkAngel and they're gonna win this though. TFO needs to do something. Ching taking Coco down.
Merong na-detect yung turret towards double doors. Pero si Johan, chill lang. Alam niyang tutunog ulit yung turret kung sakaling meron pa na sumilip ulit. Josh S, nakapitas na nga ng isa. Marky goes down na 5-3. Yung spike natin. Hindi pa napag-plant.
Oh my god, pero serve there with a follow-up, but Ching taking him down with that as well. That recon ball won't get at someone here in Silong though. Pero at least buhay pa. Nandyan pa si Courtesy, mga kaibigan. Might catch Ching off guard. And yes, buhay na buhay pa. 1v3. Josh S with a 3K.
Ang init naman ni Josh ngayon.
Match point for ArkAngel, ladies and gentlemen.
12-4 ang ating score. This time around, TFO, meron silang kompleto yung kanilang mga shields at yung kanilang Vandal. Mukhang they opted for my option na tiisin na lang hanggang dulo. Para sa dulo,
walang hanggan.
Oo, kung mawala man sila, at least lumaban sila. Alam mo yun?
Oo.
Alam mo yun? Ha?
Spike skip.
Ha?
Kaya ba today?
Kaya ba today, guys?
Hindi na ata kaya today, bes.
Hunter's Fury by courtesy pero walang kinonektan. Carl, nakuha pa nga siya. At the Aldrone is here. Destroy the turret. Mukhang may sinasalo si Coco doon. Attacker Killjoy. Naglapag na ng lockdown ng ArkAngel at sinira ito ng Trix. With that, run it back. Meron pa siyang mapipitas. Nabawasan lang niya ng matindi pero hindi niya napatay.
Marky napatay si Mochi to serve. Ito na ang pagbago ng api, mga kaibigan. Started from the bottom. Now we hear Marky sees 1, 3v3 on the scoreboard right now. Johan! Diyos ko, ang pinakamatangkad sa ArkAngel, mga kaibigan, si Johan.
Bakit? Totoo ba yun? Fact yun?
Oh, fact yun.
Ah. Akala ko fake news ka lang. Anong connect ng matangkad siya sa game?
Hindi yung kasi sinasabi lagi
yun
ng
ba yung
mga
sinasabi?
Kinonek ko lang.
Okay.
But then 2v3 on the scoreboard. Jet, really low on HP. Kayang-kaya pa ng TFO to. He saves 1, pero Carl! And again, it's all up to Marky. Siya na lang ang natitirang pag-asa. And Carl!
Attackers win.
ArkAngel takes the game and wins the best of 5 series. Sila nga ang makakapasok. Sila ang nakakuha ng ticket papunta sa ating Masters kasama ang Bren Esports.
Kitang-kita mo, sobrang saya ni Modski. Hindi man siya kumite kahit konti.
Nasaktuhan talaga na yung mapa natin is Haven, which is stronghold talaga ng ArkAngel.
We've seen ArkAngel played Haven yesterday against DR Esports, and that is really
Same na
unstoppable.
same Yung post plants nila, yun talaga yung nagdadala for the team na hindi makapag-retake yung ibang mga players. Hindi lang yung TFO, kundi yung ibang mga teams din like DR Esports as well.
Yes, indeed. Pero at least, what a game. What a crazy game indeed.
At least, what a game.
What a game.
Napakaganda ng mga matches
sobrang
kanina.
intense. To be honest, ito yung pinaka nag-enjoy ako na araw.
Sana kayo din, di ba? At saka sana sumali na kayo sa TikTok giveaway kasi maya i-announce na yung winners. Winners yun.
Sa dun sa TikTok natin, bes, ang dami na.
TikTok natin?
Hindi, sa PPGL.
Akala ko magti-TikTok tayo eh.
Dun sa PPGL, marami tayong TikTok doon, yung mga tipo sumasayaw-sayaw pa kami ni Asoray.
Sumasayaw kayo ni Asoray? Hindi ko kasi nakikita eh. Tag nyo naman ako. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng nanood. Again, congratulations sa ArkAngel dahil sila ang nanalo para sa ating Grand Finals at sila ang sasama sa Bren Esports. Sila pa rin talaga, top 1, top 2 teams.
Top 1, top 2, all the way. Galing pang first strike, mga kaibigan. Sila pa rin ang magkasama. Bren Esports, ArkAngel, our Filipino representative for the VALORANT Masters 1.
Parang wish.
Wish.
Tama na. Sige, anyway, maraming salamat sa lahat ng nanood and biggest shoutout sa viewers natin dyan.
Salamat.
Thank you sa lahat ng sumusuporta. Alam ko, mahaba-habang break yung meron tayo for VCT.
Actually,
next month tayo magkikita.
Nakakalungkot, to be honest. Kasi magkikita-kita tayo lahat. See you guys on April.
April pa?
Yeah.
Tagal naman.
Di ba
pwedeng bukas?
Di ka bukas.
Sige, ako lang Punta ka ba?
Kaya ba today?
Maraming salamat sa lahat ng nanood. And thank you so much. In English lang Maraming salamat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much sa mga manonood. Thank you very much.
Nagaya ka sa akin.
Congratulations all the winners. ArkAngel is our second Filipino representatives. We are casters. Ako nga pala si Phil.
At ako naman si Taylor.
At kami ang inyong mga shoutcasters. See you on April, mga kaibigan. Good night.
What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
The Angels have not fallen. In fact, they are soaring high right now as they soar and fly straight to the Masters with that second golden ticket. A big congratulations to ArkAngel in their decisive 3-1 victory that unpredicted today, of course, against none other than TFO, who were phenomenal in the first two maps, but just seemed to slip away. We're going to be talking with one of the crucial clutch members of ArkAngel, Modsky, who has been amazing all throughout. So many clutches because of this guy. Every time he steps up the clutch, we're like, yeah, he refused. But we'll talk about that with him. So I got him on the line, actually. Modsky, where you at, man? What's up?
Hey, man, what's up?
All right. First of all, this is the question we gotta get out of the way. How's it feel to be going to the Masters?
We're really happy about how we performed today and really expected ourselves to make it to the Masters, but we had to go through a lot of problems, and I'm happy that we were able to overcome them slowly but surely.
Yeah, it seems like there were some identity crises within ArkAngel, but it seems like nowadays you guys are working like a well-oiled machine. Can you tell us a little bit about how that happened and like why you guys are seeming to like trust each other and drive so well? Oh, and everybody's
Okay,
there.
Hey, hold on. We just, I was more than happy to make the right adjustments in order for us to succeed. So I gladly took up the Sentinel role in order to let Josh play Duelist because he's a more aggressive player in my opinion. And so far it's been working out for us.
Yeah, clearly that is the case. How is everyone feeling in the boot camp right now? What's the energy like there?
Hindi ko sila marinig. Chill. Sorry, what were you saying?
Sorry, how is the energy like? What's it like in the boot camp right now? How's everyone feeling, man?
Everyone's feeling good. We're really happy about the win, and we're about to celebrate in a bit.
Okay, I'm gonna let you get to the celebration soon. But one question, real quick: How are you going to be planning? How are you going to be preparing for the Masters?
We understand that we have to work harder than everybody else, and we're gonna try our best to represent the Philippines well in the tournament.
All right. Any shout outs you get? Any shout outs to your fans and your family? And of course to anyone you want to give thanks to, and as well as a message to the teams that are waiting for you in the Masters.
Sorry, I didn't catch the last question.
Do you guys have any shout outs? Do you guys have any shout outs to your friends or family? And
Wait lang, ako yung interview. Wait, I wanna shout out to our coach Trix because she really helped us improve as a team, and I feel like we wouldn't have made such good progress without her. Shout out to our boss Mark Cooper.
nanay ko, kay nanay ko din. Tapos kay Lil, kay Yang, kay kapatid ko, kay Dorby, kay Ate Cha, kay sa lahat ng supporters, Charter Architect, di pa dahil kay Jen! Sa nanay ko sa 1, 2, 3, Sangko! Sangko, kay Marlon, kay Banay, kay Andrea Pere, kay
Okay, okay. Thank you very much, ArkAngel. All right, that's been it from ArkAngel. Thank you, Motski, and the rest of you guys. Congratulations. We'll see you at the Masters. Good job, guys. All right, that's been it from us. For the side of ArkAngel, what a very fun group of people that you coach, Tricks. I'm just gonna lay it out there. She's sitting right beside me. You gotta slap some sense into these kids, man.
Whatever keeps them happy and performing, guys.
Yeah, it works. It works. Congratulations to you guys. Before I discuss any more, I do want to talk to you, Tricks. First of all, congratulations. Well deserved, and your team is definitely giving you thanks for this. So you can't just say that you didn't do anything anymore. It's pretty much dead in the water. I do want to ask, how do you feel as the coach? You know, what's going through your mind like right now?
I couldn't have asked for better players to coach, honestly. They work on their own. They review demos on their own. I don't even have to ask them. They tell me what they think before I even ask a question. So honestly, I couldn't be happier to be coaching such a good team that really knows what they need to do as players.
What's your plan for the Masters now that you're about to head on over and fight the rest of the teams in Asia?
Just to train, review ourselves, review our opponents, and to get them to be even more comfortable with their roles.
Yeah, I think it's starting to show. You know, despite the fact that Modski was definitely moved to that Sentinel role, oh my God, the clutches that he made still.
Oh yeah,
things just starting
absolutely
to work
ridiculous. It's just, you know, it's hard not to get teary-eyed watching people, you know, live out their dreams. this is such a dream come true for them, I'm sure.
Yeah, this is like anime moment where you just hear the music in the background, you know, like those sports films.
Well, you guys did keep calling it plot armor, so you know.
It was though. I mean, they're
no, but
here.
we finally figured it out. All right, it's no longer plot armor. They are control players. They're a control deck.
Okay. So this is look at guys, viewers, everybody, Twitch, Facebook. Let's be real here. I want to give a new slogan to ArkAngel. It's not Lipad ArkAngel for me, dude. It's like Survive ArkAngel. These guys are clearly Battle Royale players from before. Like, they just know how to outlast the opponents. Like, whether it's a best of 3 or best of 5, they hang on. If it's overtime, they'll find a way to win. They're just so...
Yeah,
they're so tough.
Sort of like a war of attrition, so to speak. You know, they drain out the resources, drain out the energy of the opponents, and then save out, you know, just explode over there before the series ends.
I think they just sort of like to live longer than their opponents and use that. So if anybody has to defeat ArkAngel, it's got to be in a swift 2-0, because, you know, what we did notice is ArkAngel usually gives up the first match, the first map of a series. And I'm gonna ask you this. I'm gonna ask this to Trix. How are you planning on getting them to stop this behavior of losing the first map before they start winning?
Well, I'm not sure if I can, but for me personally, I've always also been the kind of person as a player myself that I'm okay giving up one map, or I'm okay giving up half of my rounds, so long as I'm learning for that entire time. So as long as ArkAngel loses that and then is able to read their opponents and understand their movement, then I honestly think that it's fine.
Yeah, I agree. They just know how to read and adjust in the middle of a map.
Yeah.
Sort of like chameleons, aren't they, ArkAngel? It really just goes to show what a wonderful team that they have become. Over the course of the past few weeks, we have been following ArkAngel, and they have definitely come into their own. But talk about TFO a little bit. They started strong, and none of us expected them to take the first map. Well, maybe one, maybe one of us.
Hey, I got it right.
You did.
I got it right.
And none of us expected the second map to go double overtime. This could have been a 2-0. We could have been going to game number 5. But I think TFO just ran out of steam, ran out of gas, especially towards Haven.
I'm going to have to agree with you there. TFO, First Order, you know, arguably their strongest map is Icebox, according to my very credible sources. But it was really more of them, running out of gas. That's just it. They went in strong first, second game, same story, and then they kind of fizzled out towards the end of the series. And it's just so unfortunate because these guys were absolutely incredible at the beginning.
I think it was very clear and very evident, though, that they did seem to be tired. I don't know if it was them being tired or just ran out of ideas, but they just weren't as crisp coming to the later stages of the game, later stages of the series. They were just not looking as sharp. Some of the decision making was a little bit off center. I don't know. Maybe this is something because they're still a younger team.
Definitely watching from the first part of their matches, it felt like they're running a race rather than running a marathon.
Yeah.
So they didn't pace themselves. Like they did these crazy like plays, crazy attack sides, and they're really able to hit all of those shots, get the clutches. But it's a matter of not having to put yourself always in that high stress situation, so that when you are in that situation, you're going to be able to, like, you have the energy to deal with it. And I think that's also one of the things ArkAngel is better at, in terms of they try not to stress themselves out so much in the game, but when they need to step up, they're able to step up because they have the energy to do so.
Yeah, you
So I
definitely
think
need
a
to
lot
have
of
those reserves.
a lot of new teams, I feel, fall into that trap of they give it all out right from the start. And for me, it's that you do give it your all, but you also have to mentally check yourself, and that's what tactical timeouts are for.
That's one of the things that we didn't see very much of, actually. Tactical timeouts were few and far in between in the entirety of the tournament. I think very few teams did call those tactical timeouts. One of those teams was ArkAngel. Brett never really had to, but there were a lot of instances where we said these guys should have called a tactical timeout like 10 rounds ago, especially OG, who seemingly never called one. I think maybe they had one or two, but you know, ultimately people underestimate tactical timeouts just to maybe breathe, just get some air and just reset. Because I feel like that's a huge thing as a player.
It definitely is. Even if you're honestly in that momentum where you're doing really well, sometimes it actually still helps to take a tactical timeout and calm yourselves down. Like, don't get too hyped. Don't start taking those stupid picks and whatnot.
Yeah, look, go ahead.
I mean, and I'm for sure you know this, Trix, amongst out of all of us here, that the mental exhaustion, the mental stress of competing in a high-level tournament is completely different from just playing the game. I mean, viewers at home, some of them might be thinking, well, they're just playing, they're not really going to be tired. Stamina is not really going to be a big factor, but I disagree completely.
It's definitely,
It's definitely a thing.
I mean, case in point. Just this Grand Grand Finals, best of 5. This goes to show how important it really is to outlast. But I do want to talk about the bigger picture here. The Masters is where we're going. So that is definitely going to be interesting. Bren are going to be facing off against their local rivals eventually at some point, ArkAngel. ArkAngel have always seemingly been trying to catch up to ArkAngel. Always second place, never really first here. And now that they're going together to the Masters, this is the opportunity for ArkAngel to overcome, to maybe overthrow Bren as the #1 team in the Philippines and do better than them in this tournament.
Yeah, I definitely think now is the time, as ArkAngel seems to have gotten a better grasp on their identity in terms of their agent picks. I think now is definitely the time for them to think about, with these agent picks, how are we going to be malleable, and where are the lines that we draw, and how can we adjust from here. And I think a lot of teams moving forward and learning from VCT Stage 1 is picking agents you're comfortable with, the maximization of your team abilities, and from there figuring out how you can adjust it to loosen it up a little.
That was the next level in terms of skill ceiling that we were discussing around the first week of VCT. And it was so cool that so many teams nowadays have overcome that ceiling.
Yeah.
I don't think that a lot of teams have, except for the ones that have really, really improved. I mean, let's say, I think off the top of my head, I think TFO.
TFO is one.
I think OG have improved, but not as much as TFO, probably. I do think ArkAngel have improved massively. And let's not forget DR.
DR as well?
Hashida's also improved.
Hashida's also one.
Yeah, but
there's quite a few.
Yeah, it just feels like they're just constantly battling, like trying to one-up each other.
Yeah.
And we're in a good spot.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, this is still the beginning.
Still the local.
Still the local. And still, stage one of the VCT. We still have stage 2 and stage 3 here. But before we talk about the other stages, let's talk about this series. The MVP coming up, the #1 player for this grand final. It's none other than Ching, yet again, 246 ACS, and really stepping into his own as that Jet, to nobody's surprise.
He's definitely owned it. He's definitely owned it. I mean, we're seeing Ching a lot more often here up on the board, on
Yeah.
the MVP board.
I'm happy to see him on that Jet, and I'm happy seeing all of them comfortable. That is the biased side of me. The biased side.
I think all of us can relish in the fact that when a team is feeling more comfortable, they can perform better. Because, you know, the better the teams are in the region, the better it is for us. I mean,
that's true.
we just want to see better Valorant. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about, seeing good quality entertainment and FPS action, you know?
Yeah.
But let's zone out just a tiny, tiny bit. But before that, congratulations, Ching. I do want to give a quick thank you to, of course, our sponsors who have been so generous all throughout. Big thank you to Acer Predator, our official gaming PC and laptop partner. And, of course, Globe. Globe Virtual Hangout, Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now as Virtual Hangout Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Now, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. We're going to announce the winners, the 10 winners of 1,500 worth of Valorant points. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, drum roll. Metaphorical drum roll, of course. We don't really have a drum roll sound effect. Grim Valo, Michaela Mosilia, A-Styles_027, Usuria RWL, Saifu Gaming _anonymous_1B, Cremo TV, Rykid55, Glitch 2021, and that green beanie guy. Congratulations, you guys have dared to go toe-to-toe with Asarai and duetted him in casting on TikTok or Facebook. So congratulations, you guys earned this 1,500 Valorant points. Amazing stuff from you guys, and thank you all for participating. But before we go and wrap up the show tonight, I want to ask you guys, what are your last thoughts before we head to the Masters? That's going to be in a couple of weeks from now.
Honestly, this has been a crazy, crazy ride, but this is just the beginning, my friends. And let me tell you, earlier when I was watching your interview with ArkAngel on screen, again, it was hard not to get teary-eyed because it was such a cool moment for this team, for this group of friends. And I guess I'm just going to live vicariously through them from now on.
I think this kind of tournament, I love to see it because it shows and encourages growth in the Philippines esports scene. And with a game such as Valorant, which requires teamwork and all of these things, it's great to see. So I look forward to seeing teams again in Stage 2, but I'm really looking forward to seeing the Masters.
All right, well, there you have it from my panel. It has been an amazing time, but it's time for us to sign off. Destiny has been written down, and in that book, ArkAngel has now written their names amongst the stars and became the second team to qualify for the Masters. So for this panel, Trix and Viminal, my name is Illustrado, and it's time for me to say good game and good night. See you all at the Masters.